Bum 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 bum. Do 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 do. All right then, LEC 2026 season. Format explainer. Let's see if they've actually saved it. Because summer was ass. BO1s in winter. I never want to see that shit again. I hope they kind of adopt. It's like, if anything, I hope they adopt like a tournament format in winter because it's a shorter time span, so they need to squeeze it in and push it in. And then, of course, you know, a format that is just best of three centric. I think Korea has done. I think LPL has done things the most right, and I hope that at some point in the future we get a situation where the LEC is like, yo, in order to accommodate more games and teams playing more games, time and time again, we are going to have offline games and then online games on the weekend to, of course, cut the costs, because the bottleneck of the product is, of course, the big offline days, meaning like the stage days. But let's see what they've cooked up, guys. Let's see what they've cooked up.
Hey LEC fans, I'm Max, Director for League of Legends Esports in EMEA. And I'm here to walk you through some of the big changes coming to the 2026 LEC season. Let's jump right in. The biggest change for next year? We're saying goodbye to the winter split. And hello to LEC Versus, the EMEA Invitational. Kicking off in January, LEC Versus will bring together the 10 LEC teams you know and love. And to make things even more exciting, 2 ERL teams will join the mix. The EMEA Masters Summer Champions and the best performing team across
the real awkward thing about this is if, let's say Los Ratones don't continue. Will they just walk this back then? Will they walk this back? I have a feeling they will. And then it's going to be question mark, question mark, question mark. But at least, I do think the fact that academy teams can qualify is very good for the LEC teams. There is a clear conflict of interest, right? It's a very, very clear conflict of interest. Very clear conflict of interest. But the League of Legends ecosystem has like worked around that in the past, you know? Like, it has worked around that in the past. Like, keep in mind, we had CJ Enters Blaze and CJ Enters Frost. We had SKT Judgment Day and SKT like Terminator, or whatever it was called. Like, I'm trying to remember what they were called, but there's been moments where this has been a case in the past, so it's not like completely, you know, out of pocket. The funny thing about best performing team is that they didn't really put forward the metrics. But imagine a world where Los Ratones performed so badly in summer, and some teams like that got like top three times would have gotten more points than them or something. But obviously top four and winning back to back, I think nobody would be enough on the points scale.
2025 EMEA Masters season. And yes, you guessed it, the latter is Los Ratones. Their run this season has been wild. Back-to-back EMEA Masters titles, non-stop energy, and a ton of confidence. Now they're coming to Berlin to bring that same fire to the studio.
Why is the plane on fire? That's dangerous.
Compete exclusively in LEC Versus, neither in the LEC Spring nor in the Summer Split. It's a one-time shot to show what they've got on the big stage, and we cannot wait to see how
they put Larson in the trailer.
Of course, plans may shift due to visas, scheduling, eligibility, the usual. But the goal remains the same. Bringing the LEC and ERLs together for a shared moment that celebrates regional talent, fuels new rivalries, and sets the tone for an amazing year of competition across EMEA. To make sure every LEC team faces off against our 2 ERL guests, all 12 teams will play a single round-robin, best-of-1 regular season.
Oh. Oh. It's so unserious. Whatever. I get it, you know, BO1's viewership, like everyone gets to dip in the Los Ratones fucking toe in their bucket. But BO1's, I don't know, boys. BO1's, man. We live in a fearless world. We live in a fearless world, and that's what's up, you know? That's what's up. So that part is disappointing. And also, you just know that they're gonna be playing BO1s. Like each team is gonna play 11 BO1s across like how many days? Like over 3 weeks. Like for those who don't know, guys, it's way better. Like if you played one best of 5 a week, it would be way better than playing 3 best of 1s in a week. Because the thing is, you have to understand the logistics of playing a BO1 is that you need to arrive to the studio, you need to be there early, you need to prep for one team in particular. You need to be there to make sure that you keep with the flowing schedule. To play one BO1, guys, it takes 5 hours out of your day. That's why it sucks ass from the team side. It's very exhausting and tiring for all the wrong reasons. It's different, like doing something active and practicing and doing shit for 5 hours is not as exhausting to the soul and mind as waiting for one BO1 and just sitting there eagerly waiting to play, you know? That's why like BO1s, especially in such a format, can be a really big drag. I do think that there are some dynamic things you can do. Like you can make, you can stack teams on one day. So you play a couple of BO1s on the same day. I think that would be a lot better, but that's never gonna happen.
The top 8 will move on to playoffs. A double elimination bracket with best of 3s in rounds 1.
Top 8? You know, top 8 means that maybe Los Ratones can slip in. I think it's going to be hard. I think it's going to be very, very hard, but maybe they can slip in. Maybe. It's just that Los Ratones are playing with way more pressure than other teams. And also, I think on this level, it's going to be interesting to see how Los Ratones kind of figured it out in the context of, you know, actually practicing off stream for a solid month before the starts and see how good they're going to become. Someone in the chat wrote, in transition mode, it's not unusual for the academy team to participate against the mother team in the same league. The academy team wants to get as much experience as possible against the best teams. Yeah, I think it's okay. I understand that there could be a potential conflict of interest, but I do think that, I don't know. It's just one of those things that I think you tank it for the game, you know?
1 and 2, and best of 5s from there on out. Every game matters, and the champions will lift a brand new trophy and qualify to represent EMEA at first stand.
Don't tell me first stand is the same as well.
Year, we'll roll straight into our spring and summer splits.
Best of 3s?
I'll hand it over to Artem to tell you what's next.
Thanks, Max. I'm Artem, your LEC commissioner.
All right, Artem.
Your feedback means a lot. We heard you.
Spring split was great.
2026, the format is the same for both the spring and summer splits.
No.
All 10 LEC teams battle it out in best of 3.
Wait. It means that spring and summer are the same format, not the same format as the previous year. Okay, thank God.
Across a single round robin. Only the 6 best teams will advance to playoffs.
Good.
The double elimination bracket, where every match is a best of 5 and every series counts.
Easy. I don't like the idea, personally, of not having double elim for 2 teams. I don't like that part. I think the path to Worlds becomes too easy for some teams, and I don't like that part. I think let top 2 be top 2, and them waiting for the first BO5. I think that's a better system. So basically, you run the LCK system. The LCK system is like number 3 plays number 6, number 4 plays 5, and then, of course, they play against each other. Winner plays against 1 and 2. One chooses who they play against, and then the others drop to loser bracket. And then you have a long gauntlet. I think that's a better system, personally. Especially, it's like when Worlds qualification is on the line. I just don't think like you should ever be in a position where like your seed just does the job for you. And considering there's only 3 world spots, I think that having a regional qualifier is less interesting. But so does that.
Top 2 teams from spring will fly the flag for EMEA at MSI, where the top 3 from summer will fight for glory on the world stage. And since you made it loud and clear,
I have to say though, I do think the lack of stakes in top 3 hurts. Because what's cool about the regional qualifier, right? Basically off of points. What's cool about the regional qualifier is that there's a lot of stakes throughout entire playoffs. Because if you look back at playoffs, the biggest game that we had was KC versus Fnatic. Nothing came close. Because people care way more about qualifying to the World Championship than actually winning the split in the grand scheme of things. The KC Fnatic game was the most hyped one. And I think you can drag on that hype a little bit longer. But I do understand from this point, it is very much more difficult to, of course, execute because of time constraints.
how much you love road trips, we are going even bigger in 2026.
Good.
More events, more crowds, more
Really good.
unforgettable moments.
This was a fantastic change for Riot. Really good to activate the Koi fan base, KC fan base. This was a really, really good move from Riot. My first LCS match I played as a player was in France, in Lille, in something called the Zenith Arena, I believe. Let's pull it up. Zenith Arena. No, way, not the team. Zenith Lille. This is where I played. This is where I played. I played my first match here. And this was amazing. This was fantastic. This was a dream come true. And it was electric. It was fantastic. And I felt sad for players that never got to experience that. Because the thing is, my thought process was, the fans that got to see something like this live, they were fans for life. You're going to have buy-in from those guys for a very long time. Because I do think that you really, really cement yourself as a League of Legends fan when you go to a live event. So there's that, you know. So I think like making sure that there is access to massive events like these, even though maybe it comes at a cost negative, I do think that you attract fans that want to stick with you for a long time.
Nothing beats the energy of the LSC live. Fans in the stands, teams on stage, and that roar when everything is on the line. As always, we'll wrap up the year in style, crowning our Summer Split champions on the road in a packed arena, surrounded by passionate fans united in love for League of Legends.
So quick recap. 2026 kicks off with LEC Versus. Then we dive into spring and summer with the formats you already love, and even more road trips.
It's shaping up to be an incredible year for League of Legends esports in EMEA. In the meantime, enjoy Worlds and EMEA Masters, and we'll see you soon.
They had to put Worlds and EMEA Masters in the same sentence because of scheduling. Cappuccino, chocochino. All right. Well, this is fun and exciting. They get. I just think the correction to summer is really good. BO1s in. I think winter. I think a cup would have been cool. I wonder. You know what would have been interesting? Imagine they would just expand. It's tricky because it's hard, but imagine they would expand it to 16 teams in the Winter Cup and they just have a Swiss format, you know, same as Worlds, and they just plow through it. Because yeah, there's elements here that obviously I'm a big hater of BO1s, but at least I think that this is like concluded, you know. I think this is in the right direction. I just think winter and first stand is just gonna be a prank, you know. In my opinion. Yeah. I'm only human. I'm only. Winter is Banana Cup. Yeah. Let's see. What's the Baus thing? Baus news. There we go. This video. I think that Rival, I think he has the clip of Baus. I'm just gonna steal it from Rival because I wanted to kind of react to it. Let's listen to Baus.
Yesterday with Lost Tones.
Shout out to Rival.
Maybe I shouldn't. We were discussing future plans. I mean, I'm more thinking from an individual standpoint, right? Like, what do I want to do with my life? Because kind of how we've had it this year is, and this is for the better or for worse, right? I think it's been great. But basically how we've had it in Lost Tones is we've had coaches and we've had like people who tell us what to do, meta stuff, new strategies, and they will tell us these strategies, and then it's basically up to me as a player or anyone as the player to fucking listen or not, right? And like I just kind of want to play my own.
You know how what Baus is like? He's like Captain Jack Sparrow. You know, it's like he wants to. The excitement is him putting himself in situations and then him figuring it out. He's clip farming, real time. That's what he likes doing. That's the way he plays. He's clip farming. It's kind of antithetical to pro play, and the most beautiful part was when both of these worlds came together, right? When Baus managed to do well in games and still bring his magic. But there's a point in time where anything that is competitive, it gets to the point where discipline and precision wins out. You know? And I guess from Baus' side, you know, how much of himself and of that playful spirit is he willing to sacrifice to continue playing pro? That's why I said, you know, he was insulted by me saying that, like, I did this video where like a year ago where I basically, not a year ago, but a couple of months ago, feels like a year ago, about me evaluating all of the players in Los Ratones and how well they would do in the LEC. And I said, I think Baus would hate the LEC schedule. I think it would be way too serious, and I think that that's something that he wouldn't want to adjust to because he's a free spirit. And he, of course, said, Yamato doesn't know what he's talking about. But I think this was easy to predict, you know? I think the playful nature is what the playful nature, like, there's a reason Baus plays a lot of arena. He plays a lot of arena. Arena is like this the place to be playful and to have fun, you know? It's just... I've spent enough time with Baus to know, you know, because not necessarily that like I'm a good people reader, but also it's like I think Baus also wears himself on the sleeve, you know.
Game, you know. I just don't want to go into a point in my life where I get bored of the game, you know. Turn into this thing where I wake up for 5 hours a day and I play passive under tower for 5 hours every day. That's not what I want to do. That's not how I play.
Bro, just tell us, can you stream next year? No way you are giving up your streaming career.
No, for sure not. I'm kind of thinking for myself, like, what do I really want? Do I want to sit under tower for 5 hours every day in scrims and then rock up to a official match and like sit under tower there as well? Fuck, I'd rather just streaming and griefing solo queue. It sounds a lot more. So I'm kind of contemplating right what I want to do. Best case would be if I can grief and int in pro play. That's always been a good time.
That is the most fun content when he gets away with it.
The mood in the team right now could be better, you know. I think if enemy top laner stands 0 another time, Crowny might lose it, you know. I gotta stop hinting, I think.
Crowny has lost it. He has nothing to lose anymore besides his hair, you know, like...
Yeah, it's all being discussed, right?
You're 100% of the game weak-sided. Why isn't Crowny 10-0?
Nah. This text-to-speech is like, Baus is weak-sided. Why is Crowny not getting a kill every time Baus is killed?
These last few weeks when we prepare for EU Master, there were a lot of offline scrims And I spend like 6 hours every day just playing fucking games, scrimming. And then some days I wasn't even able to stream because like the time schedules were so cooked. And you know, I'm not gonna play fucking pro play if that means I can't stream, you know. I'd much rather stream than play pro play, obviously. Like that's a no-brainer. I will never do it like how we did now, pretty much. Where I spend like fucking 2 days a week streaming.
Why can't they just stream their scrims? Because, brother, it's a disadvantage. And also, the other team needs to agree to it. And they need to scrim against LEC teams. And they're not going to want to stream their scrims. Because, guys, I hated the narrative that when Los Atones were winning, it's like, look, guys, they can stream their scrims and still, like, succeed. I'm like, brother, they succeeded in spite of that. Because of how good Nemesis and Crowny were playing. You know? Like, Nemesis and Crowny was so good to carry these EMEA Masters. I don't care what you say. But they did so much. And sure, there were games where Velia carried, games where Reckless carried, and games where, of course, Baus also carried with his Volibear and so forth. Definitely. I'm not saying they didn't. But Crowny and Nemesis was the skeleton and the backbone of this team, allowing these guys to even remotely like qualify to play their games, you know, mechanically. Like Crowny and Nemesis did so damn much, and eventually, you know, that caught up to people. You know, that caught up to them, and teams got better, and then they got smoked. I hated this narrative where people were like, oh look, Los Atones did it. It's the same when people say, it's like I don't believe like age. Like, my take on age in esports is nuanced. But it's not that nuanced. It's just very simple. It's like, if you reach a certain age, what matters is what did you do before you reach that age. If you wanna go pro at the age of 26 and you played League for 6 years, yeah, probably that's not going to happen. If you were a pro for 10 years of your life and you played at the highest level, yeah, probably you're going to still be good because of your experience and who you are and how you manage to stay afloat and stay competitive. These things really, really matter. Age is not that big of a deal in esports. It's more about, like, it's just a question of what did you use. Like, if someone sits on a PC and plays a PC game for the first time when they're 18, odds are you're going to suck ass. It's like, I as a person, I started playing PC games. Like, I started playing PC games when I was 4. So I was like, yo, bro, I was nerding it out. Like, I was playing Diablo 1 when I was 5. Probably not the best game to play as a child. I don't know why I got into this topic. Why did I get into this topic? Oh, the reason I brought up this topic is because people said, look, Faker is this old and he's still playing. Yeah, Faker is the GOAT of the game. He is the GOAT of the game. He's not an example, like, in the sense that, oh, Faker did it, so I can do it. It's the same as like people like, Los Atones are screaming the scrims and still winning. We can do it too. It's like, nah, they're an outlier. They're an outlier, plain and simple. They are doing it in spite of that. The same way, it's like Faker has fucking arm problems. And that's what makes him such a G, right? It's like Faker's arm problems are so extreme, but he's still playing through it and figuring it out somehow. That's what's so gangster, you know? He's basically, like, I don't know, he's like the young wolf from Sekiro who lost his arm, you know? Like, and he's still, you know, beating everybody up. If you're good at the game. Obviously, if you're Cadril, then you are stuck at the big ape.
I'm not into.
Yeah, it's like saying you can also learn math. Albert Einstein did it.
I want to stream. That's why Lost Tones was so good, because Lost Tones gave me the opportunity to stream the scrims. And it was a lot more chill team, it was a lot more relaxing, and that way, so it was so perfect for me. I feel like the more and more, like, especially the second half of the year, and depending on how next year looks, we're turning more and more into a professional athlete team, you know. And I have no place in that, you know. I'm not gonna give up my streaming career for pro play. If the schedule means I need to stream 6 hours a day and review 3 hours a day, I'm not saying anything, Chad. Don't get it wrong. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying I'm constantly looking for a solution, and I will not give up my streaming career to be a pro player.
No, I actually
So my take on this, right? I'm expecting Baus to play the Winter Cup or the Winter Versus. Like I expect him to play that. It is some cool ass llamas. I expect him to play it for sure. I expect Baus to play it 100%. And after that, I think it's done. You know, the main issue with Los Ratones is, guys, the main issue is that how do you replace anybody on this team? How? You can't. How do you replace anybody on this team? Los Ratones has to pay the team according to German laws? No, they don't need to. They don't have any like employment contracts. They're not employees. There has to be huge pressure on Baus playing with legends like Neme, Crowny, and Reckless. I think there was no pressure like that with Baus. I don't think he cares about these people at all. Like obviously he cares, but not in that way. I don't think he's like, whoa, look, wow. I think he just had respect for like them through how he interacted with them in solo queue. My point is, I do think that the Tonys are probably gonna disband, guys. The Tonys are probably gonna disband after the Winter Cup, no? I think that's what's gonna happen, guys. I think that there is so little upwards mobility for Los Ratones because, like, where do you go from here? You know. I think that it's gonna be the Winter Cup, and then I think if Baus is out, I think it's tricky. And then the question is if Los Ratones will just become another team that is the team of K-Drul, or that K-Drul doesn't want to associate his brand with a team that he's not super involved in. Because you could easily like maneuver yourself out of this, right? Like if Los Ratones, like if K-Drul came to me tomorrow and said, yo, I want to be less involved with the team. After winter, Baus is out. And then he came to me, and then Odoamne was going to become a top laner, and he said, I want you to take over the coaching, and I want the team to go into a more serious route. That's something that he could do easily, right? But then the question is, if he's outside of the project, does he want to, you know, connect his brand to it? Because the main idea and the main question here for of course, Keru would be, do you want to be in a situation where... well, do you eventually want the team to be ready to go into the LEC, or are you going to give up on that dream? So that's the main question Kado needs to ask himself. Does he want to sink in time and money into something and eventually get to the point where he strikes a deal with, let's say, Red Bull to buy a spot in the LEC and go all out that? Or is he going to just be the face of all the leagues? And I honestly think from Kado's perspective, he has way more influence, way more money, way more power, way less stress by not even trying to achieve the LEC dream. So from Kado's side, I don't think it makes sense to pursue a spot in the LEC. It's way better to be on the outside. Because keep in mind, from Kado's point of view as well, you can also just... you can support all the teams. He did say one time he wanted to have at least one shot at Worlds. I don't think that's going to happen. That's really not going to happen, guys. All right, let's watch some Worlds.
There's a saying.
Perfect
Beware
timing.
man with nothing to lose.
100 Thieves are just losing fight after fight, Drake after Drake.
100 Thieves tries, the might of Humble Life is just too much.
We are 1-2 and fighting for our lives now at Worlds. It could be our last chance with this roster. All good things come to an end, but I don't want it to end like this. So I want to play my heart out and leave with no regrets.
T1이 지금 절벽에 있지만
I think they're looking a little bit more fallible than I initially anticipated.
T1이 지금 절벽에 있지만 이 위기만 잘 넘긴다면 충분히 좋은 기회가 찾아올 거라고 생각합니다. 월즈가 T1을 항상 몰아붙여도 T1은 항상 세계 최고의 팀이었습니다.
I expect both teams to really just give their best, put all the team issues aside and try to come together and win.
저희가 여기서 떨어질 팀이 아니기 때문에 오늘 승리해서 더 높은 곳으로 올라가겠습니다.
It's do or die, win or go home, with everything on the line. I hope you're not too sad when we win.
Cool music.
T1이 없는 월즈 상상하지 않으셔도 됩니다.
黑夜在深，但黎明总会到来。
이제 할 수 있는 거 다 보여줘야 된다고 프로게이머로서 이제 스스로 직업 인식을 좀 가지고 있어야 되거든요. 도전자 입장이다 보니까 이제 열심히 해서 더 잘할 수밖에 없는 상황이 된 것 같고요. 또 어깨가 무거우니까 그 어깨 무거움을 좀 잘 즐겨보도록 하겠습니다.
And China is upset.
How you doing, guys?
BLG in the dirt again.
因为我们现在已经1-2了嘛，然后之后的每一场比赛都有可能是最後一場，然后就希望我们能够给我们自己做得更好。
BLG는 엄청 강한 팀이고
You know, Gax,
저를 좀 강하게
I feel weird because I made commentary on your tweet, right? And I just want you because we are friendly with each other. So I feel like now that you're here, I feel like it's because I'm a content creator, so it's not really like that. But I feel like I talked behind your back, so I just want to loop you in on my opinion. Okay, my opinion was it was a dumb thing to tweet. And that you are also responsible. No, I didn't read it because it's a YouTube video. That's why I'm looping you in right now. I think it was a dumb tweet, all right? Either way. And then second, I said that you've been on Fnatic for quite some time. And even though I know the problems of Fnatic, you're also part of the problems now. And you can fight back. And you could have maybe done more in the back room, you know? But you chose like your own security. And that's understandable too. But that's a choice that you made. So you're in that soup that you chose to be in. And then third, I said that I hope Grabs, as a person, gets to choose. Because if Gax is competent, Grabs is going to want to keep him. And that's the only thing that matters at the end of the day. So people that are calling that you should be fired for this shit, I think should go eat shit. At the end of the day, I hope that Fnatic move in a direction where Grabs has autonomy to make choices. And if that choice means that you are on the team, you have my faith then as a worker and as a coach. So I just wanted to loop you in. You said you're gonna watch. I didn't because if I know you didn't hear my take. I just wanted to loop you in, you know.
And those final best of threes to secure a spot in the quarterfinals. Today's first head-to-head pits the LPL's #1 seed BLG up against Brazil.
Oh, happy birthday, Hands of Full 20.
VKS.
All right, Gax, it's good to have you.
Matchup on first look, but anything can happen at Worlds. I'm Captain Flowers.
All right, it's going to be the fastest day of League of Legends today, no?
To bring you the action. I mean, it is just insane to think that today we have the 1-2 bracket, and both of last year's World finalists are playing. It is ridiculous. Yeah. We have T1 and BLG. They were the World Finals last year.
I think like I know T1 won back-to-back Worlds and they were in the finals before that. I understand that part, but bros, in League of Legends, the same team returning to a same spot is a whole different story, a whole different patch. In a lot of cases, different players. Like Doran wasn't here, Shadow wasn't here. Like too many things changed. So I think this narrative, although I understand why you hammer home on it, I think
this is a team that
it's also fake, you know.
macro sense, I feel like can't compete against what BLG brings to the table, but in the individual playmaking, that'll be where I think they stand a chance.
And I think when you watch Brazilian League of Legends this year, or even historically, that's kind of the attitude that comes to mind immediately. They like to fight, they like to scrap. Macro might
Volume
not
good,
be on the
guys.
same
Quality
level as
good.
other
We're
regions,
happy.
but they're always willing to take the skirmish, take the team fight, take the opportunity.
You gotta get your hands on the secret T1 scrim archives. Bro, I have some old scrims that I saved on my, like, as YouTube VODs. I have hair not good. Nah, come on, Big K. You always complain about my hair.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be an incredibly difficult challenge. Trimby gave them 25% chance. I think that is, very generous.
I think Dom will pass out if 100 Thieves win. Bro, I saw a betting line. Billy T1 lose. But if both lose, you get 90x your money. That was pretty funny.
To try to get a way in, because I do think it's going to be very difficult for VKS. Just when you're
here we go.
Across the board,
Guys, apparently I got a little comment from Riot that told me I need to put my camera on the right side.
Uncomfortable for BLG.
All right, let's hop into Champ Select, powered by Omen and HyperX here for the first time today. It's BLG on the blue side, VKS on the red. BLG going to go ahead, ban out the Wukong, the Aurora, and the Scion, while on the VKS side...
So they banned Wukong and Scion on blue side. I think as a response to Yonara ban, it makes a lot of sense, because like this you get priority on mid lane, which most likely will just be like Nitro just pick Azir.
Rise open anyway. It could be something that BLG... Oh, I stand corrected with the Nico open. This is something that On often tends toward. It gives them a lot of agency on the bot side of the map, and also gives a direction. Things like Caitlyn immediately rise in priority as a powerhouse bot lane pick to pair alongside it. Potentially something like the Xayah as well that we've seen come through from Elk so far at this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've also seen things like Nico, Corki. The question to me is, will
all right, well, Kaiser's open.
A dominant bot lane of their own? You can do things like try to take away the Caitlyn, try to play like Caitlyn Karma and some of these more aggressive...
Knight loves Talia, even though he had shit performance on Talia the last time. I think playing it into Azir is something he's done a million times, so he's just gonna play that. I doubt he's gonna go for Rise. I think often at Worlds people get scared of champions that lose a lot of games. People just like, it's like, oh, why is the champion losing? It's like, it should be good, but it's not. And we're like, and you're like, oh shit, let's just trust the world. Yeah.
A bit of range on the bot side of the map. That means engage has to come from somewhere else, with Wukong taken out of the picture. Things like Xin Zhao. Oh, never mind. BLG are not going to waste
Oh wow, this is Ziggs mid lane. Alright, Ziggs mid lane, guys.
First rotation, assuming this...
Code Sammy Force, my flight is at 1:30. I'm currently fighting for my life at a karaoke box. Fighting for your life at the karaoke box. What are you doing? Roland DT, thank you very much. Have you played Sekiro, by the way? Yeah, I played it on stream. I beat it in 20 hours. People were impressed. Sekiro is one of the greatest games of all time. This draft is trolled so far from Billy. I think that the Trundle lock-in was kind of weird. I think that you lock Zinzao here probably if you want to blind the jungler. Ziggs into Azir I think is perfectly fine. I think Trundle is just a little bit lost on the map. But it could be like a specific tech against Boal as well, and maybe you feel like you are denying Disami's junglers as well, but I'm not a big fan of Karma and Kiana as a pairing. Is his first time Ziggs for Night? No, he played it. He played it in the split. Against the Azir specifically, and it looked good.
Going invisible, bursting him very quickly. It's hard for Trundle to maximize his dueling power against this champion. So at least in the jungle matchup, I'm liking what VKS has here for Desamas, but I agree the engage opportunities are going to need to be buffed up if VKS want to find chances to make this game bloody and make it chaotic. They will go ahead and ban out that Caitlyn pairing that you guys were talking about as a
battle cruiser operational.
Banned out by BLG.
42 months.
Yo, thank you very much, Winning Tonic. Thank you for fighting the good fight on Twitter too. I appreciate you. Thank you. Fighting against irrationality. Yes. Does Elk play Ziggs? He does, but this is for Night. They picked so damn early, so for sure it's Night. I don't know. I feel like VKS bans are very strange. Like the Ezreal ban, the Caitlyn ban now, because you have Karma showing. I don't know what Motheus is going to match here with the Karma. What AD do you guys expect here to see with the Karma?
Battle cruiser operation.
Thank you very much, BK Plays, for the Prime Game. I appreciate that. You far too kind.
Pick these Trundles in the game, right? Like you're both buffing up the Trundle and you're making yourselves weaker. I would not like Asante at all, just simply because it's not going to bring anything as far as the engage, and really, I don't think it's nearly as strong as it has been in the past. This pick does not feel like it scales very well.
Okay, they just slam a top laner. Renekton is out. Please, Camille, like, just give me a Camille game from Bin. Give me a Jax game. Like, can we see some classics, Bin? Like, you need to, like, Bin, you need to win me back. You play some disgusting League of Legends, if I'm gonna be honest with you, brother. I need you to show me some good shit here. Give me some Jax.
Or they were worried that Bin would just take the Ambessa away. But again,
give me some gameplay, Bin. You have been disappointing. Come on, Iziun. Take charge, mate. Yo, Seba down, thank you very much for the Prime Game. Appreciate that. You have the Sekiro VODs on YouTube? Yeah, they're on YouTube. You have to go to your Yamato Cannon TV. Yes! Lila! Come on now! Finally, man!
Situation they're in because of their performance throughout the year, but this was a super famous pick for Bin. It was something that at international competition you just couldn't afford to give him because of how
fucking hell, finally, man.
Be on the pick. So now picking it into Boal on the top side of the map, things are already looking very scary from the perspective of VKS with the fact that BLG have so much comfort on their side.
And so the final pick of the draft here on Red 5 is just that Varus that we were talking about already.
All right.
I'm not going to lie to you, Isaac. If we're talking
BLG,
about spices, Varus
I think BLG is about to
it absolutely does. I mean,
tear VKS apart, guys. Like a damn lion. Jax is fun because he has a good interaction into Azir specifically, because you can dodge his soldier hits. Anything that is on hit, Jax. Like it's weird because Jax's E interacts. The way it's coded, any ability that applies on hit effects, he can dodge. And Azir obviously applies on hit effects. Don't get any ideas, Blade Rune King Azir, Kraken Slayer Azir is not good. They need to give Azir AD scaling for that to work. Which could be fun. Imagine full on hit Azir.
Can be a relatively strong lane, but we'll see if they can create a meaningful advantage down there.
I think the one thing VKS's comp has is range, because on the other side, it's not like BLG have the strongest engage tools. Like, you're looking at Flash Nico definitely as a big threat. You're looking at a potential Jax flank. And I'm thinking, okay, Kai'Sa ideally wants to dive in. Ziggs, you've got a decent amount of range, but Trundle, Jax,
alright.
Azir, depending on how they approach.
Will this game end in less than 25 minutes? Ask for a friend? Oof, I doubt that, my friend.
Play it slow.
Does Jax E work on cut R?
Their opposition before then looking for a favorable fight, but that requires a lot of patience and good execution.
I think so.
These neutral objectives. And this is for
But I am also not sure.
Diving in and looking for fights.
Alright guys, I need to be on this side because the sponsors show up on the left side, so gonna be weird, but I'm here.
And you just trundle, pillar, and poke, right? Like, you don't really have to, I think, fully commit to an engage.
It's not an auto attack, Qatar. Bro, Hidrino, please.
So we'll have to see what VKS can do, but when you're talking slow, steady macro game to be able to win it out for VKS, I'm already not feeling that confident.
All right, so here's a couple of numbers for you.
Hidrino didn't listen at all, and now he's jumping into the conversation. He thinks that we think that Katarina R is an auto attack. It's okay, Hidrino, we love you still. It's fine.
On is 16 and 4 on Nico, so 80%.
I kind of want to change the opacity of the chat. Someone asked me to do that. Let's see.
Pro Kiana game in his career. So the numbers certainly seem to be in favor of BLG.
You're telling me he's never lost. And Jax, Ben has lost 29 games on Jax.
I'm misconstruing your words. What do you mean? It's in text.
And you're trying to convince
it's right there, bro.
Come on, buddy.
But it wasn't loud? I'm not so sure.
I got even some more. Flowers. Listen, I got some fun statistics for you as well, because we talked about violence is what we need to be seeing from VKS. And so I asked the
Alright,
to get me some
we got the swap game. Billy. They're conforming, guys. They're conforming. Makes sense. Vados Karma as Kai'Sa. Like, even Nico doesn't win the matchup against Karma. So it starts with ult level 1, you know? Ooh, Mr. Q Trombini.
Flowers at 14. And that was average on throughout the series. This is a team.
But Hidrino, we had a whole ass conversation that anything that is on hit effect, anything that applies on hit effects, is blocked by Jax with his E. Mystic Shot, Azir auto attacks. Before Azir auto attacks didn't apply on hit, then Jax couldn't dodge them. Like, Viego R is blocked. Anything that applies on hit effects has to go through the dodge mechanic. That's what we're talking about. And Katarina is unique because I think that her ult works as 2 instances of damage.
Trying to work with Morteos to get this wave shoved in. And you can see here on your screen right now, BLG's opponents so far at Worlds 25.
Why didn't Varus also swap top? Because the issue is, if Varus swaps top and you don't swap, you're in a bad spot. If Kaiser and Varus lane 1v1 top, it's also not the greatest. So it's like, it's a lose-lose.
You played 4 Western teams and you're not out of groups yet?
No, they're not coded. That's what I'm saying. Anything that applies on hit effects is something that interacts. No. On hit effects is the coding aspect of it. And that's why I'm clowning on you, because we had this whole ass conversation, and now I have to repeat it to keep you in the loop, and you're telling me I'm misconstruing your words. So let's focus on the stream.
Okay, let's see what the Trundle can get here. You would hope for at least a flash, and there it is.
Miru.
Going to still knock it back a little bit, but because Miru has the shifting sands, he can get away to the safety underneath the turret. But Summoner Spell blown, that's just telling me there needs
Thoughts on Billy draft? I like it. I like it. I think it's really good. I think it's really good. I think it's not a super comfortable game for Kiana. I think Kiana is going to have a hard time here. Is this real? There's no way this is real, no? Like, what the hell? Are we mad? Are we crazy in the head?
Shadow with a late flash. What in the hell is going on? BLG just gift wrapped it. Bawal gets a double kill.
That was one of the worst tower dives I think I've ever seen.
I agree.
They just walk underneath the tower. The Trundle takes the aggro. He flashes like way too late. BLG completely fumbled the execution.
What?
They didn't even get his flash.
What are they thinking?
Didn't even force his flash. This is
Bro,
crazy.
it's so ugly. Like, guys, there's no way. Like, we all know. Like, bro, this is the most obvious non-dive ever, no?
And he gave him a double.
Are we joking? Are we joking?
Shadow and Elk. That was just everything that VKS would
Bro, there was no way in a million years that would work.
Make the lane tougher on this Ambessa. The Kai'Sa range supposed to harass him in the lane.
I just need to scream at Dom Speedy.
Then you make the dive and give him 2 kills for free? You gotta be kidding me.
I mean, that's crazy. You know, you see something like that and you're like, maybe.
Well, I mean,
maybe.
The thing as well is, so you were talking a little bit about that early flash from Miru in the mid lane, and you have to think that when you see those nameplates across from you, you're super focused, but you're also a Lancer. You want to flash early to be that defensive, but getting a play like that off has to fill you with nothing but confidence. Now you find yourself 5 minutes in with an early gold lead, and you're just kind of like, all right, guys, even though the odds are stacked against us, maybe this is what we need.
Tom got angry that I didn't close his door. He slammed it so hard behind me.
Right, Bin comes up there with cloth armor boots. You've got a
make a Brazil flag emoji fast to use. Link. Link.
Even has that blue
Link it and I will add it.
As well.
And yeah, I want to see what kind of an advantage he can build here against Bin.
And you said it, Vedius, the EXP, not just the gold, the extra experience.
Any shaving if Billy lose? Nah, bro, I'm not fucking putting any hair on the line.
2/3 of the way to level 6. Bawal's about the same distance from level 7. He's an entire level up now because of that botched dive. And we'll see if Shadow can try to get something back now. He is hovering around the area.
Billy is jet lagged. Bro, he still has flash.
Bawal trying to skip his way out of here a little bit.
He still has flash. That is so disgusting.
Doesn't even have to flash, and Bawal gets away.
This is so disgusting.
Have we started a new minigame?
Oh yeah.
Bawal will actually flash, because this man is not going to use that summoner spell as VKS look for a cross map. They're going to zone Elk away from as much farm as they can. They secure a plate as well.
They get the clone out of the Nico on, trying to buy a little bit of time, but no, it's VKS teaching last year's Worlds runner.
Fell for it again. Oh no.
They want a little bit more damage.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. It's a Brazil disaster. I just stop diving, please. Like, stop. Stop. Halt. Halt.
Absolutely. I mean, it's the redive that they go for. Varus hits 6, hits the Chains of Corruption. So they say, we can make this
They could have played that so much better, though.
Has the killer instinct.
Like that dive at least is reasonable. The other one, like the dive on Ambessa, was completely unreasonable. They could have played that a lot better, bro.
over to On. Ideally, they would have loved a little bit more funneling into Elk, but at the very least, they dissuade the dive, they close the goal.
Jimbili's got Ruby. What is the Zigzag Knight? Nah, Zig Knight is asleep. This is a kill, by the way. What are we talking about? How can he live? Oh, bro, he was dead. Like, how do we use W? How do we use our spells?
We're gonna look back at the dive. And so On,
I think that he didn't know how much damage he had on the Ziggs.
Gets his flash early, then a lot of summoners already used on the side of VKS. The level up comes through, the ulti connects. But
And you know what? At least I put 3 LCK teams above Bilibili. At least I did that. A lot of people had Bilibili like 3rd, 2nd. I put them 4th.
And the tower was still heated up, right? So
I put them 4th.
The tower did so much damage there as it turns on them. And he hit the Mantra Q, gets the slow into the Chains of Corruption, but again, barrier, killer instinct, that's a lot of shielding there. And yeah, lucky that it was just On grabbing those kills. Not even an assist going the way of Elk, but he does survive.
Yeah, even in gold.
Able to turn around that dive, and we are
Jax is equalizing somehow.
in the gold, and you can see even Boal,
He's got Tabi Ninja. Goodbye.
has been eroding. He is only up 250 now. Down a fair bit of CS. You know, was up last time we checked in at about.
I don't know. Bilibili is just.
I just love that.
I don't know. Bilibili is a disaster. Guys. I don't know what to say. Sahis, thank you to the prime. I missed you before. People saying Bilibili were better, but they play like this whole season. They didn't play like this the whole season. That's an exaggeration. Like, I do think that there were definitely games that were bad, but whole season, nah, blood.
And I feel like that the pressure might be getting to them, but there's still a lot of the game left to play.
I mean, you gotta remember, 100 Thieves beat BLG, and VKS beat 100 Thieves.
Look, Jaxi is so weird. If it's not prime target of Viego R or Yasuonkyo, it doesn't block. That feels so random. It's not random, Hidrino. I've explained it to you so many times. The second target of Yasuo doesn't apply on hit effects. The second target of Viego R doesn't apply on hit effects. It's tied to on hit effects. And Katarina, we weren't sure about it because I think Katarina R is 2 instances of damage. Because I think there's 2 types of daggers that fly on her ult when she spins. That's why I thought it's different, that only half of the dual damage blocks. Okay, Trimbini dies this time. This time they had Shadows damage. I don't know why I'm annoyed at Hidrin. Sorry, I'm being mean. Please accept my apology, Hidrin. You know I love you. It feels really random, but it's not random. I'm telling you, it's not random. On hit effect is what is the interaction with the block. On hit effect. On hit effect. On hit effect. The second part of Yasuo, only the first target applies an hit effect. Otherwise, you EQ the wave and you heal to full, you know, with Yasuo or Yone. And Azir, the second stab doesn't. The penetration of the stab doesn't apply on hit effect either, you know.
Bin obviously going very defensive. Early tabbies here, just wanting to survive. Makes a lot of sense against Kiana.
Holy, we spent so much time talking about that. It's my ADHD, guys.
And we want to see Boal try
self-diagnosed, but I'm pretty sure I have it, bro. Like, I have all the.
Really, it is honestly, if you're VKS, you're probably pretty happy with how things have gone.
All the things.
Expectation would be that you would be pretty far behind probably by now for most
So are we.
people.
Yeah.
And I mean, you still got to remember, this has been Jax. Vedius, you mentioned it back in draft. Like this,
all the
HDs, was a
HDs,
that was just not allowed through
the high definitions.
BLG because Ben was so proficient on it. 67 and 29 career record on this
League
champion.
Academy.
Even if you do start out with the 2-kill lead, Ben's perfectly comfortable laning into this Ambessa, it appears. Desama's hanging around the area, looking maybe for an opportunity if Ben continues
no
trying to shove
here.
forward, but he's not going to find that opportunity, so instead just goes back to farming up because both of those neutral objectives were delayed for so long. Both of their timers are still pretty much synced up.
Imagine, you know, like, maybe people in this chat didn't even grow up. Maybe people, it's not just a generational choker.
To make something happen in the meantime. I think the priority for the both sides is that
He took T1 for Game 5 at Worlds last year. He went MSI Finals. He won MSI. He's been consistently the best performing player on his team every damn time he's at an international.
Not going to result in too much though. But yeah, both teams without really anything significant to play.
That's a timeout.
It's a lot of fishing. It's a lot of maybe playing.
That's a timeout, guys.
looking for a pick.
600 seconds.
Very respectful of one another. As I
Right.
say that,
Can they kill Trimby? Trimby has flash. Wow. First damage. That's why I didn't like the pairing of Karma Kiana. It makes the game very difficult to play. Like, I don't know how you build information. You should ban more people more often. Bro, I have 300 views, bro.
Quickly to follow up with the ultimate of his own results in another kill onto Trimby. 0-3 the scoreline now for the VKS.
Yeah, and it's insult to injury. You lose both your summoners there. It's just so easy to pick champions without a dash when you're playing with, you know, Trundle and Jax and Nico and all these champs. Trundle just throws down the pillar, you're slowed. It's so easy to hit the root.
Just Karma Kiana's, I don't know, bro. You need to be like, this is some Genji type shit draft right here, bro.
Having to be careful in these next couple minutes. Has died a couple times already and has got to be clean to not giving over too much free gold to BLG.
I mean, yeah, the largest individual gold difference in the game is currently in the support role, with On grabbing those first couple of kills from the botched redive in the bottom lane, with Trimby being dead 3 separate times now.
Lovely content, hairline and biceps. Yeah, my biceps look mean on the camera.
As both sides want to try
We got Drake in one.
Not going to get caught by the pillar there. As
Drake in one.
BLG looking to push slightly.
I think Billy should draw. I don't know. I hope Billy draw like Genji.
As to where BLG might be and what they might be doing.
Yeah, and I'm liking
only on camera, yeah, only on camera, bro. I feel soft as fuck right now, bro. I didn't go gym in like 2 months.
They've maintained their vision in that area. And I'm kind of wondering how VKS even
BLG versus TS
to try to approach some of these dragons, because how do you walk in if you don't have?
Oh yeah, shit. I was thinking about them going quarters. Billy versus T1. Let's have that one, bro. I think CFO flag was also nice.
You know, he is up a decent amount of gold. Did get a plate. That is nice, but Bin in shadow here.
All right. Is Boyle gonna turn this and kill Bin, by the way? I can't see ultimate. Yeah, nah.
But now with a redemption coming in, VKS, they turn it around as Desamas shows up. Shadow is forced to flash away as the supreme display of talent would have slammed him back into the wall and potentially set up a second kill. Nicely played by Boal to survive long enough for Desamas to show up and set up the kill.
Yeah, that was really good for Boal, and he's able to extend that advantage not through a play of his own, but through that outplay, the response to the game that does come in. He's able to kite it down towards the redemption here that comes in from Trimby. And Desamas arrives, gets a kill, and they get the flash off of Shadow.
Honestly, the majority of the community doesn't watch LPL the whole year. Maybe they're just... Maybe it's better that way, bro.
For BLG needs to be to play through their bot side.
Only bullets I'm missing is on top esports and Billy, bro. Everything else, I hit everything. I hit everything.
Things just haven't been going their way. Right now, though, they do have position. They know that Desamas has just used the ultimate. They know that, as well, Boal doesn't really have much left to continue the fight, so they turn their attention on. And again, they brought their bot lane up, and this is a nice sign from the side of BLG as they now want to try and get Elk and On invested in a dive.
Yep, they're summoning up the Herald here immediately. Boal trying to get away. The Pop Blossom catches it. Mega Inferno bomb from down.
At least they're relentless. Ooh, ooh, boom, boom. Kaiser's ult. Oh, you get the shield. Dizamis has no ult. Wasted it on Trundle.
To secure the first turret, put major damage into the tier 2, an extra kill on a Boal here for BLG, and this
okay, VKS
leads to a 1,500 gold lead.
Yeah, that is big for BLG, especially because Desamas, he was over by the dragon. He could have just done.
The tricky thing is, bro, VKS still very hard comp to execute. I don't know how they create initiative in a game like this.
To try to defend this play. And that is kind of what we're talking about when we're talking about some of these deficiencies as far as macro play. You can try to trade, you can try to get things elsewhere. It doesn't always have to be trying to look for that fight. They will eventually.
What do you think of Shadow?
Down here
I think it's really average.
Dragon, but just kind of spending a lot of time there, Desamas, to not really get involved in anything.
It's just that it's not an easy hazard game to carry with. Like, not because of the enemy comp, but of his comp, you know?
And interestingly enough, we now have Feet of First Turret going over to BLG. Feet of Warfare going over to BLG.
I kind of want CFO versus Fly could be really fun, I think. CFO versus Fly.
Will also determine the boots as Miru has to use the shifting sands to get away from BLG, who are overloading this top side. Mega Inferno Bomb. Only the edge clips Miru, so he's
MKoi versus Top Esports, CFO versus Fly, T1 versus Billy. I think that's a draw, bro.
T1 is working very well with Shadow to just keep
I think that's a draw. I think that would be the dream draw.
At this Nico, landing so many skill shots, putting a lot of threat down, and VKS is quickly losing control of the game. They were finding some nice skirmishes, they were finding some cool opportunities, but now that the map is opening up a lot more...
Bilibili vs T1 is boring if Bilibili plays like this. No, Bilibili on a best day is the only one that can fight. And if they're not on their best day, might as well let T1 execute them, you know?
Map focus of it, and you can turn it fight, objective. But when BLG just kind of get to play the macro game...
Rookie was a mixed bag this year. He was really, really good in regular seasons. His playoffs in summer was very weak.
BLG is in an extremely comfortable spot.
Yeah, they're in a great spot, absolutely. And VKS, even if they want to try to force fights, they just don't have a lot of great tools to start them, and that is going to make it so difficult for them.
No, it's like trial by fire for Bilibili. Like, the only way for them to be redeemed in the eyes of everybody and the good Lord is for them to either beat T1 or go home. If Bilibili get an easy... Like, if Bilibili beat top esports to make top 5... I mean, top 8, sorry. Oi, he might die here. On. That's so pointless. They burned Mateus' flash, though. Mateus is awake.
Honestly, I don't even think it's a bad trade for the side of BLG because there's nothing for VKS to get off of that. You do give over a couple hundred.
BLG are better than BO5 though, but I don't even think we can work with that copium.
He's gonna be very vulnerable.
Okay, Bin going
Alright.
the ulti here on the Jax. Killer instinct from Elk brings him
What a commitment. Bilibili really want to kill this guy.
from Boal, just trying to get away and buy a little bit more time, but Counter-Strike
Bin took the kill. Bro, like Elk fucking came here. Look at that tilt W.
BLG finding advantages where they can. They got that flash in the mid lane, they get a kill on the bot side of the map, and they take away the gold advantage that Boal had built for himself. BLG very quickly now in the mid game, taking firm control as that gold lead only continues to grow.
Yeah, and I just really want to see, can they punish Morteos before his flash is back up, right? You know, that is kind of what determines, you know, was that play from On worthwhile? Was it a bad play? Is, you know, can they actually punish, get a kill here? Because they're going to have...
Bin is slowly looking like Daryl from The Walking Dead, no? Look at him.
Ulti available for Knight.
Daryl from The Walking Dead.
With no flash, you get in on top of him, you land any CC, the Ziggs ult's going to land on your head, you are just going to be toast. You're so reliant on that flash to stay safe.
You see it? Thanks.
Individual gold leads everywhere except top lane now for BLG, and the largest one is now mid lane, or at least tied with support here for Knight on the Ziggs. 2 fully completed items with the Horizon focus now done alongside that Luden's companion. The
Alright. Oi, Miru.
As Miru forced to flash because of a mistake there in positioning the soldiers.
No flash.
Yeah, exactly. He tried to do the WEQ, but he E'd too
The
early before
WEQ,
the Q
guys.
actually went all the way out. So he did not extend the range of his dash, and as a result, he doesn't get past where that
2 items on Knight.
And does
Elk is close to Ginza, I believe. Imagine if we got the kill.
Year, but of course,
Ooh, Miru getting cancelled like this is very bad for the game, guys.
especially for a team that is so lacking in engage, and now it's just going to be no flash on either.
Cheeky water onto the beanie here though, dodges the pink. Wow, damn. Holy Steph Curry. Knight gets the tower as well. Really hard to find entry. They have no tank to create space. On marks Dissemies. That's the kill. Boal goes deep with the public execution. Shadow flashes, Bin Qs, Miru. Imagine if Miru had flash. WEQ. I think they should buff the range of WEQ of Azir. Just make it like endless, bro. Like a fucking high-powered Japanese super train.
And they just take everything. Arakan gone, kill secured.
Bilibili are getting away with it, bro.
VKS is crumbling under the pressure of BLG.
Miru doing his best impression of Zeka Azir or what? Are you insulting Zeka Azir, bro? He's smurfed the other series he played.
In the advantage here, and it's only 21 minutes in, plus they'll grab the dragon.
It could be that you're not insulting him, though.
Just getting everything.
At least for VKS, the pedal difference isn't massive because they were pulling most of those.
That's true. Good point from Mr. Captain Flowers. Of course, he is aware of the plans.
In that count, but you're right on the money, Isaac. A 4,000 gold lead. They're up in the Dragons. They've got the feats as well. They're getting to the point where they can buy the extra empowered shoes.
Azir is a broken champ. How is this champ no permanent? I honestly don't think it's as broken as people are trying to make it out to be. I'm on the side. Maybe I'm coping for my pick'em. I think Oriana's more OP, but I might be coping for my pick'em.
Moments, you know, for Miru. Obviously, a little bit of nerves there. This guy, I've watched a lot of him. He has been incredible, you know, in the LTA South, in the CB LOL. By far the best player this year. So to see that little mechanical mistake, forcing him to use his flash to retreat, then meaning he doesn't have that flash.
Ori only OP with Mundo.
You never know what it could have looked like if he had it up.
Ooh, Miru tries to go in, find a shuffle onto On. Does not connect. On's response, Pop Blossom.
Bro, what are these cosmetic ults that On has done?
Neither one finding any success up here. Just gonna trade
this was a Steven Seagal movie, bro. Like everyone was just a stuntman.
VKS tries to find something else.
You can see that VKS is just really fishing for anything. If they can find any pick, any punish onto BLG, at least they'll
That's just full prior bot here. This Amaze might get pillared.
Opportunity will be found. The pillar comes down.
Oh, nice pillar there from Shadow.
Oh, Mortius at QCD. That's so sad. That's what I don't like about Varos lethality is that the lethality items just don't have any abilities. And I think it's good for the game that it's the case, but I don't know.
Throughout the rift in the first 20 minutes of this game, so he's not fed enough to get the burst in a situation.
What a bite from Shadow.
Yeah, and just not really coordinated there with Morteos. He did hit the ulti, but he didn't have his Q or his E up to actually pop the blight stacks, unfortunately. You know, on this
Ryze is not performing well at this tournament, but I feel like people are drafting Ryze wrong, you know. I think you should pick Ryze if your jungler is Tarzan or Kanavi. And you should just
kind of depending on BLG.
You have to have a jungler that just clears really damn fast and can leverage the fact that you have a mid laner that can participate in anything that you do. But if you don't ult or leverage the fact that you can push and move, then obviously Ryze is not his strength. It's not team fighting, right?
We haven't been mentioning him a lot in this game, but you can see his impact has definitely been felt. The way he's been using his ultimate to assist in any of the side lane plays that have been happening, the fact that he was able to make Miru's life so difficult in a side lane, and then in these team fights he just dishes out so much damage. He is just one of the many threats that BLG have brought to the table here in this first game. Of course, still a best of 3. There'll be opportunities in the event that VKS falls short to potentially bounce back in game 2, but right now this is BLG's game to lose as they set up around the Baron, spawning in about 10 seconds time.
Exactly, that's the name of the game. There's no
The theory is human would enjoy Ryze.
So there's nothing to distract them elsewhere. The Baron pit is where the next action is going down. Shadow steals away
Good pillar.
Desamus
is just eating Ziggs bombs. I just want to see, like, if they can get another cancel in here, Shadow would just start Nash, no? Billy up, kicking it up a notch. I like this positioning from Billy. Look at this 1, 2, 3 spot they do here. They're hitting Nash with 2, and Knight can just chunk the shit out of them on the entry. He didn't Q on this route. I think it's really bad form from Knight. Oi! Oi! Ooh, the smite. Trimbini Houdini. Elk is very Chinese. Very Chinese. Miru.
Will not be found. It's a double kill for the Kaisa.
I think the death time is... Are they ending?
For everybody on VKS.
They might just end.
And BLG get Baron plus a 5 for 1.
Yeah, BLG ace them, and they are pushing top lane immediately. Let's see how much damage they can.
Yeah, I don't know how VKS put up a fight. It was just kind of Billy drooling on their keyboard, no? Like the stop dive.
Sure. We have been pushing mid lane. Knight is already going to crack this tower. And we'll just be the inhibitor tower, not the inhibitor.
Knight's damage on turrets with this Ziggs is just disgusting. Every auto attack is taking a 6.
I'm so happy that Captain Flowers is casting his worlds. I have so much sympathy for the situation, bro. Being allergic to soy, bro. Like, how do you find food in China if you're allergic to soy, man? I'm sorry, guys.
Once he's separated from his team,
that shit's just crazy.
Chaos in the river. We jump back to live.
Oh, I think it might be a repeat of that performance here for Desamus as Shadow just beats him upside the head with the bat. It's another death for the
Desamus.
0-3-2 now for Desamus as BLG are taking everything from the enemy jungle, starving them of any possible resource they might be able to have. They've still got their Red Bull Baron power play for another 90 seconds. And
Yeah, it's going crack. This is going crook.
6,600 gold on
Well, so like guys, soy is in everything. Soy is in literally everything.
Protect the tier 3 here in the bottom lane. Bin split pushing in mid lane. Top lane inhibitor.
Like you'd be surprised. Everything has soy.
First to fall. The 4-man squad
Everything.
BLG continues pushing bottom as Trimby's got to be careful. Shadow and a little bit of poke behind him takes Trimby down below half HP immediately. Another bouncing bomb. Trimby has to head back into the fountain as BLG's siege continues.
Yeah, Knight even throws in an ult there, tries to take out Trimby. Trimby was able to sidestep it, but
Oi, Maru.
has a death cap and Miru's just
Holy.
getting chunked out.
Good performance on Knight on the Ziggy. I think he could have comboed better though when Karma face checked at one time. Yeah, I'm sorry guys. VKS comp I think was just way too hard to execute. Way too difficult to execute. Let's see now if how it really can just end this game in 1 minute.
Looks like BLG are putting a lot of pings up there towards that area. It's going to be Elk actually.
Nice, Emil is just spreading lies in the chat.
Start putting the damage into it. Trimby, Boal,
That's bad rage bait. Do you think Lost was not with VKS?
Position to maybe stop this, but with Knight and Bin right there beside Elk, it's far easier said than done. BLG
Bad rage bait.
Inhibitor 3, they will find it very easily. And now VKS stuck inside their base, double super minions in every lane.
They have Nash. This is basing.
It feels like
I'm in shambles, guys. I'm in absolute shambles. I'm in shambles.
And then look likely to end out this game. I really don't think they need the dragon. They might just go and get it anyway. But yeah, I think VKS need to use this time
I'm in
to already be
shambles.
thinking about what they can do in game 2. I really think they need to pick up the pace a little bit
I think
more.
VKS would beat Lost of Tunnels.
Long-range composition where they need to have good setup around objective, really nice poke, good control during the laning phase. I think just doesn't fit into their style and what they found so much success with.
I completely agree, and I mean also going.
What does Genji do against Baal's proxy?
Both your soul laners get counterpicked by the blue side team. To me,
Is
is
it
just
collect them, bro?
that is kind of asking for it, right? Like, you know, when you are the heavy underdogs, you need to be able to
Holy
be
Keen
aggressive.
versus
You
Baals.
need to be able to get advantageous matchup, push the pace. Trimby's in trouble.
Yeah, Trimby with a killer instinct from Elk, threatening his life. Does stay alive for now, but the Mega Inferno Bomb will remedy that.
Oh, Miru's getting
fast.
spaced.
Miru tries to finish the job.
WEQ.
The only thing finished is his time on Summoner's Rift. 50-second death timer here for the mid laner from VKS.
Sometime I look in your eyes.
Is looking like the end of this game. Shadow throws out the pillar. Chains of Corruption. Pop Blossom on 3. Ben gets the kill. Morteos is already down. Desamas trying to fight back, but he can't even kill on. Boal stuck on the steps of the fountain, watching the last remnants of his base get destroyed. BLG bulldoze game 1.
What a bad
The
start.
result is what we expected. The start was not, absolutely. As Boal was put in a pretty good position early, but BLG crushing it.
Yeah, I think VKS would beat KCB too, yeah.
It might have been shaky, but they got it across the finish line. Analysts, what do we think?
I think it's not for not for the lack of trying. Honestly, on the side of VKS, but you can clearly see why BLG was.
You do this
the
versus
worst
any team, you
finalist
just lose
last
now.
year because
Like
a
any
bit of
decent team, do you not just
funsies
lose the
here
game
and
instantly?
there in the early game with some bit of oopsies and dives that don't work, but in the end.
Oh, I had
You're being way more
I had under
forgiving than
29
I
half
would.
kills.
Being nice.
If
Wait,
I'm
what did it end up being?
If I'm a BLG fan, I am incredibly concerned.
Well,
The top lane dive was
but then also
unforced,
this, I thought they get the
Why
Nash
are we
at
diving on
25.
to the best seller?
But still, I don't know, this dive, I don't know what they're thinking.
Here in the way that the
Yeah,
map
it's
is laid
that
out, in
for-
particular, the vision is set up, the tempo is played. Why BLG
You think it is?
such an extreme favorite in this series?
I would not want to see
We're
this.
also seeing
Yeah.
why they're
I don't
here
want to see it too.
in
I don't want
1
to
and
think about it,
2,
bro.
Yeah.
Despite
It does
the
look
teams
like
that they
it
have
could be
drawn,
mold.
because all the issues are still there.
Sleep with your head over
with
here,
the
bro.
one caveat that if Ignite, no notes, great
with your
6
head on
game,
the other
one
side.
counter pick, good on you.
All right, let's get straight into what made the difference here. And thanks to
But
the
I-
reliable Cisco network,
it's like-
Knight makes
I-
just
I-
enough
I kinda like
distance,
wish that
space,
someone
and
just jizzed on the
pushes
walls or some
Mirror
shit, bro,
away
like-
and secures
I
the
don't-
fight. And
No,
this is
like,
where you can
I
see
over black
how
mold.
Oh,
strong
over
they
this.
are
Bro,
and
do you
what
see
they
how
do
hard
as
they
a
were
team and
playing
how it
Mirror for
doesn't
this?
matter for
Like when he
VKS.
got his,
Yeah, I don't know about being
his
strong
E
executive
canceled
team,
by
but this
Knight.
was a really nice play from Knight.
Oh, in
and
the W, you
Shadow,
mean?
right?
Yeah, yeah.
They get the
No, he got his
flash.
E canceled by
Then
Knight.
Yeah.
this
But they flamed him for that?
delays
Yeah, they
his
flamed the
back
fuck out of
enough
Mirror the
because
entire time.
not
Why?
Ooh,
time
mechanical misplay.
for
They
this
went on for like
Auto
5
conflict.
minutes
You can see
flaming
him
him.
kind of
Really?
When it was
TPing
just
in.
like
the backside, and it makes such a huge
It's-
difference.
but that
this
like
year.
happens.
It's such a
That can happen. That's like
damage point,
normal, I
and then
think.
here,
No,
yeah,
but they were like, they thought, I
and
think they
Elk
thought,
kind of
they
end
thought,
up
They thought he
running
inted?
over
yeah, they
this
thought,
team
they
fight.
thought, they were
But
blaming him the
it
entire
really
time. They're
started
just
with
like,
that
I was flaming
flash
Knight for his combo on
with
Trimby
delay
when he
in the
face
back.
checked
Yeah.
into Nico.
Yeah,
Like, what the fuck was he doing? The
Ziggs in
Trimby is
this
dead.
game was kind of their saving
They
grace.
needed that kill.
Because the follow-up play that Miro had,
I don't know,
he has
bro.
flash,
I
and he
had
catches
that
two. Like,
running,
they got
I did a
Otacon,
same
obviously,
game
but it
combo.
was kind of a
BLG.
flip. If Miro has flash and he
minus
swoops
1.5.
they could actually
Plus
lose the,
both games being under 30
fight,
minutes.
right? So
Oh,
like,
damn.
that for me was the
It's like
only
a
player I think.
Wait, under 30
came back
minutes?
really nicely,
Both
right?
games.
But
This
obviously
wasn't under 30 minutes,
deduct
huh?
some
Yeah.
points for that initial.
It was?
dive. That was not it.
29.50 or something.
But Knight for
Really?
me was the stable.
Oh, go back and
pressure
listen to what
that
they're
they
saying. Go
relied
back and
on.
listen to like what Azale's saying
On
during
the
this.
steps of the fountain, watching the
Oh,
last
bro, that
remnants
was
of his
fucking
face
nutcracker.
get destroyed.
Damn.
BLG.
Go back and listen to what Azale says when he gets canceled.
Warning in about 10 seconds time.
It's like before the Otacon. Before the Otacon.
Is now mid lane, or at least tied
Yes,
with support
flash,
here for
like
Knight
here,
on
maybe.
the burst from this champion is so
Oh, he messed it
extreme
up.
as
He
Miru
messed it up.
forced to flash because of a mistake there in positioning the soldiers.
Oh, damn.
So then
Yeah,
he goes
exactly.
off
He tried
here,
to
and
do
then
the
topside,
WQ, but he
when
E'd
Miru
too
is there,
early
he like
before
has
the
no
Q actually
flash, so he
went all the
can't
way
like
out.
shuffle the guy,
So
and
he
then they
did
start
not
bringing it up
extend the
again. They're like,
range
this
of
piece
his
of shit.
dash, and as a
Fuck
result, he
this
doesn't get
guy
past where that pillar
for
is gonna get
missing it. Like
placed.
they're just like they're
And
going
does
off.
lose
And I'm
his
like, bro,
flash,
this
which is
guy's
another big tool, not only defensively for this year, but of course the offensive
Knight
potential
troll
there
picked
is
Ziggs?
large,
Nah, bro, Ziggs
especially
into
for a
Azir
team
is
that
good.
So lacking in engage, and now it's just going to be an immediate Otacon start. No flash on either of your carries. This is great play.
The turrets, and let me tell you, he did great in that department as well. It really is such an interesting game. It's
What?
I got 2 of these, right? I got 2 of these, right?
Yeah. Sometime I look in your eyes. Guys, is it black mold? Like, look at my wall. Do you guys see that? Look. Is that black mold? Yep, 100%. Yeah? Nah, you guys are just fucking trolling, by the way. Shut the fuck up. Taste test? Call an exterminator. Okay, you guys are so dumb. Guys, it's not my house. I'm in a hotel. Obviously, this is not my fucking house.
Hello everyone, this is Ball from VKS, and this is my first time at Worlds. Since I started my career, I always felt like I would be at Worlds at some point. Coming here and having like such a cool stage and so many fans and such a different environment, it's like completely different. It's so like amazing. It's a dream coming true to be here, and I'm really happy because it's what everybody always wants, right? It's coming here, playing internationally, and showing your game to the whole world. My role model is probably Zeus. I always learned a lot. I always watched him a lot. I hope I can play against him eventually because it would be a really cool experience. Being able to make a good run at Worlds has always been my goal because
This guy seems like a sweet kid.
where I want to be, that's what I want to achieve, so it would be extremely important for me. Well, I guess that's it for today. Thank you very much for watching and hope you guys enjoyed the show.
Thank you, man.
An update is required.
Oh, I love the song, bro.
System updating. System updated. We will dance to get.
What's the name of the song, guys? What's the name of the song, bro? The song is a banger, bro. Kalika, kalika, kalika.
Red Bull gives you.
Have you ever done a karaoke stream? Never. Secret Labs chairs worth it? They're probably nice. Yeah, I've used Secret Lab chairs. I think they're pretty decent. At least in my opinion, like if you're gonna buy like a race car chair, if you're buying a race car chair, I think Secret Lab is probably the best. But I do think like the office chair brands, they're a little bit ahead of the curve in terms of let's say ergonomics. For example, like my fiance has the RE chair, which is pretty good. I'm personally a Herman Miller user. Standing desk and Herman Miller chair literally solved my back issues. Crazy, no? I'ma lock them doors and turn the lights down low. Oh, that sounds like this is that song you were jamming to?
All you children gather round. We will dance and we will whirl. All you children gather round. We will dance together. We will dance to our
Bro, that's so fucking trippy, bro. What the fuck? Alright, I don't want to get fucking copyright struck, but that's a banger, bro. Maligo, maligo, maligo. Do you ever feel like a beluga whale? Alright, let's go, Welts.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Worlds 2025. We are here for yet another elimination
Ladies and
day.
gents.
And game one of this first best of three was messy, to say the least. There were some misplays on both sides, but ultimately after BLG got going,
Messy!
down and ended up with a dominant win.
That was game one, homies, but there was a dive that happened. Maybe I can just show you real quick. Let me show you this dive that happened, okay?
Why are you a caster, Vedius? You could be like a marketing executive.
Look at this. Look at this. This is game one in a nutshell. Look at this. Look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this.
Either way, now Shadow staying active and looking for Boal.
Yeah, Shadow wants to at least get another summoner spell up here. Takes a chomp out of Boal. Immediately taking a lot of turret aggro. Shadow with a late flash. What in the hell is going on? BLG just gift wrapped it. Boal gets a double kill.
And then VKS Nexus exploded in 29 minutes.
On the steps of the fountain watching the last
team. Let's get scrappy.
Well, one thing that we were very critical of last game was
right.
VKS's usage
Let's go,
on
boys.
the red side, allowing both
Orianna Ben, Orianna Ben.
R5 for just a very bland Varus. This time around, since they lost game one, they have elected to be on the blue side, so we'll see how that changes things up here in the draft, as we do have
Rise banned.
Rise banned out by VKS.
Miru Akali.
Sion and the Yunara banned out.
To end on Miru Akali.
All right, well,
alongside Aurora.
Wukong prime real estate right now. I feel like that it's easy champion, has a good R button.
I think Wukong first pick can be countered by the Maokai Bard rotation.
Well. A lot of mid laners can pair nicely alongside it too.
You can press W and then there's two of you.
That you can.
Yeah.
Double the knockups.
Double the spins. Makes a lot of sense. Feels like a pretty straightforward one. And yeah, it fits the bill, right? Like, this is what you would want. Now the question is, what will the answers be? I was going to say Rumble is up and available as a pretty strong top blind. But that does open for Ornn. Like, Ornn, I think, doesn't have a lot of great matchups. I actually think it's pretty solid into Rumble and is another go button. I would honestly be pretty happy to see Boal go something like that Ornn. And you could even do like Ornn to Leah with the Wukong, you know, pair it with an aggressive 2v2 bot, look to play through there. And I think that would set you up pretty well.
Galio also fine.
Yeah.
If they do want to fight, Galio's a known pretty good answer into it. Cassante definitely struggles a little bit more in the early game, but if you're just looking for something relatively safe on the top side of the map, it doesn't have the best win rate at Worlds, Cassante.
It has the worst.
Yeah. Bin has evolved, guys. He's a better Rumble now. He's evolved.
Best, you know, could be room for improvement.
Room for improvement,
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Now, it does provide that relatively safe, tanky top side, and so if VKS need a champion to help them garner space around an objective, he's someone that's just not afraid to just walk at his opposition with confidence and bravado. BLG likely going to respond with their mid lane pick. Oh, but the Poppy, we've been seeing this pop up a lot at this tournament. I feel like it's a champion that people forget about at the start of Worlds, and then the more you play, everyone's like, Poppy, the anti-have-fun champion. Yep. Really good.
But Poppy is guaranteed support in such a game, so it's kind of weird, no?
We're expecting in the support position. I'd be shocked if this Rumble went anywhere else.
Yep.
Rumble support?
World Championship, you never know.
Yep, you never know, but definitely does look like it would be going down towards support. And yeah, Cassante 4-11 so far here at Worlds. And is going to be pretty difficult. You know, was literally kind of as expected.
Bin.
I do like just targeting some
From The
of
Walking Dead.
engaged champs here. Wukong is
Izun is cursed, guys. You joined this team, and
like, you can obviously
it's been downhill ever since. JK.
Whatever, but I do generally like it.
Poppy ADC with rapid fire cannon.
Taking away some of these
Damn, the long range buckler.
Options, especially, you know, for the pairing not only with Wukong, but also
fucking Captain America. Across the screen.
Both the Nautilus and the Braum.
Cool cosplay, cool cosplay.
On the other side. Ari,
cool picture, cool picture.
Famous pick here for Knight. Yeah. So going to be looking to take that away. See what else
Knight, please, whatever you do, don't pick Victor. I don't mind you playing anything. I don't mind you playing anything at all, sincerely. Just don't pick Victor. Any Ari or Panzer makes sense. You could pick Galio. Okay, Koki. Maybe Galio? Galio into this is pretty bad, actually. Never mind. I'm just thinking what to pair together with Rumble.
In the entire league, right? In Brazil, in the LTA South for this year,
Even before this Corki goes mid, guys.
Give him the opportunity to carry. I like this.
Yeah, I mean, he was on Isurus. They won split 1. He goes over to VKS. They win split 3, right? Like, this guy...
This guy has suit pants and a regular top. That really bothers me right there.
Really has been fantastic.
Sivir is good into Poppy support. I like that.
Here. Now, the pairings I'm thinking about, you know, things like Rel, Leona, you know, Rakan, these types of picks.
Karma's out.
What I really want.
Tarek is interesting. This is a guaranteed Poppy. Oh, Trimbini.
They're actually going to go for that.
Trimbini.
It is really good into melee matchups as far as the 2v2 is concerned.
Heimerdinger.
I think he's just kind of having fun with some hovers, so I'm not really going to talk too much more about the Tarek.
But a lot of good options into Poppy Blind. That's why Poppy Blind is so weak, you know. That's a good lock-in. I like Blue Side Draft here, guys. Blue Side Draft is really good. But I don't think they're gonna win. It's like fucking Billy's draft is kind of ugly, in my opinion. Just don't like Poppy support picks like this. Really good answer into Poppy with the Severe Bard. I think it's the best you can lock in.
So I'm very interested in the direction the knight goes. Right now, On is hovering.
This draft Billy is ugly.
Yes, it will be. So we're gonna get
Blue side draft is really good, but I don't think they're ever winning this.
That just works so well with duelist.
I don't think they're ever winning.
Either be the follow-up or she can be the initiator. The chains provide you with so much setup or follow-up that she's a very multi-purpose mid laner that just works so well with aggressive jumpers.
Do coaches need to wear suits? Why do all of them wear suits? All of them don't wear suits, bro. There was literally someone on stage with a Nike jacket.
Unraveled Earth is going to stun you. The reversion dash, going back to the original point, is
This is the LS. They have no damage draft. Ain't no way.
That means that Miru is going to have to be ready. If he sees Knight dashing in, he's got to be ready because he cannot do it slow and reactively because Knight will just blink back to his origin point.
Yeah, exactly. And this is quite a tough matchup for Talia. We've already seen it a couple times at Worlds. Both Shanks and Caps brought out the LeBlanc. There's the 2 LeBlanc games we've had. They were both wins, and they were both against Talia. You know, yes, you do have that answer as the Unraveled Earth, you know, to try to actually stun up Knight when he's jumping in, but LeBlancs will often be pretty clever about it, and they'll kind of like dash on an angle towards the side, a little bit more difficult to actually be able to get that interrupt instead of just going straight on at them. And the poke can be pretty difficult for Talia to deal with, and obviously the setup for the junglers coming in is the real danger here. Gonna be interesting to see how much value Trimby can get as well. You know, I always feel like the Prime Bard games are ones against, you know, 2 carries without dashes, right? You know, that is kind of like the dream world. LeBlanc is very, very hard to ever hit. And Corki, yes, it's a lot easier than LeBlanc, but you still
Alright guys, let's dance. Let's dance.
You have to be relatively close. Like, I love playing Bard. If you're relatively close, the travel time is quite fast, so it's hard to actually Valk out of it. But not the easiest Bard.
Go out with a bang, VKS. Go out with a damn bang.
Alongside that Cassante.
All right, we're on to the Rift for game number 2. And a reminder that drops are active all worlds long. So be sure to log into your accounts at lolesports.com for a chance at earning some digital loot. It doesn't look like anybody in-game is looking to grab some cheesy level 1 loot on this one. I don't see any really creative invades or anything like that here just yet.
Okay, no bullshit in the game, nice.
Positioning on this. Remember, if we're remembering back to game number 1, it was Trimby who got caught a lot with some greedy movements, kind of just not respecting what BLG could do. So particularly on the Bard who wants to roam around a lot, I want to make sure he's not getting caught out in this one if VKS wants to stand a chance. And then again, just seeing Miru be able to try to step up and carry the team.
Yep. You see Trimby gonna face check here. And he's both sides of the...
Did you blaming Saudi for everything is cringe? The only reason Saudi took over is because of the K-popification? Please tell me that's bait.
Are playing this double ranged advantage here.
Nah, you guys are all trolling, by the way. K-popification is the worst part of esports. Like, you guys are completely fucking trolling, by the way. Like, this take about K-popification is so... I don't know, it's such a low take in my opinion. It's like, just because people express their fandom in ways that maybe isn't aligned with how you would do it, doesn't mean it's bad. Bro, these so-called K-pop fans, they're the ones that make the most, they make a lot of content, they spend a lot of money. It's just like, let people enjoy something the way, however way they want it, you know? K-popification is like looking at players like idols and making like these like, let's say, doing these edits and saying they're cute and they are like handsome and I really like this person, this personality and so forth, and like standing players in a way. I think it's just a spectrum of how you express your fandom. And I think that people that are so against this, like, you don't have to do it. Like, as long as it's not harmful, it's fine, you know? It's completely fine. And it's like, it's such a weird thing because usually it's like men that have a problem with it. Bro, men are the worst fans, bro. Men are stalkers, they're hooligans, like, men are the worst fans. Like, what are we talking about, you know?
Bounce back is now coming through for Bin on the top side of the map, but LeBlanc doesn't have that wave clear to compete.
It's like, it's fine if you say it's weird, or it's like you think it's kind of weird. It's like, oh, you're tweeting about this thing your whole damn day and you make your whole life about this, like, parasocial relation. You can say it is weird. It's weird. That's okay. But you don't have to do it, bro. That's my take, you know? You don't have, just because someone expresses fandom for something in a way that you don't like or disagree with, it's like, it is what it is. You're not causing any harm.
Once again, and Amir gonna have to at least walk all the way back to try to take a safe recall here.
So I am against this narrative that K-popification is bad, because I don't even think that people know really what it means, and I think it's like a really bad implication. I think the streamers who use an anime character instead of a cam, to me, is weirder. Yeah, it's like, bro, you're allowed to find it weird. You don't need to watch it. But some people like to watch a VTuber, and some people like to be a different person. It's like, and also, honestly, it's like a VTuber is more understandable now, considering like how weird it is for like women streamers. They get stalked and they go to TwitchCon and get assaulted. Like, it's not really, I think, like, for a woman to be like a VTuber to keep her identity safe, it's chill, you know. I think that's okay.
But gonna give a very slight advantage here to Morteos, at least for now. And the lanes looking pretty.
I just don't think it's any different when people had like posters in the room of Justin Timberlake and Britney Spears. Like, it's just the same thing, you know.
We find ourselves in a very slower chord. Which, to be honest, Flowers does disappoint me. Yeah, had some fun combined kill stats earlier.
Oh no, Morteos.
Might find himself in a,
All right, use barrier. Okay. For you.
Have to spend a whole lot, just the barrier, so no flash.
Yeah, like, I think when you are like doing crimes and you're stalking people and you're like harassing people and you are causing a danger, obviously that's when fandom goes way too far. Justin Timberlake and Britney Spears in 2025, I'm just saying, like pop culture.
Once you have the magic shield, the trades become much more manageable as BLG have started up the first Drake of the game. Trimby, Morteos, and Desamas all around. Even levels here for everybody except +1 level for the AD carry roll on VKS as now Miru's ready to ride the wall straight in.
Shadows flash, a little bit of overcommitment. Oh, tackle into the wall. Dizamis. Nice Q from Bard though. Here's the TP. Bin is here, wants to cook him. Morteos is getting boiled. That's a nice Rumble ultimate. One more auto. That's it. Nini. Shadow's trolling for free. Trimby with the mechanics.
Over the wall to stay alive himself. So VKS get one back, but BLG wins the fight at the cost of Vince.
Obviously, there's some people that are involved with T1 that are like, yeah, bro, like the truck thing, sending like hearses, harassing Gumayushi, like Gumayushi's family at their church. Like, that is completely sick in my opinion. Like DDoSing T1 or whatever, like sending death threats, like that's freaky ass behavior. Like, that crosses the line big time. I'm not saying that crossing of the line doesn't happen, but I don't think that you should put everyone in the same box. Because I do think that there's like a lot of people on Twitter that like doing translation, they have a favorite player, they say whatever, you know, they have their own way of expressing fandom. I think that's cool. I think that's great, you know. I just don't think we should put like everyone in the same box, because I tell you, it's like, I've seen what Ronaldo and Messi fans do. I've seen sports fans.
LeBlanc, I think, is just one of the first champions that comes to mind when you think of, I do not want early kills going to this champion. His ability to burst you will be so
Ronaldo, Messi fans? I love Ronaldo and Messi, you know, as football players, you know. As football players, it was a joy to watch them play. I was very specific with my words there, as football players. but some of their fans.
A worrying concern for VKS.
It really is. You know, you're saying LeBlanc is the champion, you don't want to have the gold. Well, Knight is the player that you don't want to have the early kills. He was really killing it on the Ziggs last game.
3 dark
Now he's
seals.
gonna have the agency to try to take over here once more.
And it's important to remember that
Yeah, but that's normal, Moffel. That's normal. Like, the whole point, I think also sometimes people take things too serious, right? It's like, the only reason you can make a job out of this, it's like, if you compete, it's really, really damn serious. But how you view people engaging in the product, I think also people take that too serious. Keep in mind, it's an entertainment product, and people have limited amount of time to invest into their entertainment product. Like, the best example I always bring up is, okay, let's just take a look at this fight. Shadow's kiting up. Rumble as ultimate. I feel like any fight should be good though for red side, but Talia's probably here with Talia Wall. So my take, right? So for example, the way I watch Formula 1, I watch highlights, and I know very little about Formula 1. I know a little, some small details like heat regulation and how the tires work, and you know, like the small details that don't even aren't comprehensive.
BLG, take one grub.
And
Elk paid here on the court.
and it's like I only watch the highlights, but still I'm sitting there saying, what are you doing, Lando Norris? Come on now, Ferrari. Damn decision making, they're boosted. You know, like it's just you're engaging with entertainment. Everyone had a dad that just screamed at the screen. It's like, I could play football better than you with my pregnancy, you know? Like, they're sitting there drinking beers or whatever. You know?
You just saw him spending so much to kill that cannon minion.
You know what I mean.
But On is here to assist. Going to look to try and clear out some of this vision, or actually completely ignore the vision as he's set his sights on getting some vision of his own.
He knew that they would place another control ward elsewhere and just delete that one, so he didn't really care about it.
Smart man.
Just thinking ahead as he heads back into the mid lane, just keeps picking up these minions. The first Drake of the game still alive.
I didn't watch the sprint race.
So not a lot of importance placed on that one after the first fight.
Elkovic. All right, good move here to go into the gold. Maybe with a very bad timer, but it doesn't matter. They just have to wait Cyclone for the skill. 2 for 2.
Is the one holding the smoking gun, and VKS get everybody away. They take the kill.
Okay, so Trimby doesn't quite
What you're saying should be common knowledge, honestly. Yeah. That's why it's like, I don't. Something that is good rage bait against me is when people lie. Like, for example, the Koi fans annoyed me because they lied about my world's record. They lied about me staying in KC for 2 splits because after I was fired, they also went 2-7 and looked considerably worse than they did in winter, even though I had way more time to prep. And then they completely misconstrued my point, you know? And them flaming me, I don't care about that. I just want the truth to be there, you know?
Watch the little fireflies. Once they go back into the statue's chest, that's when you press the button and boom, you've got them. Guaranteed. Drake now begun once again by BLG. Last time VKS came in and decided they
would you oil yourself up with I will dominate if NA wins Worlds? Sure, man. If NA wins Worlds, I will oil myself up with I will dominate. We'll be in like a pool, and we are going to just slide all over this pool. Just straight baby oil.
BLG slowly but surely taking a little bit more control.
Me and Dom, just covered in baby oil.
VKS's bottom side. These Raptors be a point of contention, but
On stream.
okay, VKS fighting back. They don't want to concede that space. Overall, it's a very close early game, and we want to come back to this scaling element that we talked about earlier. Sivir is such a huge late-game threat. One of the problems for me is that she's a little bit short range, which can be a scary thing to play into, especially against...
Guys, these football awards are so fake, no? For sure, it's Zlatan Ibrahimovic is a top 20 player of all time. What are you talking about?
If the enemy is just grouping up, she just melts through her opposition. And I feel like VKS, even though traditionally we expect them to be a team that's very bloodthirsty,
I like how we just assume I'll dominate is down for it. For sure he's down for it.
by having this pace of game,
I can confirm with him later.
For your AD carry to scale up, and right now with a 300 gold lead, the Sivir is in a very good spot.
I mean,
I will ask him. I will ask him. Right back.
Right, you're never running out of mana as long as you're not poked out. You are just going to be able to sit there and be a brick wall in the mid lane. We can see Boal has that Koenig Rooker now, so he is going to be very difficult to push out in these side lanes by either LeBlanc or the Rumble.
Ooh, nice Tempered Fate there coming out from Trimby. Does want to get the binding into the wall after, but On's continuing to just walk away. Point blank keeper's verdict, and On survives the ambush.
Just barely is he able to get away. VKS, I like the fact that they are trying to be proactive where they can, catch BLG out here and there. It's not really converting into much though, as Knight is given an opportunity to push out this bot wave. He should have his item on base now, which will be a big spike. We talked about it, that first item for both the Xin and the LeBlanc is a scary combo that VKS is going to have to be cautious of.
Yeah, it really is. Samus, though, has his Triforce completed. You can see the Ludens, as expected, coming through there for Knight. But yeah, like I agree. I mean, it's good to see Trimby staying active. Every time that Bard ult is up, you know, trying to look for plays is important. Stay active on the map.
I can name 5 goalkeepers that are before Zlatan. No, bro. Based on role alone, you cannot put goalkeeper above fucking Zlatan, bro.
They're taking vision. They're stealing away camps, and they're just generally being a nuisance.
Yuffie is the character I hate the most in Final Fantasy VII. By far. I think she's only good in Ever Crisis. Not Ever Crisis, but Crisis Core, I mean. Nah, we're not putting junglers above mid laners, guys.
In his siege of the mid lane, as they will take priority over this. But again, it's not like there's any objectives for BLG to turn this priority into immediate setup or start.
Guys, you don't know how good like Zlatan was in Ajax. You don't know how good he was in Milan. You don't know how good he was like even in PSG. Like he did so much with less, bro. Sweden, bro, for the national team, absolute crazy how much you did, bro.
That is some poke, and I mean, you got the flash off of Trimby, you steal away the jungle camp, and they're still not leaving. This is just the same thing as last game. It's the jungle support duo. To me, that was kind of the biggest difference in the last game, how they played together. They're TPing in Miru. They're gonna
what did Sweden actually achieve?
Looks like Samus has to try to get all the way out here. Defensive Cyclone.
What do you mean, bro? They beat fucking giga stacked rosters with no players you could mention.
Nice moves from VKS, fighting them off to secure the feat of warfare.
Themselves 3 kills, but BLG's not done yet.
Holy BLG keeps going. Alright, Miru with the wall. What the hell, Miru? Honestly, Miru, maybe like if Miru. Oh, bro, BLG is so crazy, you know? Like, what the hell are they doing? Jesus, this is working somehow. Jesus Christ, this works. Holy Bin, the triple. Wow. Okay, this was pretty Chinese, bro. This was pretty Chinese. This is pretty Chinese. Nah, guys, I don't care. Zlatan's the best football player of all time. Henki Larsson was alright, yeah. Henki Larsson was alright. I wouldn't say top tier, but he was good.
Shadow gets out to the other side of the wall, and then Knight comes over the wall, puts the pressure here in onto Miru. Elk, Valks in, they all fully commit. And look at how Knight is just dancing back and forth in this fight, putting on so much pressure, even at low health, that when Bin arrives, everyone is just prepped up, and it's dinner time.
The Comet ends up...
Can argue Larsson was better than Zlatan? Nah, guys, what are we saying? You guys are on some smoke, bro. Like, you guys are on some smoke.
A traditional Knight staple, and I mean, there's no reason...
Yeah, this could be... Look at the damage on Samus. Knight just needs one more spell. Sigil of Malice, one more.
Sigil of Malice.
Dominating 6-0-1 on this LeBlanc. 4 more pages added to the book. This is beyond a problem at this point. His individual gold lead is 2.1 thousand gold. He's waiting over the wall. He sees Morteos.
Oi,
to go in.
that's an ugly combo for Knight.
Healthy for now. As
14 stacks Majaja.
The rest of his team. The Rift Herald was already secured off screen by Shadow, and we're talking all this about Knight.
Holy, Knight is giving them some pepper. Oh, the chain. Two chain.
Not quite enough damage to kill either one of the BKS bottom laners, but they have plenty of firepower to take down the tier 1 turret, and that's just another dub here for BLG.
You know, nice use of the ultimate there from Trimby to at the very least save the HP of that tier 2 tower. But you know, often when I see magicians, I expect a plethora of tricks.
I don't know, like we had Isaacson in the goal, who was complete trash. We had Olof Mellberg was okay. Like, who else do we have? We had...
And it's a pretty damn good trick from Knight.
Med Henke Larsson, with Henke Larsson.
He's poking pretty hard.
That he is.
The poke is 100% of your HP.
Yeah.
It's getting
Lustig,
pretty dire out
Young Barry was okay. Young Barry was good.
Knight is still the vast majority of his team's gold lead, however, so if they can kill
Okay,
him,
guys.
it will be huge. Knight.
Knight. This is not how we can get to use our thing here. Take the kill, Trimby. Take the kill. Okay. Medjai down.
And Knight playing too far into the faces of VKS. Gets
Elmander, bro. Like, I'm getting PTSD from all these people you're mentioning, guys. Absolute PTSD, bro.
And Trimby is immediately destroyed. Shadow sidesteps away from the seismic shove.
Toivonen was way later, no?
He no longer has the unraveled earth. Shadow defending himself with the ulti for now. Desama spinning into the back line.
Okay, we're just throwing the whole game. We are just throwing the whole game.
Is grounded, and Miru takes a triple kill to tie up
We're just throwing the whole game.
Enveloped the rift as VKS
We're throwing the whole game.
find a massive comeback play. Triple kill for Miru. A TP back into the river as BLG.
And now Ben is here.
Ben is looking for Morteos, who was pushing for that mid tower. He got it. They're going to TP in to defend him, though. Miru's coming, but so is Knight.
Morteos already uses the spell shield to block the first Electro Harpoon. Second one tags him. Ben finding a decent amount of damage here, but Miru is first to arrive. Knight wants to kill the enemy AD carry. Miru dies. Ben is
Billy home.
Knight looking
I
for
swear.
more, but now he's in danger. He
I swear.
Distortion. Trimby continuing to chase,
That's
but there's no
crazy, brother. That's crazy, brother.
from a 2,500 gold lead for BLG to VKS leading by 1,000.
I mean, it all kind of came off the back of this failed distortion here from
Yeah.
all there, lost that dash, and then as a result, they could actually run it down, and BLG want to try to punish the play.
Guys, well, Miru got a triple kill off of this. Like, this Talia is fed as all hell, and Medjai is no stack.
Very far. Elkin on our not
Like,
yet
the Medjai, we became very sad very fast.
buying a lot of time here. Ball goes in with the Pathmaker, and then Desamis,
And blue side champs are scaling like beasts.
gets the Cyclone down. Elk tries to turn around, but can't make it work.
Yeah. They're so bad, but it's fine, guys.
Honestly,
Well, I mean, yeah.
he's saying the truth. He's speaking truth. Like, can we be mad at that?
When your LeBlanc is 7-1 and 2 and you just W into a wall, those are the kind of mistakes BLG can't afford to be making. VKS
I can't be mad at that, no?
Punish BLG, and they've made this game 2 very interesting. As now Miru, 2 items completed. Those Medjai stacks back down to 10. Knight's looking for an angle. But again, we return back to this net neutral game. And this is where BLG should have the advantage. They need to control the fog of war, but there is Boal doing what he needs to, getting space for his team. He's not afraid to face check anything. And so right now, he's the one garnering that position in the river.
Guys, look at the inventory of Koki. How ugly is that, bro? Koki doesn't even have mana immune.
Is a LeBlanc. You're going to get a lot of value out of that magic shield no matter what. Shadow jumps in, but while with the Pathmaker to guarantee that he doesn't get caught by anything. Knight over the wall looking for a quick trade. Won't find it. As it looks like
Oh, someone wrote like Sweden losing against Netherlands in 2004 in the Euro Cup. Like, bro, the Netherlands has always had giga rosters, bro. Netherlands is an insane football nation. They have goats there, bro. Bro, this is second Drake. This is a very soft Drake. Second Drake at 20 minutes, bro.
Just navigated the dragon fight better.
Yeah, really well handled there by VKS. They're watching both sides. They're marking the potential flank from on. They're tracking where Knight
I swear the Netherlands have been the dark horse to win every tournament they're in, but they never happened. Belgium too. Belgium and Netherlands, I don't know. They're such small nations with insane football players.
For BLG, VKS have no vision in that area. We don't know if they're on it. Okay, they're recalling.
Arjen Robben is one of my favorite players of all time. I like Van Persie too.
That was one of the cleanest sequences we've seen from VKS here at Worlds, and I'm super impressed with how patiently they navigated it. Azel, you broke it down beautifully just because of all of the pieces, how well they tracked everything. And we come back to this scaling conversation specifically around this Sivir.
I don't know, the Labrov Bard game set the bar so low that I don't mind.
Now it feels surmountable, one could say. Given how much stronger Miru is with the 2
Like, I'm like, but the Bard ulted, I'm happy.
And I mean, this
What about England? I want England to lose because that dumbass song the English fans always sing. It's coming home, it's coming home. I just want your team to lose, I don't care. Also, Sweden farms you. L.
Clearly want to try to push on this Otacon. Want to put a lot of pressure on. There's still no vision in the area. And we gotta see Boal down
Yeah, the
here.
players will come home with no trophy.
Besides Boal, and Knight is just gonna try to punish Desamas as he comes in. And they are on it. They do get that information now.
Yeah, 100
Boal
Ts maybe
is
shave my
forced
head.
to TP, but VKS should be able to take back some space.
Yeah, Knight mostly chunks the clone out there from Desamas. Desamas also had a very large purchase when he went back. Sadly, not enough to complete his second full item, so still an advantage there for BLG and for Shadow.
But notice the moment that Boal arrives, just as Azel was saying, space gathered. He is just a man that is not afraid to face check this LeBlanc. He tanks up all the damage.
Wow, that's so tanky.
Okay, they're on the
Nice,
hunt.
VKS comp is so much better, guys.
This now, as
Oh,
Desamas going in for the cyclone.
Elk with the W out. Shadow survives somehow, but bro, this Billy comp has no gas in the tank. Knight kills this miss.
But Desamas is already down. Knight with an assassination.
Bad ult. And Knight has just a 1v9, guys. It's the only way to win. Basically, that's Knight's life.
I like the aggressive move there, though.
That's Knight's life, guys.
Because all they have
It's
to do
a hard
is
knock life for us.
Slow down, you're gonna get chased down. You're gonna get taken out there. So they're able to force the fight here. And we can see it one more time as Sivir just pops the ult just to get Miru in range of Shadow. Tags him with the slow, is able to hit the seismic shove off the back of that.
Once he's knocked back, this looks like a
This game is so ugly, bro. After that ace they gave in topside, how can LeBlanc 1v9 this game?
There, they know.
Looking at the Otacon, Boal is right.
Alright, Boal.
The Otacon dropping decently.
Alright, Boal.
It's already down to about 1/3 HP.
Here comes Boal.
The rest of VKS isn't here yet. The Otacon's down to 4K. Does Trimby have the ultimate to try to stall this out? The Otacon's already going to be taken.
Bro, the smite was so bad. That's crazy, bro. On has no W? Like, what is he doing? Oh my god, Billy is so boosted. It's unbelievable.
Trying to buy a little bit of time. He has to know that he's dead here, so he's just going to create some room.
Look at Knight, though. They're low. Morteos
over the wall. Morteos
Woo.
just barely
Scorch.
staying alive there as Knight jumps over the wall and nearly assassinates him. So it's Otacon traded for Shadow thus far, but Knight is still looking.
Knight is lurking.
Still hunting. Desamas is
He's
gonna
lurking.
look for him, make sure that Morteos
He's
can get everything,
lurking.
and he will be able to do so. But at the end of the day, you did get that one kill, but you got the flash off the Sivir, you got the Otacon, and Knight is
Billy,
able
the
to
majority
push
of the year
Desamas
has been
on
Knight
his own jungle,
V9,
forcing
yeah.
that defensive cyclone.
The majority of the year.
VKS hold on to the gold lead, but with the pedals, you have to imagine that things are relatively similar.
Yeah.
This LeBlanc is still very scary.
Fuck Horizon Focus. If it was any other item, he would have killed. Why do people have an issue with fucking Horizon Focus? Who's spreading this propaganda, bro? Who's spreading the propaganda about Horizon Focus? Who is the culprit?
Because VKS has more waves.
This item is good.
Talia can just melt through these waves very quickly, so you would think that they could get Prio faster to move into these, the river and the jungle, but every time you move into these spaces, LeBlanc might be there. So it's not an easy thing.
Is that normal?
What they have to do is group, and they kind of have to overgroup because they're very reliant.
125 AP, 25 ability ace.
Exactly. So all BLG really has to do is push out a way.
This item is
force
OP.
Boal to answer. Then the four-man squad on the other side can really take over that space. Because as you say, you've got to check each and every brush. If you miss where Knight is, that could just be it.
Okay, let's take stock of where we are, because the next dragon is about to spawn in 10 seconds. Baron is
You wanted him to buy Shadow Flame? Or what? For this particular scenario, against enemy tanky team. Like, this ability is broken. Bro, the passive doesn't matter so much. The passive I don't care about. That's just a plus, you know. It was the same when, like, I got shit. Look, I said that you should buy Axiom Arc, even on Jace. We're like, yeah, but you have no ult. It's like, yeah, but this is an item that gives you ability haste, 18 lethality, and a shit ton of 80. Like, you don't need to have the fucking passive, you know?
Push out some sideways. Morteus has no flash, and I think you've got to be so careful about that, because even if you get that fight, there's a flash on Bin, there's a flash on Knight.
In this place, given MAR as MR Criplum and into Deska was warranted, it wasn't warranted. It wasn't. Knight was insanely ahead of the curve. If he's gonna plan for his team running it down completely, maybe on Billy, maybe that's something you should, but it's a really good stat stick. And it allows you to drive by Void, which is perfectly fine as well, because you get ability haste from elsewhere. And another detail of Horizon Focus is nobody seems to be mentioning ever when they talk about items for some reason, because discourse around items is just so dumb, is that nobody's talking about build path. You base on double Fiendish Codex. You know how big of a spike that is? Fiendish Codex buy after Fiendish Codex buy is crazy, by the way.
For a potential TP, and that could give Knight the angle that he's looking for to take out Mateos.
And we were talking about this at the top of the day. Historically, this has always been one of the biggest criticisms of Brazilian League of Legends regionally.
It's the same with Roa, yeah.
They rise to the occasion to meet you on the micro level. Even if they can out-team fight you, it's the macro where they often struggle to keep up with their opponents, to make sure that they're not being out-rotated on the map.
I think Cripplum is a solid item, guys. Cripplum is a solid item.
They don't give the game away to BLG.
I don't have a gripe with Cripplum buys.
We are at the,
but I don't know why people would hate on Horizon Focus.
Three fully completed items, the Infinity Edge there. If he gets to Free Fire, if he's not immediately
I think you land on these items, you're really fucking happy with it. Ability Ace is really OP on the LeBlanc. Really OP on LeBlanc. It changes, it warps the whole champions. What are you drinking? I'm drinking the Marlin Zero. It's like a peach drink. It's really good. 0 calories.
Next couple minutes. No Dragon for 3 minutes, so it's about that Baron control. And Knight is looking to put some pressure.
Give vision? Nah, the vision part I don't care about.
On the other side, but Equalizer answers that so easily. So Knight is just going to be able to get a free tower.
Now Morteo's in a lot of danger. He's exhausted, but the rest of the team shows up to immediately back him up. The redemption to heal him. The exhaust does not do enough.
Send this team home.
VKS are looking to grab a little bit more.
Send this team home. They are so outscaled, guys, in this game. It's crazy, by the way.
They're starting up the Baron right now, but they don't want to anymore. They'll back away with just the pick on the enemy support.
I feel like VKS needs to play with a little
VKS Koi in 2-2 would go so hard. Nah, tournament would be ruined. Straight up, tournament would be ruined. Some team in quarterfinals would have the freest semis of their lives. Just straight up like Albus knocks Luna to the dome.
They end up losing a pick, and I feel like
this is from the top of the dome.
Force the TP out from Bin, use the Baron to just put a little bit of pressure, but I felt like they were too scared because Baron, LeBlanc, it's a scary combo for sure.
How did Billy go from winning LPL to losing games in VKS, bro? I think this team. This is my read on this team, and obviously I don't know what's going on but I think this team is filled with some of the biggest fucking egos on earth. They are so fucking uncoachable. And every time they ran into problems, which fucking pertain fucking everybody, they just replaced their jungler.
BLG continuing to try to posture themselves aggressively, looking for a chance to maybe punish VKS if they're out of position. Desamas fortunately sidesteps the chain there, avoids what could have been a lot nastier burst. But VKS taking the worst of the trades so far.
Kick Tabe, no win. They won 2 splits. 3 splits even without Tabe, so. And they went to World Finals and MSI Finals without Tabe. But they had Shun though.
Yeah, Trimby forced to flash there on the Bard, so losing that summoner spell could be another opportunity for Knight. And
apparently Shun is the Bin Whisperer, guys. He's the only one that can keep Bin happy.
Takes control over the enemy jungle. Look at all the wards they're placing down in this blue quadrant as they look to steal away the blue buff from VKS, and they'll do just that.
I mean, BLG
all right, Knight.
Exactly what you should be doing. Chipping away, forcing VKS back, taking...
I don't know why Verius said Billy are doing exactly what they're doing. Bro, Knight is doing everything.
Like, threatening the Baron. Kind of, again, it's that trade of pressure. It's Knight. Goes for a bit of chip damage, but right now it feels like BLG's just not under any pressure. They're just running the Rift.
Yeah, they absolutely are. I mean,
bro, Talia is pushing bot. They're not running any Rift. Like, and Talia is just free pushing bot.
Honestly, I would have preferred to see him just go lifesteal, just go Bloodthirster. You're not getting 100 to 0. It's about the chip. You need to be able to heal back up to be able to stay active in these fights. BLG 2-minning the Baron right now, but Voal taking space. Knight looking over
the tackle. On just eating shit. Turn. Knight is not even allowed to poke. His team is just falling apart. That's the Rumble. Rumble has flash. Voal is in isolation. Golden Shower. What a split right from VKS. Trimbini. Oh no, VKS. This fight is so ugly. Brazil tragedy. Brazil tragedy.
Find a 2-for-1 so far. Knight jumps over the wall. Miru fighting back. He throws
okay.
Rock. Miru is low.
Whoa.
Go in. It's double golden statues.
Oh, the timing is bad from Knight, but he had the Q at least. Oh my lord. The chain? Wow, I don't know. Knight is so much better than everybody in this game. It's crazy. That's been his Knight is just so much better than everybody in this lobby. It's crazy.
32 minutes, but BLG are going to get the Baron off the back of this. That is the real problem. They'll TP back out here. VKS fighting pretty well, but they get so split. Exactly.
That's the LPL GOAT right there, bro.
But while it's isolated,
Bin's flash is pretty cool though.
a good
It's good.
ultimate from Trimby is buying time, but you've got two people running all the way to the left, chasing down
That's
to
Nasher.
support. The target focus needed to be there for VKS because the mobility from BLG allowed them to win out.
Knight is just doing unranked to challenger climb. Knight is playing placements here in Swiss.
Elk and Knight are there to follow. They clean up VKS and they will convert this into a Baron for BLG.
Yeah, and the Baron is the real problem. We'll see how well.
You know what they should do, guys? You know what Top Esports should do?
So it shouldn't just be a
They should
but at the very least it should be BLG.
they should hire Knight.
Dragon moving to Soul Point here and just look at Knight's performance.
They should hire Knight.
6.4k just about.
And then they should hire Ruler.
Higher than anybody on the other side. It was actually
And then they should try to check if missing is still.
fight on that Cassante, diving in that 1v3 scenario where he survived for so long. But this is about a 3,000 gold swing. You can see the Red Bull Baron power play is only at about the base value because so much of it came from the team fight right before then. Now the next Drake is already alive, and VKS are trying to position to take control.
Hex Drinker, I think, is a bit fake.
Strong position for so long, but it's Elk now with the IE.
BT is better, but it's expensive, I guess.
So nicely done to be able to just steal this dragon away. I thought that was going to be BLG's for sure. With
I disagree here with Azael here because, guys, this Drake is completely useless. Like, who the hell is getting soul, bro? They got the mid-wave prior. Buff the wave, though. Buff the wave, though. Billy, please.
Honestly, Azael, this is a messy series. It is. Objectives are being conceded where arguably they shouldn't be. Elk right now with no Baron buff. That wave is going to quickly get cleared out, and like have they even really put much pressure on these tier 2 towers?
Small F.
It just feels too strong
Okay.
on the side of VKS, and it feels like, gentlemen, that we're going once again.
Thanks, guys.
I mean, we'll have to see if it does end up being an issue, but I just
Minuscule
really
F, thank you,
think
guys.
past Morteo's going for this Hex Shrinker instead of just going BT. I really think,
I think it makes sense.
that it's all about sustain. It's not going to be a 100-0 play, I don't think. I could be wrong, and then, hey, maybe this is really going to pay off, but it feels like it's going to be about getting whittled down, especially with the spell shield. It's hard to get 100-0 by LeBlanc unless no one is around you.
Ooh, on throws the control ward into the brush before he ends up face checking that one. VKS setting a potential trap there, but yeah, the Baron only not even 45 seconds left on it. The power play only at that baseline of plus 1500. VKS have done a good job of preventing BLG from getting a big win off of this.
Ulti will come down.
Death cap. Think Knights. Oi.
Nice shove there onto Shadow. They chunked the Xinjiao down to 50%.
Knights on vision.
So VKS decently happy with that one.
That's a very bad ult. Bro, these upgraded shoes are so frustrating for Knight. Very frustrating.
He didn't actually throw that one out. VKS have reclaimed some control throughout the mid lane. Of course, no
It's so hard for Knight to marinate, bro. He's trying to marinate, but there is no marination in the nation.
In a winnable position. An expectation that I think no one really had coming into this series. They've been able to punish BLG effectively, and you can really start to feel the pressure and stress that BLG is under right now.
Blue side's comp is better, guys. But Koki got so fed randomly.
Full build. It's not getting better than that. He's at 900 AP, but if this game goes another 10-15 minutes, everyone is going to catch up to where you are. Yeah, he can sell the big
Alright, Knight, you need to start hitting these fucking chains, brother.
No better item. Bawal has got to be a little bit respectful. Corki does damage now.
Well.
Yeah, Bawal, he is
Wait,
going to get rooted
Elk
up
doesn't have
finally.
LDR.
He will continue making some distance.
I just
It's not
realized,
like he's
guys.
only magic
He has a
in this
fucking
fight. Of course,
collector.
he does have Mercury treads. Kanik Rukern was the first
They're
item,
just stealing
but
tier
you've
2s
got
like
the
this.
Jack Show, right? You've got the Unending Despair. You do
Crazy.
have some armor on this character. You can see he's working on more armor.
Crown Talia skin.
Next, so he will
Based.
not just be paper in front of the Corki, but Elk is the largest individual gold lead in this game now on that Corki, who is, you know, one item away from full build himself.
Yeah, and Miru is very far up.
Momochus.
He's gonna get picked.
Yeah, Miru slammed into the wall.
Miru.
He tries to go for a little bit of Grom
Miru.
gaming. He flashes even,
Oh.
trying to get away.
Oh, it's a Brazil tragedy, bro. We're doing Grump.
The only good part there is the fact that
We're
there
doing
are no
Grump.
objectives on the map for BLG to take, but spending the flash too when you get caught, that's a big punish.
It's like I would mind the death less if he just didn't burn his fucking flash like this, you know.
Had no vision around whatsoever, and it's an easy pick.
What's the point?
Bin and on, they do take him down, and now BLG.
That's a bad ending for Meru, guys. It's a value tanker. I like Meru, usually when I'm watching this team, it's Meru and Moteos that are doing like really well, but I don't know, bros. Meru has had a rough one.
Knight jumping in over the wall, tries to find some quick damage. Yeah, the backdoor protection pops up, but it doesn't matter. It's already so low. Miru's mistake costs greatly.
That's so expensive,
for
bro.
VKS, as BLG take the opportunity here with a 5v4 to force down the mid lane inhibitor turret. The inhibitor
The crazy thing is he had the right idea, you know, like there's Hourglass, he's chilling this.
Trying to bind him into the wall, but he doesn't have the distance. Now the equalizer here for the counter attack. Knight looking for the back line. Keeper's verdict. Ejects the
Oh
wall.
damn, Shadow. That's been Chinese. On falls. Elk with the flash R was kinda ugly.
Knight kills him off. BLG still looking for even more. Morteos barely hanging on, and that might be the difference between absolute tragedy or not for VKS.
BLG capitalize so effectively, and they
Have you gone into practice too and checked damage on Shadow Flame? Was bro, Shadow Flame. Like if you do one combo, yeah, but bro, you know, like how do you measure ability haste in a damn practice tool? Like obviously Shadow Flame that is just AP and flat pen. Obviously you get a lot more damage on a target that is low HP, but ability haste is insanely important on LeBlanc, guys. I didn't think like most LeBlanc players before CDR shoes got banned. I mean nerfed, that everyone was playing CDR shoes. Huge. Knight is just he's a prowler, bro. He's a battle. He's just a prowler's glow. Doesn't Knight want Banshees? Nah, I need CDR.
This game, a 39-minute back-and-forth bloodbath is determined by a single pick as BLG find themselves their second Baron of the game.
Yeah, well, it's not over just yet, though, because they are not going for the Nexus here. They are just going to move themselves to Soul Point, so it's not Soul. It is a very big gold lead, but you look over at the other side, Morteo.
Like obviously, if we're hitting target dummies, like we would play a different champ.
VKS will have a chance to hold on, but these two picks have been so key. Miru getting picked in the bottom.
Nah, I think you're really wrong, Feverzen, so.
And then Morteo's getting picked there.
Like, this is really wrong.
Is secured once more, means Soul Point is secured once more. But BLG not getting that last dragon on the previous Baron means they don't have Soul right here. They should have Soul. It should be a wrap. But VKS will
I like the new LeBlanc icon. The icon is cool. I don't like how she looks.
As it has ever been here in this second game. If they lose this one, their Worlds is over. They've honestly put up a hell of a fight against BLG in this second one, but BLG are looking to tighten their hold on this game. The Weaver's Wall flies in. It's on. The only one trapped on the other side of it. He channels the Keeper's verdict. Tempered Fate locks him up. Equalizer over the top.
Big rumble ult. Big rumble ult. Knight is also on the flank. Pointless from Shadow. He's alive somehow? But Shadow would have aggro.
But while the only thing that BLG can target from here, Shadow healed up by Redemption himself. BLG have broken a second inhibitor now in the bottom lane.
The mid wave is being escorted in by Knight. That's two waves hitting onto these Nexus towers. Baron empowered, only 4 members left from VKS.
BLG looking for their game-ending push, but Elk is going to be caught out a little bit by the seismic shove. He has to get back. The barrier keeps him alive. Shadow also at death's door. 100 HP here on the enemy jungler. Knight tries to jump into the back.
Mamamoshi shield saved him.
Shadow back to life as the pathmaker into the seismic shove.
So when the enemy has Mamamoshi, it works. When Knight's team has Mamamoshi, it doesn't work.
Their base being in shambles. 2 inhibitors down. 1 Nexus turret gone. They are still alive.
The question is, can VKS get something done with this really long death timer on Shadow? Because with only the 1 Nexus turret remaining with 2 inhibitors down, backdoors become an opportunity here.
It's just a one-man team, guys. TRB93, thank you very much for the tier 1. Appreciate that.
Longest game so far at Worlds 2025. HLE versus AL
Was this a crystal ball pick?
And this one's going the distance even further. Knight looking at Desamas, looking at Morteos here in the enemy jungle. Not going to find either one of them all the way.
Will take the blue buff in the face of Desamas. As VKS, they've put up such a valiant fight, and their fight is not over just yet. I thought that with that Baron, it would be enough for BLG to close out this game, but they hold on for the time being. The wave clear from Morteos continues to come through. I feel like he desperately needs a bloodthirst.
I know, man.
He needs that extra bit of shielding. But for now, VKS,
I still can't believe the free ace.
they keep their Nexus alive.
I mean, it's such a problem when you look at some of these last fights. Is On gonna get caught?
Yeah, On hit by the
Oh my
seismic
lord.
shove into the unraveled earth. They commit the cyclone for it. Desamas trying to look for a little bit more. Knight knocked up by the cyclone. Slam back into the wall. Tries to distort over. Shut down by Miru. VKS picked the enemy mid laner in support. Now they're riding into the mid lane. They want to look after Shadow as well. The Weaver's wall.
I think he could catch up, no move speed into Q. I think he could have caught up. I think Maru could have caught up, by the way.
They're gonna try to end the game. They're gonna go right down mid here, I think, and look for it.
And the boo. And the boo. And the boo.
On Bin and a massive wave in the bottom lane at the same time.
The pink spot
is going
Rumble has ult for the wave, though. Rumble has ult for the wave. I don't think they can end ever.
It's Shadow and Elk trying to defend this. Bin
Rumble, massive ultimate. Divides the sea. Okay.
The push from VKS.
Game continues. The game was gone.
Coming in from Bawal, but Bin's going to TP into the enemy base. Bin wants to end
Oh!
the game. Bawal's teleport has
Knight has TP2. Knight has TP2. Bin's gonna overheat. Miru with the TP. Hey! No, Miru. Kobayashi Miru. Kobayashi Miru. GG. That's disgusting for Billy B. I'm not gonna lie, bro.
For VKS, after getting that pick on tonight,
That is terrible.
saw the opportunity, but that TP from Bawal
That's the worst way to lose, by the way, for VKS.
It was the last thing that they were waiting for, because with him gone, there was no defense, and BLG could close things out.
Yeah, by the skin of their teeth in this one. 21-20, the final kill score. Nearly a 44-minute game. VKS held on for so damn long.
Knights are so tired.
It was a bloodbath of a game. It was back and forth. Analysts, tell us your thoughts.
I have so many thoughts. I'm not sure all of them are broadcastable, so we're just
Oh, damn, Laura.
the longest game at Worlds so far.
I have a lot of thoughts. I don't think they're broadcastable.
Take your bow. You've earned it. You tried to make it happen, but sadly it was not enough. They had one of the most difficult run at Worlds. They had one of the most difficult season making it here at Worlds in the first place. The crowd is cheering for them, and honestly, I'm so impressed by this team. I'm so impressed by the way they managed to claw their way back into what looked like a doomed game for them.
Yeah, I mean, especially with how they kind of progressed through the year, right? Because it was a year for this team until they won the LTA South Championship. It really was like failed to meet their very high expectations. They grew as a unit, and this is just, I mean, what a...
It's gotta be so frustrating.
It's an ugly ending to a very ugly game for BLG. Like, if I am BLG, I am absolutely not happy with the way I played today.
It feels so fitting, though, that despite everything that happens, it comes down to just a macro mistake, right? Like, and I understand it's easy to hone in on that teleport from Ball, which obviously got punished really nicely.
Bro,
but I think that the call was correct there.
I just said.
VKS to try and end the game.
Yeah.
But
it's,
like,
it's the macro where you
bro, how are
see
they
as
this
well
bad now?
how
Like, what were their
incredibly
springs? What must have happened
all of
in
a
those
sudden,
springs to
the
have
rest
them
of
lose
BLG
all this
plays.
confidence?
They don't
I
let
don't
them
know,
engage.
like, how do they
Bang
get
their turret.
aced?
So the moment
They
that
just
TP
got
comes in,
aced.
the game just ends,
in
and
top
it's a
sets. That's
heartbreaking
crazy.
ending for VKS.
got aced.
It
You think it's
reaffirms
time to
all the
bring
doubts that
Beichuan
we
back?
had about BLG. BLG. This
Oh,
is
yeah.
a 2-0.
Bro, it's time to.
But even the staunchest
disband?
BLG
Like,
fan will
bro,
not
I want them
feel
to
very good
get
after this one
blasted in
with
the
them
next
going
round.
into the 2-2
I don't want to
bracket.
see them in quarters.
VKS, respect. We thought it was going to be a one-sided
It's time
matchup.
to-
I did not expect them to fight the way they did. And BLG, well, BLG will have some thoughts for you, but we're going to talk about them with Shadow, who's going to join me on the other side of this break. Do not go anywhere.
이번 월즈에서 가장 마음에 든 플레이는 아직 대회를 많이 하지 않아서 잘 생각이 안 나긴 하지만 CF5전에서 렉사이로
Get ready to oil up. What do you mean? An NA team has to win worlds, bro.
깔끔하게 잡아내는 게 좀 마음에 드는 플레이인 것 같습니다.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, forward by 9!
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocket Will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji! They are just going to ace them!
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Alright, I'm gonna do some movements. I'm gonna check if there's something. Not rights ball.
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. 'Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in! Bishop flashes in, and down goes Knight!
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Give me freedom, give me fire,
Play the local.
me reason,
Play your way.
take me higher.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night? Play the local way. Pay your way.
Bro.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
A story begging to be told. A moment pausing to unfold. In the silence, can you hear it, anyone? A memory scared of letting go. Fading to a distant glow. In the dark.
Honestly, Twitter has stole my fate. the war was not for granted. I have to say, there's one thing that feels so good, and that is when Twitter dummies and when Twitter people, normies, you know, they come in and defend the right take. There's nothing that feels better than that, bro. Feels it's fucking it's sweetness. It is sweetness. Sweetness? No, it's like people are just like this guy. For example, this person, right? Obviously, this guy is like completely clowning it. Like, what does this take? Okay, now seriously, you're trying to discredit the spring champion and summer runners over one single game. Like, how am I doing that, bro? How did I do that? I don't know what they're projecting, bro. Like, look how insecure they are. To legitimize who? KC, Fnatic, M, Koi? Like, what are we talking about, bro? And then Warrington is a stream viewer, yeah? And then there I just look at the comments. Speaks the bronze 15 Spanish fan. So you're the one dishing out rights now? That's rich. Yamato might be fraud, but so a dog shit Koi with the 60-minute games. Never forget, nothing ever achieved on the international stage. This guy even hates me and he fucking send it there.
Yeah, I bet.
Oh, I one of the fucking one of the best coaching records in Europe history, by the way. One of the best coaching records ever, bro. All of these people can suck my balls.
After this one, I want to go back all the way to the beginning because obviously the series didn't start off very well yet. The top dive.
Yep.
But then I do think both you and Elk bounced back really nicely with a lot of, in your case, sideline plays. In this case, also users of the Kaiser ultimate to pick up a lot of kills. So you go for that dive, it doesn't work. Like, how do you kind of bounce back, keep your head in the game? Because we were looking at them like, if I'm that jungler, I'm so tilted.
I mean, we just need to like look forward, right? And I mean, our comp late game is still good, so we just need to scale, and it worked.
So not worried at all.
I mean, well, it was a little bit shaky at the start, but at the end, it went well.
Yeah,
so.
game one was,
Game one was a little bit cleaner.
Yeah. Having watched you guys through playoffs and in the LPL finals, right? It's been kind of a drop-off in play this Worlds thus far. I feel like you guys definitely haven't had the performance you would.
Good question, good question, good question. Very politically asked. I like that.
Regardless of opponent, what do you think you guys need to work on the most?
I think actually we're just a bit too nervous, I think, on the stage. I think we're just not, I don't know, free enough.
Okay.
We just play too strictly, and it's not our play style, you know? So I think we just need to shake off this today. Even though it's a win, I think it didn't stand our standards. So I think tomorrow is going to be a new day, and we'll make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, and you don't have a lot of time to get ready and bounce back, actually. So to get ready tomorrow, what is one thing that you would have to focus on? One thing that you especially have to work on to get ready for this best of 3?
I don't know what Gustavo Petro is, bro.
Get a good sleep and play our game style. It's going to be easy.
Have some fun.
All right.
Nice.
Thank you.
Well, have some fun. Thank you so much for joining us today,
Shadow.
Shadow. Best
Cool,
of
Shadow.
luck
Bye-bye.
tomorrow. Now
Why
we
does he
have
speak good
another
English?
matchup
Bro, he
coming
played
up.
in
It's gonna
Europe.
be 100 Thieves versus T1.
He was born in Italy, I believe.
I'm here with Trimby after the exit from
Damn, what a fit from Shox.
from the tournament against BLG. My God, that last game was so incredibly close. Can you tell me a little bit about that and about those moments and where do you think you left it?
Yeah, I mean, the game was winnable, as you said, right? Like, it felt like we had it in our hands, but as you may like think or not, like BLG is like a team that actually has like some fundamentals like prepared, and I think for us it kind of showed that throughout the year we didn't put like that much like good practice into that. So at the end of the day, you know, even though we had it in our hands, we just slipped it by, and it feels bad, you know.
Yeah, of course. I can see you're immediately thinking, okay, these are the things we can work on, which is good, of course. But can you tell me how you look back on this World's journey overall, and perhaps also your time in this Brazilian team?
Yeah, I always get you a snack. Like when I joined, and then like after our first split, I was actually rethinking like whether like I'm gonna even be here. So I'm really happy with the fact that I'm at Worlds, and I think
Basically, 2 European and China was Brazil game.
There were like days that we were all like really frustrated with how things were going, especially at Worlds. you know, we actually all of them stepped up, and I'm really thankful for that. You know, it just felt like, yeah, they were there stepping up massively as like rookies, which is incredible.
Yes, final words for the LTA fans, the Brazilian fans, maybe also the European fans. You have them all.
I'm sorry, because I was a European representative and almost...
I don't know, I want to do a bigger video on this. But, guys, there was a point in time where Fnatic management went to shit and their method went to shit. And I think the date is so obviously marked, you don't even need to fucking explain it. From that point onward, there was not a single player or coach that left Fnatic in a way that was good. Everyone left in a very, very unhappy way. VKS decided to leave Fnatic before Worlds. I guess it just seems like the SK gaming roster is happening.
Organization.
Whipple's got to try to stay alive. Pop Blossom finds Faker. Gumayushi's already killed Buzio. Mawson flew into the back line, but he crash landed. And T1 tears them apart.
For T1, despite finding themselves in the 1-2 group, this should be a clean sweep and a reminder to never bet against them at Worlds. Will 100 Thieves rise to the occasion to slay the giant, or will T1 leave them in the dust and secure a spot in the quarterfinals?
T1 versus 100 Thieves. Owner versus River is definitely the matchup I'm looking at. I mean, this 100 Thieves team, I love them so much.
Yeah.
I'm so sad that this is, let's just say, likely to be their last potentially failed heist. But yeah, where it starts for me for both of these teams is really in the jungle. River is kind of the engine for a lot of what 100 Thieves want to do. Owner has been such a standout for T1 even when they have struggled. So I think that's where I am definitely going to be looking as we see some of the draw reactions, a classic.
And you love 100 Thieves. They're easy to love.
I've heard
These
about the
guys are
season to
really
market crash,
funny,
yeah.
Like the continued memes with what I think is one of
Yeah,
the best world's quotes
but I
of
think
all
also
time. This
people,
video, I even
like,
tweeted- if you haven't seen it,
people that have invested in knives and like speculated on knives, I think they're also like such like such bad investors. Because I think to news like that, the last thing you want to do is to try to be the one to be the first to sell. Because I think things will like settle in a little bit, no? There's no way like everything plummets. I think if anything, if I had a high-end knife with a very, very low pop, those I would sell. But not like generic knives that are like 1K, karambits, butterflies, you know, without any unique patterns. I think that you should just stick it through, you know?
Summed up, right? When the vibes are good, they do have the potential to punch up and take out opponents that you wouldn't necessarily expect. Here we go through talking about how poorly they were performing towards the beginning of Split 3 in LTA. It was a huge struggle. Dokla was actually coaching Sniper at the time before his days coming onto the team, and I think the big reasons they cited were, or one of the big reasons was, in the meta, they really wanted to be able to play Rumble and Sion, and those were two champions that Sniper had been having a lot of trouble with. Dokla was stellar on those picks during 100 Thieves kind of rise and qualification to even get here.
Yeah, of course you don't own it. Like every game has TOS like that, you don't own the skins that you have.
From his video.
There's people, the people that stacked rare and epic skins, like these people are making a shit ton of money, right?
They haven't looked like the world champion.
Is it too early to have salmon and pasta? Never too early to salmon and pasta.
How do we think this one is gonna go? I want to check out the Mastercard fan predictions here.
Obviously, bad investors, but people are fucking killing themselves with this shit. Yeah, obviously, like that part sucks ass. I'm talking more about like the reaction to a change like this seems to be panic, and I think it's just that the rule of thumb is usually it's like be bold when people are fearful, and be fearful when people are bold. You know, Mr. Warren Buffet. You know, yeah, I've gravad lax or rökt lax. Jag tycker om gravad lax. Alltså, båda är goda fan. Det är bara att gravad lax kostar mer pengar och det är mycket socker. Smoked salmon is better. Gravad lax is too much. Is that a Sun Tzu quote? No, bro. This is a Warren Buffett quote.
They always find a way to come back, and you can hear the crowd roar for this team. Obviously, they're favored in today's matchup. One player that we want to expect to show up here today.
I had lunch today with Jankos, which was fun.
It's a no-brainer. Owner has just been the focal point for the early game, and I think if 100 Thieves are going to target someone, it's him.
All right, and let's see how this.
All right, let's see how much 100 Thieves bounce back.
Between these two teams, casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, analysts, and welcome back, everybody. Our first series has concluded. Won't spoil in case you're tuning in just now. And it's time for our next elimination best of 3 with North America's 100 Thieves going up against the winningest team in the history of professional League of Legends. The team that won back-to-back twice before anyone else has ever won back-to-back at all. The current reigning back-to-back world champions led by the greatest player to ever touch the game, T1.
I mean, we've had some pretty good games at Worlds so far.
One intro wasn't like the other.
I'm just describing the accolades of the two teams at international competition.
And how many times have they won the LCS, buddy?
Okay, all right, you got me on that one.
Get down off your high horse there, pal.
Yeah, exactly.
T1 have 0 LCS trophies, I will admit that.
Yes. Running ads.
Yeah, how many 100 Thieves have?
They've got some.
They've got some.
Oh, do they?
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah. They won a couple of times.
They won with that someday roster.
Oh,
Didn't 100 Thieves win once?
Someday.
Exactly.
All right. Well,
Time
anyway.
for the real world finals. So
Why do you think people hate Jeff Bezos, Elon, Gates more than Warren Buffett? Isn't Buffett more leech-like billionaire who just moves money around rather than build
We
things?
saw some things in our first series, and while the results
I
certainly
think,
went a certain way, we'll see how things pan out.
I think like Elon Musk is like a public figure who's hated for the things he says and does, and that impacts his company. I think people don't like how much of a hypocrite he is, because like he's like the company that gets the most amount of government handouts, and that shit's gonna be done after this year because they don't no longer get like they can no longer sell like an EV car credits.
What T1 has prepared for us.
Jeff Bezos as well. There's too many stories of employees just having shit conditions, having to pee in bottles and whatever. In retrospect, buying Twitter was a genius move for Elon. We don't know about that. If like in the end, it's like he probably had a huge, yeah, for sure he did. Elon Musk like won the election for Trump, but what did he actually gain from that? Like I don't think that he gained the influence that he thought he would
So I
get.
think if there is to be any chance, you need to see Quid and River playing at their best and on a super aggressive duo where they can really make things happen. That is kind of
So
the
Warren
recipe
Buffett is like Warren Buffett's like is quiet and is investing money. It's not even at the same level as a company like BlackRock. You know. Did Bilibili look better today? They somehow look worse. Let's focus up, guys.
100 Thieves have got to turn those nameplates off. Literally go
Yeah,
into the
that too,
settings,
Warren Tonic.
just turn it off. It doesn't matter. You've got to play your game. Bans are already starting. Bard, Azir, Poppy banned out by 100 Thieves. T1 with the Yunara, Oriana, and Sion.
It's actually not Poppy, so that is a bug. That's what I was trying to get your attention for, because we're in-game in the client. It's an Alistar ban, so it's not a Poppy ban.
Okay.
So it's
Wukong
actually
Slam,
not showing correctly.
Rise
So
Aurora.
just
Let's
know
see what T1 are going to show, guys.
it's not actually banned.
It's like the old school bans that you would do like in
Salia Vai,
season
is that
1
what we're
League of
playing?
Legends where not
As
everybody
an
had
opening
the
game?
champions.
Why
You
did they
said
ban
Poppy is
Azir?
Alistar.
People just like banning Azir.
That's a throwback.
Wukong first pick, and it's going to be an instant answer of Talia Zinzao.
Talia Zinzao, why? Okay.
Wukong is very
Sound ban on
powerful.
red side makes sense.
Has been really high prio. Do like it for River, though it doesn't really give them a lot of early action. It does
What would
give them some
Quidula play? I would be very happy if Quid
explosive
locks in Victor.
Quid, if he
Yes.
wants a matchup, could just play a
Yes.
Control Mage. You know, Victor
Yes,
obviously makes sense as far as being able to outrace it, but then you are looking for like scaling 5v5. You're not looking for early
The
action.
opposite of what we said that we
No!
wanted to see.
This would be more what I would
Don't get
want
me
to
this
see,
excited,
is some
man.
Spiciness here from
Don't get me this excited.
Quid has always been a melee mid lane specialist. He can play the Control Mages really,
Ah, he got me
really
excited for no
well,
reason.
But this is him at his best. is on the Melee champs. So
all right. Well, that is a horrible Ambessa lock-in. This is a Renekton on 3 into complete GG. Like, what are we doing? Ambessa lock-in on 3 to invite the best Renekton pick of all time?
Choosing to play on their territory, and for 100 Thieves,
Slam it, Doran.
It's got to be furious. They got to play.
It's the best Renekton lock-in of all time.
Here in this first game.
We often describe it.
The Renekton completely Goomba 1v9s. All right, the game is over, guys. Let's cook up a bullet.
100 Thieves don't care about the legacy of T1. They don't care about who they're playing against the Rift. They care about playing their game and looking to execute on the game day. The Renekton going to be the answer. A very effective champion into the Ambessa on the top side.
Faker might have won 5 world championships. That doesn't matter because 100 Thieves can't read. So they can't even, they don't know.
That's pretty funny about it.
This team, man, is a lot of fun to watch. 100 Thieves definitely one of my favorite teams to watch in the LTA. We're able to go from 0 to hero, right? You know, they were struggling. They were in dead last. Dokla joined the team, and they're able to make it all the way to the finals weekend in LTA, go to Worlds, upset BLG, and then they're rewarded with the most brutal gauntlet of teams imaginable here. And we'll see if they can kind
Doran is not hit or miss against a team like 100 Thieves, bro.
We honestly thought we had seen the last of 100 Thieves so long ago. We never even thought they were
do you know Azale's history as a WoW PvP beast? Of course, bro. I played WoW. I played WoW pretty extensively. I know how good fucking Azale was as a Warlock, bro. I was watching his fucking VODs, bro.
Starting roster, and they've just been on this streak ever since. Just this miracle run for the team, as they're going to go ahead and ban out 2 supports here in the Karma.
Doran will solve racism this game. I don't even fucking know what that means. Wait, didn't they say that Poppy ban was Alistar ban? Wait, what?
T1 going to go ahead and ban out the Ziggs, ban out the Rakan.
You played against Azale? No, I didn't. I played in EU. I was in a different battle group.
And Corki is the pick for Gumayushi.
And I just think banning out, you know, these 2 supports makes a lot of sense because
I played on a pretty shitty battle group because I don't have money to fucking transfer fucking servers, bro. Are you kidding me? And I never qualified to anything. I just had some gladiator titles. That's it.
I feel like I believe more the Sivir when you're talking about the pairing with all these melee champions. I could see Sivir, I could see Jhin, I could see things along those lines that could kind of support and buff up.
I don't know. I thought Poppy ban was an Alistar ban. I don't understand what the caster said earlier.
Where they want to go.
Okay, so apparently the Poppy was Poppy, and it's the in-game client that we have on the laptop that's bugged. Because the laptop currently says Alistar is banned and picked, but Alistar got picked, so he couldn't have been banned. So yes, Poppy is actually Poppy. Poppy is not Alistar.
Cyclone was the best battle group, yeah. Cyclone and I think Rampage.
I don't know. Don't
worry.
That is crazy.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. We're not going to worry about it.
Yeah, I don't know. This is just unwinnable for 100 Thieves, though.
Here in the bottom lane,
unwinnable. Rip Wreckful indeed, bro.
Another powerful diver here for Ayla with the Alistar, and the answer for T1, we're still waiting to find out. Yeah, Braum, I feel like is such full dive.
He's mugging us, guys.
For all of these melee champions, it's a 4 melee comp. Braum feels so strong for Keria, but also they're going to lock in the Leona instead.
So Braum would have been good into the.
I think Braum was better, bro.
But T1
but Braum, Leona, Talia is a way better combo. This is a dream game for Talia. Very good Talia combo.
Like someone who hasn't seen Faker's seismic shoves this tournament.
Okay. My point is, though, that by bringing out the Leona, they at the very least have ways to start fights on their footing rather than relying on 100 Thieves to be the initiators in these fights.
Big Dokes making a lot of fans of this tournament. Some of his vlogs I had seen on some of the Chinese social media sites had like over 6 million views.
Yeah.
So definitely buying a lot of fans for himself here. He's been great ever since he's come back into the LCS, into pro play. I remember.
I think this is going to be a fucking massacre, bro.
How he wanted to make the most out of his second kind of lease on life as a pro, that he really regretted, you know, not being himself coming into this second time. Wanted to change that, but up against T1 here, this team, yes, they are 1-2. But you never, ever can count them out. You know, I still have that feeling like they could just win the World Championship. They could start that run right here, right now. And Owner has been absolutely incredible. We have multiple T1 skins locked in 400 Thieves, though, against T1. I love it, man. We got T1 Silas, T1 Varus. Was there any others?
I didn't keep track. All I saw was that T1, they're bringing out the most recent T1 skins.
So, all right, we're ready to lock into this one. Game number 1, 100 Thieves versus T1. Elimination on the line. We started the last series off with a couple of fun stats, and here in
Oops.
this one, if you're a T1 fan, you'd be happy to know that Owner is 1 game shy of a 75% win rate on Xin Zhao in pro play. He is 50-17 on this champion. Very, very effective on it, as we're already scrapping a little bit here in the mid lane.
And I mean, that is terrifying. Owner, I think, has just been incredible. And at the center of all the early game action here, you know, for T1, you know, when you look at them in the LCK, Owner is
I don't know, this Renekton's gonna completely 1v9, guys. Doran MVP, lock it in, guys.
to be able to kind of keep him down. If you
Hey, he's gonna completely Tremendoni, Frenzoni, he's gonna fucking massacre this game. This game is for Hidorino.
Thumbs up. One of my favorite.
This game is for Hidorino. It's a
I
personal...
always enjoy when both players emote at the miss, because FBI also gave him the Keck W Braum to show, yep, I guess I missed that one. But I do want to see how this bottom lane goes. Varus, we always know, is traditionally a powerful laner, but Alistar, the exact opposite.
Absolutely true. We'll see how things pan out in the bottom side of the map. Now for T1, they find themselves in unprecedented waters as well. This is the first time in the history's organization that they have ever lost 2 games, and not only the Swiss stage, but also the group stage.
Yeah.
You can see on your screen right now, this is their 10th world appearance, and this is the only time in the organization's history.
I don't know, the Silas lock-in is crazy with the Ambessa inviting Renekton. I think you're completely trolling, bro.
But then when you keep in mind that it is
decade
of worlds for T1, and this is the first time that they've lost that
Bold from the Oaks. He was like, I'll take the Renekton matchup over giving him Ambessa. Alright, Quid is just gonna lose Flash. Unlucky. Bye, Flash. Oh, Faker, you could have flashed after that. But it's okay. Respectable. Why the big Braum and give Silas down Arcus Braum and Salias on the combo? Yeah, Vegeta hairline, mashallah. I have Vegeta hairline, mashallah.
And that is a horrendous start for Quid. His buy is a refillable. He's down a flash, faced with 5 CS. Not the start you want, especially when, you know, when people talk about strengths of T1, it is not Faker's laning phase that is generally looked at as one of them.
Yeah, I mean, this,
buy the tier, Faker. Can you buy a refillable anti-tier? Dark Seal.
Maybe the good news was
Dark Seal Faker with a red potion?
because it's still a very early TP coming through from
Arabic is so guttural compared to English. Nah, it's exaggerated when people like make fun of Arabic. Had to have this conversation with I've had this conversation with so many people. It's like, you know, Allah just means God. Like, you know, like Arabic is a different language.
He wants to make sure that he doesn't miss a drop of CS. As
just means God.
CS advantage. Bit of skirmishing happening in the bot side of the map.
Yeah, quick trade on to Keria, but again, it's Leona. She's so
Okay, do the heal. Keria's looking for the Q. Good trade back from FBI. Very nice from FBI. Gumiyushi Koki.
Most of the hit there from FBI's piercing arrow.
Isn't that potion?
Good job. He had blight stacks on both of them. Was able to pop both.
Very nice. The cooldowns came back so quick.
They got off the heal and the barrier. Guma is really low now.
Yeah, FBI still looking. As you can also see, River is hovering around down this area. So 100 Thieves, they feel confident pushing up, but up in the top side, it's Doran and Owner looking for the dive on the big Dokes, and it's first blood.
That is what a clean dive looks like. No way.
That's 600 seconds too, bro.
An easy first blood secure. And Dokla, there is very
like, this is the problem, bro. Like, people are so like ingrained to be like that shit right there. What Emil just did, it's like if you did that to any other like fucking language or like race, it would just be like, damn, that's racist as fuck. But the permission structure about being like this towards anyone that speaks Arabic is crazy, bro.
Dokla, who's been put very far behind. So this is really huge for T1, all off of this dive, this early action from Owner. Bails out the T1 bot lane.
I literally explained that Allah just means God in Arabic, and then he's like, "Are you Muslim? Wallah Habibi halal." It's like this is what he writes.
Hold the wave, making it harder for Dokla and forcing him to overextend. On the bot side of the map, also the wave in a really good spot for Doran. Notice that it's actually pushing towards him because he held it after the reset had come through. FBI should be able to push this one out, but T1
crazy, bro.
Really good lane control.
Alright, good pressure from Faker here to pull River into here. Quid was in big trouble.
Get this wave shoved in a little bit there. Quid will take the last hit.
It's a tough, bro. The 100 Thieves had the hardest draw out of any team by far.
Yep, there you go. T1 Trying to go in after Dokla here now.
No, it's like if somebody uses Inshallah, I think it's okay. I think it's fine. It's not about this.
On Ambessa with all that mobility, so it doesn't take a ton of damage, but he's got to play so respectfully around the wave because it's so difficult to walk up to anything other than just EXP range.
Yeah, and I mean, the real danger is if you get redove, right? Like, getting dove once, losing some of the CS really sucks. If you get redove, you're out of the game as Dokla. So they got to make sure that he can collect this wave. That is the real objective up on that top side. Doran 6, though.
Yeah, he's got the Dominus. He's taking the 1v2. He's taking it aggressively. Ayla jumps in for the headbutt.
Oh, he flashed over it. Damn.
With enough fury there. Call the Meek onto the minion wave, just continuing to push that out. A tale of two top laners as Dokla can't even approach the wave, and Doran is playing so aggressively in the 1v2, he's forcing FBI and Ayla back.
Yeah, it looked like Doran actually flashed over the arrow, I think, there, because so little damage was done on that timing. It seemed like he fully
Flurry, exactly.
that damage with the blight stacks there from FBI.
Doran just flashed over the Q, bro. I'm telling you guys, Doran's gonna be MVP, bro. I'm telling you guys, this is the best fucking Renekton lock-in you've ever seen in your life. Bro, every time Doran's on the screen, I can just hear the reggaeton playing.
To secure a very early first Drake. It's still a minute and a half until the grubs are around, so it's not like they're punished for overloading the bottom side of the map. Really good early game from T1.
They're choosing not to match.
No, it's not to gatekeep, like, bro. Like, I had a lot of friends that didn't speak Arabic that used Arabic phrases, but they use it in the right context. That's perfectly fine. I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying what just this chatter did. That is kind of like, that's the permission structure.
In the mid lane, though, remember that Quid, after burning
I was talking about how people are afraid of Arabic words that just have like a meaning, like any other language have words have meaning, you know?
So, good job on him for being able to claw back the small deficit that he found himself early on.
It was the same yesterday. It's like Andrew Cuomo. I was watching the Mamdani debate. He's like, he wants the Intifada, which means to kill Jewish people. It's like, what the fuck are we saying, bro?
To be talking about here, so he's just gonna have to kind of sit here and wait for this to eventually push.
No, it's just a Arabic word that has a meaning, and the context matters. It's like it means to resist and to struggle, and there's a different context to that.
Difficult position.
And it's one of the most frustrating experiences in League of Legends, knowing that your only option is to sit there.
And Cuomo was just like swinging fucking Islamophobia like a fucking nunchuck, you know? But it's just accepted in the world.
Questioning it initially, but with the grub spawning now, they wanted to quickly push out bot, make the rotation up towards top. They know that Renekton doesn't have TP available, so now 100 Thieves will
All right, look at that. They're collapsing, but guys, Doran's gonna mine Bitcoins, but like here, if they hover to pressure Silas on the TP dive, I think 100 Thieves just win the game for this grub. The issue is Silas is gonna TP bot and catch this. I really think that T1 should deny this. Look at reggaeton, guys.
But T1 doesn't need to fight. They can just take the advantage down this bot side, but with Quincy being out, T1 now can move in.
Okay, T1.
All right, I really think Faker should have hovered there, but he just stayed for another wave, and they got a plating bot, and they get the last grub, which is okay too.
So 2 grubs over to 100 Thieves, 1 for T1. And again, whenever you split the grubs, even for the team that got 1, it doesn't feel that bad just because the big thing is getting the little void points if you secure all 3. So yes, 100 Thieves is going to get credit towards the feat of monster slaying on that one, but the grubs still get split. And T1 also even on that feat, considering they have the first Drake.
I just keep looking at the scoreboard and I see Doran and the advantage that he's built for himself.
Look at that. Look elsewhere.
Just
look
Betty,
a little
that's
bit
your
lower.
mistake. Just
look at this 83 gold lead in mid lane. What about that?
Oh, that's gone.
I mean, well, okay, well, I will for now just highlight
130 gold lead in bot lane in support.
That's valid. True. I do just briefly want to go back to that Renekton.
What do you think AB Bios never played? Curves out so poorly.
Nice trade from Dokla, though.
Yeah, they're buying blasting ones.
Yeah, River. He's knocked onto the other side of the Weaver's
got his flash.
Still the seismic shove is
slow and methodical from T1. Good timing as well.
Big problem there for 100 Thieves for any plays they want to make. Again, it's all about the Wukong and the Alistar for when they try to engage. And Wukong
isn't God in Hebrew Yahweh, like Jehovah, Yahweh?
I mean, it's Owner having a much more successful early game here. The top side of T1, obviously, all jokes aside, are in a great spot. Dokla was holding the wave to try to get farm. But problem is, he is up here by himself once again. Does thin that wave, but on the next one, they're going to look to dive.
Yeah, Yahweh.
Don't think that
maybe I'm pronouncing wrong, but you know what I mean.
Much about it realistically.
Well, we'll see right now. He wants to step forward, try to clear out some of that wave a little bit, but Doran immediately popping the Dominus as Owner's ready to try to show up. Dives in with the audacious charge. Public execution from Dokla. Owner's going to die to the turret shot.
Doran
stays alive for now. Doran's going to try to pick this one up a little bit, but Doran's going to die as well. Big dose.
Bro, stop with them Bestas getting double kills, bro.
I'm sorry for doubting you, Dokla. Bollywood mid in the top lane takes them down in the 1v2. Massive outplay there. Being able to survive. Really did a good job trying to pressure Doran to take the fight early, then fights back. Wait till Owner gets turret aggro, and then hits him with the
That's crazy, bros. I actually think Doran just played it horribly, no?
But the action isn't over yet.
Not gonna lie, guys. I think Doran really played it bad.
Away from him. River is nearby, and right there is a situation where River's flash could have made a difference.
Ambessa just double kills.
Cyclone anyway, so likely not. But still, let's take another look at how Dokla outplayed this.
I mean, this was really nicely done. He forces Doran to use the ulti early, but Faker is going to get solo killed by Quinn.
9! 9!
I hope we get a replay.
9! Let's go, though. Let's go, though. Come on now.
Secure the feet of warfare.
Hello, yo.
Looked like that was a solo kill on Faker.
All right, it's time to wake the fuck up, guys. No politics here. We have a series, bro. I thought T1 was about to slice him up, dice him up. Dogs has Eclipse on base. It changes the matchup. The Hogs can fight back.
So now he's the one in the driver's
Doran has no. Doran has no ult, no dominance.
Taste of his own
Ayla, yeah. Lila! No way! No way! Bro, the game just opened up, bro. I think I jinxed the fuck out of Doran. That's what I did, bro. I jinxed the hell out of Doran, the Moran. He didn't know this is your goat.
Gumayushi and Keria mining plates off of the bot lane turret. So there are costs to this play from 100 Thieves, but they're still looking to move aggressively.
This is the stressful thing about playing against T1, is they're still finding gold on the map. They're down in kills, but it doesn't matter because they secure their second dragon. They get plates in mid, they get plates down bot. And overall, the gold advantage is sitting in mid lane and bottom lane. 100 Thieves have showcased they have the mechanics, they have the ability to find these outplays, but T1, for the time being, are running the Rift.
Absolutely are, and we can see this one more time. The seismic shove is there, but Quid gets the
wow, the Q-Max.
Kills him with the
crazy. Faker lost his neck, bro.
Faker's caught out again.
Faker in a bad spot here with the River. Ayla and Quid trying to chase him down and secure it. Quid gets another one. The Silas running the show for the mid lane. Now up here in the top side, we're going to get yet another trade. Stridebreaker now completed for Doran.
My
Eclipse from Dokla is so strong. River coming in for the Cyclone. Carry wants to save his top laner, but it's too little. It's too late.
No!
Damn!
Dokla has done a legitimately amazing job to be able to come back from the incredibly difficult situation he was in. He's dove early, the wave is frozen on him, he's lane swapped into
Alright guys, bro, the game state is lovely. Dokes is gonna start winning the lane. He's gonna have Ninja Tabi, a little Ruby Ree. Quid is also in really good conditions. Like Blue Side's gonna win side completely now. They have good team fighting comp. They've gone past. You know, the reason I said the T1's draft is so damn good, because these lane matchups in this early game should be unplayable. Unplayable. And now we have a situation where they have gotten through the early game and they're ahead, man.
I mean, there's not much to break down here. Faker goes where he is not allowed to go. He does not have the support of his team.
Wow.
And another kill is secured.
Wow.
As 100 Thieves are taking control over the map.
100 Thieves playing with confidence. I mean, this is the definition of a vibes team. When things are feeling good, this team feels so ridiculously confident. You can see the graphics there. I can't quite read it.
Yeah,
it's showing that they're a violent team.
Yeah, we're just talking about the kills per minute here.
Sorry if I disrespected you, bro. Like, what do you mean, bro? Like, and then now you do the defense that you have Arab friends. Yeah, my sister is dating an Arabic guy. Bro, I'm just pointing out, like, you're blatant, you know, like racism. Just care for yourself, you know? And pay attention to what you're saying. I don't care about your apology. Like, you don't need to apologize to me, bro. There's just a certain standard I want to have in chat.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Quid, good use of the rocket belt there. Barely gets out to the other side of that seismic shove. Otherwise, I think he is very likely dead. Has no flash. Owner was coming in.
But don't worry. Like, if I wanted to ban you, I would ban you, you know?
The big question is, can you actually
you got the timeout.
stop T1 at this next dragon.
Because I believe in reform.
Yes, you're in a pretty good spot.
I think you understood what the point I was making.
As well. And this next
They limit this football debates. If you don't say Zlatan is your top 20 player, then like ban.
So tough, I think, to play out the game from there for
Gabri, thank you very much for 29 months, by the way. Shave beard and head when 100 Thieves win. Nah, blood. What I'm gonna do with all this hair?
You really have to get into the face of your opposition, and this herald should really help open up that mid lane tower, which once that has gone, that deeper vision into the enemy jungle is going to be that much more valuable for finding those skirmishes and control that you're going to need in the mid to late game.
All right, 1 minute on that Drake that you point out, Isaac, is so very important for both teams. T1 taking that objective puts them in a great spot, and it also has the extra importance of T1 took first turret. 100 Thieves were first.
Dox didn't even buy it, bro. Dox just wins the matchup, guys. Doran is expired in this game. Ayla went for Mercs. I don't know, he just delays his redemption. Because I'm worried if T1 get this Drake. I don't think they should be allowed to, bro. I think Lucid should be fighting. We should not give up this Drake. But the issue is Ayla bought boots instead of redemption. Are they gonna lose because they have no redemption?
Trying to pressure this tower here, but does have to still give respect over to Doran, who has that stride breaker completed.
No way, right?
You can see, look at the vision being placed down by T1 around this Dragon Pit area. They've got wards in the side brush of mid lane. They're setting up wards in the tri brush here in bottom lane. They want total control. They want to see
nice
where
guest team.
100 Thieves are coming from.
All right, Rivers and River.
River goes over the wall here towards the Drake Pit. He has Ayla off to his left. Owner jumps in after the Wukong.
Good Pokemon.
Becomes lightning. Not a huge trade on either side.
River just lost. Hey? Hey?
Still wins it, and T1 are ready to start the objective.
Hey?
T1 kick this one off.
Faker's gonna wall them off. Silas is so late. Can we come here with Silas? Please. Alright, we're putting down the car. We're drifting. There's the wall.
Nice use there from Faker. River still looking for the
Alright, River, steal it, steal it, steal it, big boy. Steal it, big boy. That's a flag from Quid. It's a nice one. This is a winning fight, I believe, for 100 Thieves. Quid, Leonard!
Solar Flare's not going to find much. Owner takes more damage from FBI. Faker looks to fire.
Combination.
FBI's going to be caught by the seismic shove. Owner takes the kill on that one. 100 Thieves Doran on the chase, but he's already lost the double.
Stride breaker.
Owner goes in for a double kill.
Oh, that Leon ult needed to be fatter, no?
Take the fight and they aren't done
that Leon ult needed to be way fatter. Ooh, nice dodge from Quidula. Oh, they're going a little bit too deep. You can fight back, you know? Am I crazy? No, the rocks are a bit too OP here. The rocks are too OP. Kurwa jebana. Sorry, guys.
T1 may lose the Drake, but they'll take 3 kills. They'll take
bro, that was hopeful, bro. That was hopeful. That was hopeful, bro. That was hopeful. Like, I had my shave already, you know.
That is what decides the fight.
Bro, the Leona ult. I was so gassed for that Leona ult. I thought that Quid was about to shatter worlds like Deathwing. I don't know, bro. Look at that, bro. Beautiful from Quid. And then the flash combo from Ayla. And then the Zinza ult is fucking nice from Owner, bro. That's a good ult. But even here, they are giga winning, by the way, if they walk away. They just... Oh, he had flash! Oh!
T1 to pile in and take the fight.
I think the positioning of Doran in that fight was so good as well, because Ayla, he got a beautiful flash backline knockup, and I thought that the Wukong was immediately going to come in.
He didn't flash.
But Doran made it so difficult for the rest of 100 Thieves to follow up on that engage.
Akon would be so unhappy with him.
Time to disengage and find the re-engage, and then they hunted the Thieves down into their own jungle, closing that kill gap.
At least FBI has flash.
Of T1's early trade focus. Sure, they aren't on soul point, but the pressure of that possibility threatened 100 Thieves into taking the fight.
At least they got Drake, guys. At least they got Drake. We are on schedule. We're no longer on schedule for a quick soul.
1,000 gold lead. There's no Baron on the clock for another 5 minutes still. The next Drake is still 3 minutes away, but Otacon is about to spawn in the top side just 10 seconds from now.
It is over 1K gold lead, but at the same time, it's feats for 100 Thieves, right? So this is a very close game. And that one really came down to execution. FBI absolutely going to want that fight back. If he flashes that, it's a totally different story. At the very least, 100 Thieves just walk out with the Dragon. At the most, maybe they can get a bunch of kills and try to turn that into something more. But you're right, it's about Otacon now, and 100 Thieves trying to get up there, reclaim some vision on that top side. T1 is a team that is not afraid of just starting the Otacon, forcing your hand. Quid is just going to let the
Missed the
tower
beginning of the
die and
game.
deny the local goal
Well,
here, realizing
T1
that
had a really good start, and then T1 really screwed up a dive on Ambessa, gave her a double kill, and Faker just got solo killed. So the game just blew up. Who scales better? The issue is I think T1's comp is just, I don't know. I feel like T1's comp is just OP, guys, in this game. Sadly. It's like it's so hard to find a target. I think if Talia, when Talia gets Hourglass, I don't know. Quid solo killed Faker, yeah. Talia wall will cut through very soon. Let's see Faker how he places it. Places it like that. River got over the wall. Oh, damn! Gumayushi's peppering, though. Gumayushi's peppering. Dokla fighting.
Gumayushi gets the kill, and Dokla's next
Right.
on the chopping block. T1, they lose the objective, but again, they get
Kerry kind of entered. Kerry entered here. He gave Wukong E over the wall.
Couldn't quite secure kills onto Faker or Carrier, and Doran leading the charge with Gumayushi at his back.
They're getting tier 2s galore. It's sad, you know, because T1 are like they're showing their Achilles heel here, you know. They're exposing themselves a little bit, you know. It looks like the game looks enough like a situation that 100 Thieves could potentially win, you know.
Doran and Gumayushi know they are safe.
How much gold if this Otacon give you in stats? It's so hard to just say that, but I wouldn't estimate it more than like 1.5k, 2k, you know. That would be like my estimation. But it's so hard to say it because it's XP and then it has diminished returns and then different plans, and how do you judge like the kill one, you know, like.
Ayla then with the quick follow-up, he's able to steal the objective, and that ulti from Dokla onto Faker on the backline as well, locking down the crucial carry. But 100 Thieves are clumping up into this small space, and Guma's doing so much damage from the Tribe Rush.
And I mean, the biggest difference is Quid's just not there, right? Quid is walking for base the entire fight. It's a 5v4, so you get in, you take the Otacon, you almost kill those people. If Quid was there, they're probably just dead
we gotta watch that back, bro. We gotta watch that back.
From Dokla, but T1 forcing the objective once again. They start up the Dragon, but 100 Thieves reclaiming space in the area. Quid's looking to steal a good ult.
T1, 2-1 in Drake so far. Dragon down to half HP. 100 Thieves on the approach. The Weaver's wall has been separated.
Quid, nice and ult, but let's see if it works. Look at Renekton, how OP Renekton is in this game. Renekton, he's not that OP. Alright, Faker using his health bar. River, Flash, that's a smite. Third Drake from Owen of the Boneless. Quid, whoa, Quid, calma. Sniper.
There are dead bodies in both jerseys.
Faker once more, bro. He's not done.
And now Faker is looking for more.
Wait, Ayla could have just fucking killed him, no? If he X-Flashed better?
Will not hit. Gumayushi coming around to try to help him. Ayla's next to fall. It's a 4 for 2.
I thought they would try to kill Faker, you know? Isn't that just a play? Faker has, I guess, Hourglass, but Alistair would have died either way, I think.
It felt so close that at a single moment the fight could swing, but Gumayushi, the man doesn't drop. The man continues to dish out damage, and he is dominating in this first game.
He really is, but I gotta give credit. Whoa.
Whoa.
Faker getting a little bit nervous about that Q, and now he's getting TP'd on, and he has no stasis and no flash.
Yeah, Faker might need to be nervous about something
Faker, please.
else as immediately Quid arrives, but there's
Faker.
so much distance already for the Talia. Tagged by the Proto Belt. Quid misses the abduct yet again, with Gumayushi showing up in the seismic shove connecting. It means Quid's chance to grab that
Jesus,
kill
what a strange game, bro. This game is crazy. This game is crazy, bro. What's happening in this game, bro?
Got Gumalo, got the barrier out, but they need that assistance. It can't be a solo mission from Dokla. Ayla's looking for an engage.
Yeah,
Okay, Owner gets his ult off, but the enemy is full melee. They snap. Holy, what a good timing there. Good timing there. Doran the Moran is all alone again. Doran the Moran.
They go Baron.
Doran the Moran.
Spawns onto Summoner's Rift. 100
Lila!
5v3 T3, and T1 wants nothing to do with Baron.
They gotta give
no
it
way.
Engage from Ayla there as 100 Thieves finds owner right before the spawn of Baron here.
Holy, Talia getting cancelled over and over again. Faker fishing for Varo's bot lane through the game. Obviously, T1 don't need to be in river like this, but Faker's tempo was so trash. And Doran being behind in this game, bro, he's fucking just jumping in, bro. He's just jumping in.
As they do not slow down in any game that they play. Every opportunity they fish for, every fight they will look to take. And that fight could very well have been a game changer. T1 hold on to the gold lead for now. It is Ona and Gumayushi where a lot of this gold
All
is
right,
sitting,
we need to break
but
this
I
mid
keep
tower
turning
somehow
my
on the
attention
Thieves.
to the man
How we're
in
gonna
the
do
mid
it?
lane, Quid, getting closer
We
and
need to
closer
break these
level
T1s.
16.
We have a lot of turns to collect. All right, good job, FBI. That's money. A lot of fucking standing gold on the map.
Thieves are not down and out just yet.
Okay, so Faker's armband is still broken. Quid now has a functional armband of his own. Red Bull Baron power play at plus 2,000. Gold lead for T1 at only plus 1,500. Important to note as well, look at the timers on the Baron and the Infernal Drake. They're going to expire, pop, whatever you want to call it, at about exactly the same moment, which means 100 Thieves are going to have control
They're
of the
going to look for a
rift
fight right here.
up to the Drake. Now Kyrian gets over the wall with a blast cone.
Okay.
River jumps in, pops a cyclone on
All right,
Faker.
let's
That was
not the fight they wanted.
Let's calm down.
They're still going to force T1
Hey,
back.
yo.
They're still going to take the tier 1
Relax.
turret down here in the bottom lane.
Top lane though, Doran pushed it in
Relax.
extremely deep. Someone from
Relax.
needs to go and catch it. They're kind of over-grouping on this bot side while they were fishing for that fight. A flash commit from
I don't know, if 100 Thieves beat T1, you know how hard Dom will
Baron has been a
bust.
great neutralizer as they've closed that gold gap, been able to secure a couple of extra
It-
items, but a little bit too
I'm
deep
afraid of being in the same building, bro.
Maybe thought Ayla was still
I'm
gonna be
afraid
able to
of
get
being in the
behind
same
him, but
building
that is
as the
such
guy,
a
bro.
big mistake actually by River because now you do not have Flash.
How am I
for the
supposed to be in the
pivotal
same
fight, for the
building,
soul
bro?
fight that is likely to decide the game here. If T1 gets that, I think it's lights out. So that is going to be a massive resource missing now for them. Also have to note that not only is it the Seekers that's broken, Faker's not even building towards Zonius.
The
Dun, dun, dun,
key thing
dun.
for both sides is 100 Thieves looking to
Lock
dive
your
onto
door.
that back line. Having good angles to flank from, having those
Bro,
flashes
I don't know, I have
available
to
is
say
going
it.
to be
This
key.
Worlds
For
with
T1,
Fearless
it's about playing that front to back,
and
that
like
slower
the
style,
general,
making sure
like in
this
terms of
Silas does
gameplay,
not
I
get
think this
on
is the
top of your
worst
walkie.
Worlds
The target
of all
selection for
time.
Carrier is going to be so important.
I don't know,
as
like
Uma
we have
is
like
yet
2
to
teams that
die
are
in
good.
this game. This Corki is a monstrous.
It's crazy.
Quid face checking right into the bronze.
All right, Quid, Hourglass. Ah, Quid, you're so late with the Hourglass. W.
Silas is the target, and T1 has already found him. Carry is going to be
Okay.
focused down by 100 Thieves. Gumayushi under pressure from
Kiting.
River, but T1's already found a
Ambessa.
double for owner.
Ambessa. Dioglo. Yes. Dioglo. Run, the Oaks, run. They're trying to murder you.
Beautiful.
No, they
play from
spotted you.
Nova to salvage the fight. Quinn
Oh.
gets caught, but it's 100 Thieves taking out 3 for 2. And gentlemen,
Bro,
one
I
of the
swear, if
three
Quid
is
Hourglass
the enemy
properly,
jungler.
if Quid Hourglass properly, I think that's just a giga winning fight for the Thieves.
Who has to use the clone to juke away.
Dokla's deeping deep.
Dokla looking to
Holy
cut off Faker's
deep.
escape here. The
There's a
teleport command
shiatsu
on top
massage
of the
right
wave.
here, deep
Faker's gotta be
tissue.
aware of this. Path
All right,
through
he's
the
just
jungle, making
mocking
sure
the
he
dragon,
stays
mocking the
safe.
dragon.
But the
Come on
mission
now,
is
Thieves.
accomplished. Soul is
They're going in
averted.
for the
100
steal.
Thieves
They're going in for the
keeping
steal.
game so close.
It was supposed to be a disastrous fight for 100 Thieves.
Damn.
Quid with the face check, he was supposed to die, and T1 was
2
supposed
bullets
to have
in the
numbers
toilet again.
advantage. But the resilience pays off. Quid buys so much time using Owner's ultimate.
Holy, it's a bad
Drops
bullet
the
day,
arm guard
guys.
as well,
Really bad
and
bullet
the
day.
rest of the Thieves
But it's okay. We are really doing it, Red Band.
Backline, River targets Kuma, and that was enough for Dokla to clean up the fight.
Yeah, Dokla has just been team fighting beautifully, helping out FBI there. And then again, look at that ult. He finds it past Doran onto Guma.
All right.
Gets in, takes him out, flashes
Is 100 Thieves
out,
just the
and
best
is able to
Western team by
survive.
far, guys?
Every fight, Dokla has hit a good ulti in on the backline. Look at
They're just the best team. They're just the best Western
100
team.
Thieves
Come on
coaches
now.
there, Golden Glue, huge reactions. They are still in it. This game is almost dead even, but still, it is on that knife's
Yeah,
edge.
this is the best
One
Western
fight
team.
This late in the game, with Soul on the table for T1 really could decide it.
Guma had a 2k gold lead over FBI. FBI
100 Thieves is like, yo, look at our draw. We got Billy Billy, we got Top Esports, we got Hawala, we got T1.
To make magic happen.
It would be so fucking funny if 100 Thieves beat T1.
Versus, though, for T1. Faker now obviously has that zone. Did actually
if they beat T1 and then win their draw and then get Gen G in the first round.
And those are the two players that are going to be so hard to take down. How much gold does Quid have in pocket? 1,400. So he's working towards his zone. He really needs to try to get that before the next major fight, because the Seekers is doing him no favors. But as you said,
we get the Fly Quest 100 Thieves rematch, and 100 Thieves just blast them.
Baron spawning in 30 seconds. The previous Baron was the big turning point here. As remember, before that, it was T1 with a 4,000 gold lead. But the pick from Ayla's play ended up setting up 100 Thieves to get that Baron uncontested. Now with the second one about to spawn, it's 100 Thieves with control over the pit, and T1 not wanting to let another one of these slip away. Dokla finally going to secure that tier 1 turret up there in the top side, bring this gold back to almost exactly even. After 31 minutes of play, Doran is in the bottom side.
They're sending it, bro. Look at the inventories, guys. They are fucking strong. Look at this 3-item Ambessa, 3-item Silas, 4-item Varus. Wait, Gumayushi. Nice from Quid, the Proto Belt. Alright, Quid. Look how confident Quid is playing. This is against T1, guys. He's teabagging T1. That's crazy, bro. He's mugging them on the Rift, bro.
It was early, couldn't land.
Quid is doing this against T1.
Doran there, and then go right back onto the Baron. Doran TP
nameplates off 100%. All wards are gone.
Put a lot of stress onto Doran.
The issue is blue side has very bad Nash damage, guys. It's very, very bad Nash damage. Like T1 has all the time in the world to like prepare for a Nash contest, so it's not good. 100 Thieves need to play around the Redskis.
But then the fight is disengaged, and Quid, my goodness, the level of confidence he was playing at the edge there, he was forcing Guma back, he was threatening a dive onto Faker, he knew that he had Ayla at his back. And
they're going to start it again?
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason not to. Put the pressure onto T1 once again.
Okay, Doran's going to be the first to see what's going on here. Quid not going to hit Abscond, Abduct. T1 needs to try to approach this. The Baron is dropping again, down to half HP already. Owner over the wall. River has been winning the smite fights here so far in this game.
Alright, Quid. Quid's ult's going to run out. He misses the E. He's not deep. Ayla is getting down. Oh, carrier down. The snap. River looking for the second automatics. They're doing it. They're doing it. Get him. Get him. Insane combo from Faker!
Overstep and T1!
Oh my lord!
So many years!
Bro, Faker, bro!
100 Thieves thought they had their moment,
and
T1
but I like 100 Thieves, so they keep going. They keep going. They keep fucking going, bro. Look, they say they want to fight, they go for the fight. But look at this combo from Faker. That's nasty, bro.
This is the time. This is where they're going to win.
Look at this combo from Faker.
Oh! Faker gets the stasis off.
That's crazy.
FBI flashes into melee range of the Renekton. The flick gets all three, and Doran's like, welcome to the meat grinder. Baron is secured. The soul will be secured. And just like that,
that's the game.
Man!
Will snuff out the hopes of 100 Thieves.
Man!
Exactly. You look at the point where a game breaks when you're looking back at a VOD in League of Legends, and that right there is where the game broke. Baron plus Soul now, 34 minutes into the game. It's gone from on a knife's edge to firmly now in the favor of T1.
Such a close team fight that a few decisions could have changed so much.
Oh, it looked so hopeful, bros. It looked so hopeful. It looked so hopeful, bro. That was the one, bro. That was the one. And then Faker lands a triple combo. Triple combo.
Big Dokla will set his sights on the enemy AD carry. Let's see if he can lock down Guma.
Kana resigned. Is that why Doran is running it down? He's like, I have job safety.
At this point, this far behind, but like you said, one different decision, a couple little things, and that could have been their team fight, their Baron, them on Soul Point, in a very different story. But now T1 looking to put the finishing touches on this game number 1. Soul plus a 4K advantage, you know, that's basically 10K worth of stats.
All right.
And good ways to apply it. The Corky Poke is going to be such a problem here now for 100 Thieves.
T1 on the push in the bottom lane. No Guardian Angel on Owner, so he will have to be a little bit more careful with his front lining as 100 Thieves group up as 5. They know their task right now is defense, defense, defense for the next 60 seconds. I think if you're 100 Thieves, what you're looking
I don't know.
at
The
is
best of 5 is going to be so freaky, guys, because I feel like every team is so damn flawed, no? It's like AL and Genji obviously look like the best in my opinion. They look quite good. KT is like KT is KT, you know. You never know what you're gonna get with KT, bro. Like KT hasn't played in so long, we barely forgot they are still in the tournament, you know. TES, Billy, like G2, CFO, Fly, like everyone's so flawed.
T1, they'll take the turret, but the inhib still stands and they back away at least for the next minion wave. 25 seconds remaining on the Baron, and Carry is heading home.
You can see how cautious T1 are with their siege. They know that if 100 Thieves can close that gap, they have some serious damage threats onto their carries, and they refuse to give them that space.
It's tough, guys.
So they slowly chip
now
away,
at this
but
point,
100 Thieves protect their inhibitors.
yeah, now at this point, I don't know. I feel like 100 Thieves draft is just too weak, guys. They're not going to be able to kill anybody.
A lot of gold off the back of that Baron. We're kind of at the end of the game. These itemization differences aren't that significant. A fight can still be all it takes for 100 Thieves to turn this game around.
It doesn't look winnable at all, boys.
Hold on to the driver's seat for now. The next objective, not for another 2.5 minutes. Let's see if T1 can secure any more objectives, or if 100 Thieves will hold the line.
Some pretty huge gold leads, though, on that T1 side. You can see Asterix now completed for Owner. He's an entire item ahead of River.
Yeah.
River does have his GA active, but Owner is going to have his GA active before the Elder, before that really important fight. And Guma very likely to be that full 6 items. FBI isn't going to get there even with that cheaper build. And there is that 6th item purchased up by Guma. So T1 in an incredible spot. Of course, it's always possible. I don't think T1 is going to give the flip to
I don't see the angle, boys. I don't see the angle.
For the fight, utilize their
I
advantages
don't
to be able to
see
secure
the angle.
a team fight win and not allow it to come down to a sniper
Gumayushi
elder, because if they allow that
generated so much revenue, bro.
that is the
Look at him.
possibility for 100 Thieves.
Through skin sales and through shirt sales.
Very high. Yes, the enemy team
Jerseys.
has lethality Varus, but T1 has plenty of tools of their own. They've taken away the enemy's full team red buff. They've secured their own full team blue buff. They're feeling very confident in this last couple of minutes leading up to the Elder, as Quid has to constantly make sure he's answering the push in the bottom lane.
Can Quid get that cap? Thing is, Quid doesn't have like the craziest ults.
Alone in the bottom lane for just a little bit of time, the inhibitor is seriously threatened.
And Quid is just desperately trying to get enough gold for the death cap, right? He has both the components. He needs about 400 more gold. So he may be able to get
Think about Medjai, because he's not going to be able to buy any other item ahead of this objective.
Kill will also do it.
Which is, of course, Nash. Doran.
Quid going in, steals dominance.
Well, look how much damage Dominus does.
Here does have to slice and dice his way away.
Okay.
Now the Weaver's Wall is used there by Faker, but remember, this is level 18 to
The Oaks.
The Elder is still 80 seconds away. That cooldown
Okay, the Oaks.
time.
The big thing for me is Doran's ultimate being used. It's relatively low, but Quid's is even lower. Level 18 Silas, he's going to be able to steal another one.
It's back.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So ahead of this objective, actually I say that, I'm looking at these timers, still a ways away. I thought they were much sooner, so I expect Doran's ulti to be back.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Faker, I'm going to check the cooldown on it. So, yeah, still going to have it. They're both going to have those ultimates, no problem.
Okay.
But was a good look there from Quid.
All right.
And unfortunately, they can't really.
Are we really doing it, Red Band?
Yep.
That's the death cap for Quid. It's a big one. All right, Quid took the Zinza ultimate. Okay, they want to isolate Faker, but he kited back.
To close the gap over that 100 Thieves. This is it. If they want to have any chance coming back and winning this first game, they're going to need
Bro, I never thought that 100 Thieves would have a competitive game against T1 out of all people. At 1-2, bro. They're at 1-2. Okay. Quid with the Zinza ultimate. Keria gets ulted. Gumayushi. Dokla is in GA. Save Private Dogs. Save Private Dogs. I think the comp is just outscaled, guys. The comp is outscaled. But also, why are we fighting? Why are we fighting on the mid wave? Why are we fighting on the mid wave when we have melee champs? When we can set up the flanks on the fucking river?
Don't have Dokla available. 45 seconds until the top laner is back. The HP is low for Quid. Even if they trap the Renekton, is it really going to be
At least Quid gets molds and everybody.
Elder Dragon targeted by T1.
Alright.
Quid's only at 40%.
Quid, you gotta ult to make the cooldown go, bro.
T1 have their first kill. Quid wants to take care of it, but it's not going to matter because Doran's already killed FBI. T1 on the victory push.
T1.
Quid has to flash away from Solar Flare. River and
Oh, it's tough,
in
guys.
full retreat.
This wasn't like they're fighting on the mid wave. They really don't need to, guys.
Trying to juke with a bit of a clone prank, but it's not going to work well enough. Quid is already dead. Faker has cut off River's escape. It will not matter that he has Guardian Angel because the Angels are not listening.
Is it worse to have hope and lose?
Dead in their tracks. It's a
Is it worse to have loved or to never love at all?
The Nexus turrets will melt. 100 Thieves fought hard, but T1 is T1, and they are not gonna fall in this first game. 24-16. They'll take game one.
A valiant effort.
Respect to 100 Thieves, bro.
100 Thieves is what I meant. As T1 shut them down.
Damn.
The fight execution was phenomenal, and they're able to take the victory.
I have to say, like, if they can't, just don't fight on the mid wave, you know.
Watch here in this first one. Analysts, what do you think?
I think this is so frustrating to watch for 100 Thieves, man. They were so close every time. They kept on fighting, they kept the ball running, but it was just not enough, guys.
It got to the point where I wanted them to win. I was like, it's fine. It's fine. Just make it happen. Oh my God, that was that's plot armor right there.
Honestly, I hope you both see though why I've loved this team
Tough, guys,
so
tough.
much, and like I was just hoping
The bullets
they
are in the
come
toilet
like,
today, though.
Okay, it's going to be a T1-2-0, but I want people to see their strengths as a team, right? And
I thought this day would be easy, you know.
that here with the way that they really approached a lot of these fights, with the confidence that they were playing with. But yeah, T1, R1, we've seen them do it so many times. I do want to draw attention to an early fight because I think we set this up as like Owner is going to have to kind of be the engine. He's going to have to do really well in these fights. And I thought the third Drake fight was like such a great example of that with him on this Xin Zhao.
That man is aura, and he's dancing around every skill shot.
It starts it off by canceling the initial engage, then sidesteps the ultimate, and then as his Q3,
How Thieves, bro.
So he's ready to follow up on the flick from Faker, which allows.
Would you consider GMing for Los Atones in the future?
If they had lost that fight, I think they actually would have been in dire straits. And let's be real, there were a lot of
I'd be down,
yeah,
but
it really to me showcased,
so
even though
far-fetched.
some of the other team members had their redemption moments. Later on, why Owner to me right now is the heart and soul of this team. If he gets his Xin Zhao, he can make miracles happen. Obviously, the big talking point is that they needed a miracle. They were the heavy favorites today.
That's the thing. It's not only on the Xin Zhao, because for me, that's been Owner's performance the whole year.
Yeah,
He's the
absolutely.
consistent member for this T1 lineup.
Yeah, I feel like when other T1 members have stepped up and kind of retreated a little bit in terms of their performances, right? Owner has just been so consistent, so solid, so good for this team. But you already set it up, Chronicler, because we had a little bit of redemption for T1 solo laners who were kind of
Jungle
getting,
performance.
100 Thieves were getting the best of them in some of these fights, but at the crucial Baron fight that decided it for T1, it's Doran
Thoughts on the new top?
of course,
I don't know.
coming through.
I have a feeling Los Atones is going to be done, guys.
Stealing 100 Thieves fate in our HyperX reflex replay. I was screaming during this fight.
Because this could have been where 100 Thieves, even just a game win, would have been absolutely pivotal. And it looks good at first. I think Gum up until this point has been able to stay away. Not this time around, but then right here, it's a free knock-up. And then also Doran helps set it up with the immediate flash. Now, Owner was still on his way, but it's these moments that remind you why T1, especially when it comes to Worlds, just keeps getting away with it.
That's exactly what it is. They keep on getting away with it. No, just of course. It comes down to these
No!
clutch moments.
That's actually what happens every time!
Give me one thing we want to see from 100 Thieves for this next game, which could be their last game.
Oh my gosh. I actually might get emotional because I love this team so much. This is going to be Rivers last year in the LCS/LTA because he will be...
Can Billy and T1 get knocked out of Swiss? Yeah, it could happen, yeah.
So, yeah, I would like to see a little bit better map play from them when they do get these objectives because it did feel like...
If you Google Minecraft...
mid-game when you had that insane dive where Dokla got the 2-for-1, right? You had some of these early skirmishes that they somehow managed to come ahead on.
Damn!
Squid had the solo kill, but it still felt like T1 were taking control of the map. And that, I think, is where, if they're going to take a game, 100 Thieves does need to recognize those advantages.
And that's the big thing. That has been an ongoing theme, not just today, but for the entirety of the tournament, is that you can get kills. We saw Quid literally solo kill Faker, but when it comes to the rotations on the map, when it comes to actual gold, T1 throughout that entire game was barely behind, right? Like they were always able to outtrade. I think that's really hard to fix. I just hope they can keep holding on to the momentum because the fight is there. A couple of key moments differently, and we might have been seeing them one-up here.
What's the...
Guys, you had this, and you can still prove it. You can still come back against the world champion. Which
What's the pickaxe?
And their last run at Worlds. This might be the last series, the last game for 100 Thieves. The team will not be returning to the LCS next year. That's right, you heard me. The LCS next year.
LCS 30. I mean, it's great that he's in the LCS, but now it's like Draven in a show match.
Of course you can't say welcome
I
to
need to piss.
the LTA. Welcome to the LTA, Surdy.
This is going to be a struggle.
Show what he got in LCS or like LTA now.
It's just LCS. I almost beat Gen G, or LTA, excuse me. That's gonna happen.
XU, welcome back to the LCS match.
A lot of LCS fans could be all LCS teams. Way to the north.
There's some rivalries this year in the LCS.
LCS pros need to work on their signatures. This is honestly the best plug I've ever seen for an LCS player.
Last game of LEC we'll watch, and then we'll go into LCS, obviously.
It's going to be really exciting to see in the LCS.
Coming into top lane as an LCS player. So yeah. I was thinking ahead, and I was like, LCS, nope. LTA,
Big brain.
Not gonna make that mistake on air for sure.
Of the LCS or
Why does this
LTA
motherfucker
after their
have to go
LCS
on
game,
hits?
you know, flaming the other LCS teams.
The second best at the time.
said that.
Support in the LCS.
The return of the LCS, but smiling face.
Oh, let's keep it.
Yeah.
You know, when you're playing against LCS teams,
Fantastic.
This is an LCS thing now, isn't it?
We want to do a check-in for Fantasy LCS as well. Just wants that LCS trophy. I don't think I said LCS unintentionally.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I didn't.
But I'll have to check the tape.
So slow. I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants operagx, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download operagx.
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
It doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
Red Bull gives you wings.
greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my God, by 9.
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocket Will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Gen G, they are just going to ace them.
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen G, the EWC winners.
Anyone wants espresso?
How could I ever close my eyes as they silence sins? They try to take me down with their violence.
What do you mean, old scrap? I just did and nothing happened. Like, it's right there, bro. Is there any angle that T1 can turn around the performance this Worlds? I think it's possible, yeah. I think people figure out draft and shit like this, but I think if you don't win this one, I don't know. There's no way you're gonna win, no. I do think that their draft was way worse. I'm good on that. Their draft was way worse, guys. The draft was really like giga winning for T1, guys. Bro, they have Renekton into full melee comp. Varus went lethality for some reason. Like, you have, it's insanely winning the red side.
Elsewhere, doing whatever they need to do between the games. Quid ruminating on game number 1 there.
Can you rationalize G2's 3 red side picks? I think they just picked full comfort and they understood how the wind was blowing. Like, you're playing full melee into Renekton Talia, like it's borderline unplayable, you know?
I feel like I've seen from him in his career, he was really on one.
Basically, G2 understood which way the wind was blowing. Like, they realized, yo, all these games are going to 40 minutes. It's all about scaling. Do you think Koma called Quid that last fight, told him, don't forget your roots and your nationality? Quid said, yes, sir, loyalty to the motherland, and ran it down into Leona. I don't think that happened, though.
T1 twice in a row. Or 100 Thieves,
alright, give me an Orianna ban.
Is over. This is potentially the last game we will ever see.
We're not gonna get Orianna ban. We're gonna get Orianna first pick.
River, who is very likely retiring after this Worlds.
For me,
I don't think River's retiring, by the way. As far as I understand it, I don't think River's retiring, bro.
So fantastic.
They're assembling the Avengers and Team Liquid.
Overstepping one too many times, getting caught by
I don't think he's going military, bro. He's gonna marry somebody, get a green card. He's gonna stay, bro. Don't worry.
As 100 Thieves looks to try and equalize the series, as the bans have already come through thick and fast.
Exactly. We've got Bard, Kiana, and Caitlyn banned out by
Have they said who's replacing 100 Thieves? Yeah. We have Sentinels. Wow, Rumble. Quid is inviting. Yo, he wants to play Yone, guys. Quid wants to play Yone. Base.
I mean, honestly, it does make a lot of sense. And, you know, when I'm thinking of Quid, I wouldn't be shocked if they're doing like a Yone Rumble, like full kind of like spicy style comp.
Quid Yone is a classic, guys.
To go down swinging. So
Quid
if the
Yone
opportunity is there, I would not be shocked. And the fact that they had left Azir open, they were potentially trying to like bait
Quid
that
Yone.
and look for the Yone into Azir. The Ori is going to get taken, so we might just have an Ori
Yone Sejuani
trade instead and have more kind of that standard style. But we could also look towards like an Akali or something like that if Quid really wants to stay.
Go Yone, Quid, do it.
Stay aggressive.
Do it, Quid.
Because I do feel like
the hard matchup.
That is probably your best
but
chance,
it's okay.
You know, really getting in the mix. You could go like Pantheon Akali, something
Make it dirty, bros.
And just full set.
Make it dirty, bro.
You can't play standard and really expect, I think, to be able to consistently take down T1.
I don't love Aurora into Orianna. I think the matchup is Orianna favored. But
if it was like old group stage, maybe I would feel different. Like if you know you're out, but
maybe he just feels confident in his ability to get the outplay. Yeah, I mean he's playing around with some options right now. I think the Yone could also be
Golden Glue just said, pick whatever the fuck you want. It's quit time.
Later on.
Akali.
I think basically what they were doing is you're leaving Azir Ori and you're saying, if you go Ori, I go Akali. If you go Azir, I go Yone.
Sure.
And that's kind of like my read, just knowing the player and knowing they see themselves as underdogs. So they're not going to go, like if this was in NA, he might just go Azir and say, we're just going to trade and I'll just team fight well and we'll win, right? But it's against Faker. It's against T1. You got to get aggressive. So I actually really like the plan here early on from 100 Thieves.
I think, though, what's very scary is giving Ona this Jarvan, especially pairing it up with the Galio.
That was the first three are nasty.
T1 has a very solid foundation. Their dive and their protection. Akali loves the ability to lock down these low mobility mages, low mobility AD carries, and just execute them. But with the Galio protection on top, it's going to be that much harder for Quid to find those executes.
I mean, taunt is so problematic for Akali. You get pulled right out of the smoke screen. And now you have got to draft something for FBI that is going to be able to stay safe against the potential dive of Ori Jarvan with Galio all over the top, right? So I'm thinking about mobile carries and thinking about things like
I think T1's draft is monster again, guys.
Maybe like a Jhin that is, you know, staying kind of less.
The draft is so monster again.
And
Xayah is mega for 100 Thieves? Nah, Xayah's pretty fucking trash against Orianna and Jarvan, to be honest.
We are clearly showing full dive. The other option is you just go Kai'Sa with FBI and you say, I don't care about you diving me, I'm diving you, right? So those are the kind of
100 Thieves need to find CC, bro.
I think knowing FBI, like
FBI just fucking pick Jhin and pack the fries, mate.
Expectation more so than the other options, but I do think you have a couple different paths you can kind of take from here. And Ezreal ban does make a lot of sense, just seeing as, again, it's like, how do I stay alive against this?
I think Jhin for Guma could also be a solid option. Of course,
totally, yeah.
Against Akali, it is a little bit scary, but when you've got so much threat,
lock in, boys.
Front lines, like, there's no real
Where do we go
tank
from
on the
here?
side of 100 Thieves right now. So Jhin from the back line with your ultimate, with your W, you've got a lot of potential range to play with as well. Depends how much in the wombo combo direction they want to go. Maybe they're worried about something like a Jinx Lulu, but Nico is still open. And for Keria, this is one of his preferred champions. It comfortably synergizes very nicely with what T1 have gone for. The wombo combo is very real, and this Akali's gonna struggle with the stacking CC that we're starting to see mount from the side of T1.
Yeah, I mean, it's all just AoE. It's like, I don't care if I see you because I'm just gonna Shockwave and Galio ult and Nico ult all on top of that smoke screen there.
No.
And, not only is this great,
no,
right? Because if you are,
no. Okay,
okay. So they are going for the Kai'Sa option. So that
Nautilus,
means it's going to be a hard engagement.
lock it, Ayla.
Like Rel or Nautilus or whatever, something along those lines. Regardless of what it is, you basically have 5 short-range champions And you're
Nautilus.
going to be flying in on a target, whether it is the Orianna or whatever
Slam it.
AD carry that Guma goes. I think something super defensive could be smart here, whether it is the Jhin or the Xayah or whatever.
Okay, that's fine too.
And then all of a sudden, in comes the Nico ult, in comes the Galio ult, in comes all
The
these
issue I
things.
have
So
with
feel like
the Kaiser
draft was
lock-in is
fairly
that
predictable.
they just made
Both teams clearly
Gumayushi
have
Xayah the
play
best champion in the game.
If you're looking like, you know, just standard comps, I feel like T1 has a pretty big edge, but
I think
if there
T1's
were a way
comp
to
is
win, I think
complete
400 is
GG, bro.
just full sending it, so I don't mind it whatsoever.
I am not surprised even.
I'm not sending any more bullets today, bro. I'm going homeless.
Against the full dive, so powerful to buy yourself the time while the Pop Blossom or the Galio ulti or whatever else comes.
I'm going
in to just
completely
create
homeless.
space. 100 Thieves showed us last game that they are willing to play aggressive, that they will not be intimidated by the fact that they are playing up against T1. And with this type of composition,
Yeah, I think T1's draft is like, the early game is fucking strong, the disengage is so strong. I don't know, it's like you have an all-in comp and your targets are Rod of Ages, Orianna, and Xayah, bro.
try to turn numbers in your favor when they shouldn't be. And I feel like River's performance will be paramount for this team to have a chance.
I'm keeping my eyes on both Guma and Faker.
No, I think the Kaiser is... Nico is just strong. I know it's not like having a good showing at Worlds, but this champion is just strong blind, I think. Better than Nautilus.
Very relied on to be one of the main damage dealers. This is really only a 2 damage threat composition, and 100 Thieves are going to be sending everything that they've got to take out these 2 carries. Their positioning is going to be important. Their impact in the team fights is going to be super important. Let's see if River can find the advantages needed to set up 100 Thieves for success in these fights.
Yeah, and Pantheon has been struggling so far at Worlds. It is 1-5. Only win was won by Tarzan. And, you know, sometimes when you have these, like, low-threat comps where you have 1 threat, 2 threat, you know, I am not a fan of those. But when it's Gen G, when it's T1, when it's teams like this, you just kind of know that the carries are going to play to a level that it's going to work out, that it's going to be strong.
Also, Ona's Jarvan is just something he's so proficient at. It's something that he's incredibly comfortable on, and he has such impact in the early game.
What isn't he proficient on? That's the problem.
I mean, that
with
is
this
that.
guy.
Yeah, that's true.
Dude
That's very
good.
true. That he is in fact quite good. I mean, he's been
How's
kind
his
of the,
Azir jungle? You know?
probably quite bad, actually. There you
Okay,
go.
there we go. We just need to ban him into a point where he has to play
We need to
Azir
shift
jungle.
the game into 126 bans. I see what you're saying.
Exactly.
But yeah, I'm very much expecting a huge early game impact from him. Bot lane is the lane. I expect him to be focusing his attention.
I think if I have my camera like this, I don't block the sponsors.
In the middle of the lane.
Is this okay, guys? Am I too small?
Well, look, the delayed invade.
No more bullets, Klugi.
He's now going to change his attention. Great read from Ona.
What have you heard about the TL roster rebuild?
Impressive. That is what he's doing. He's just waiting. He's saying, okay, I have a ward
I'm not gonna
protecting
say.
on that side. He knew that they had that ward over on red buff. So he's saying, I don't want to get caught on this invade here. And as a result, is just going to be able to immediately go to his wolves.
All right, a little split map action.
Situation very likely. Kaisa is topside, so
I don't think they can pressure Galio.
And Rel
But
here, and
chill for Kaiser to avoid the Nico lane, but I do think that Galio can lane just fine. He will not get punished by Kaiser at all. And I think that it sucks for Dokla, guys.
From here, because
It sucks for
Galio getting
Dokes.
weak-sided, I think you're not really likely to be able to punish it that heavily.
I told you guys, he was pondering. He was pondering where they were going to start, how they were going to invade him, just simply considering all of the possible outcomes, as Keria and Gumayushi are going to have control over the bottom lane wave here initially. Quid losing out in these early trades against the Orianna. We know how powerful Clockwork Windup is for taking control of the lane early on against these melee champions.
I do also
Crossing now. No dive on bot lane.
It does give
Very calma
so
game.
much more survivability in lane.
Welcome Team Liquid Waterboy, Yamato Cannon.
But your kill threat is significantly lower in the late game. Electrocution has become such a staple in Akali's kit to give her that extra kill threat. To not run it, I have some concerns around the potential kill threat later on, especially when we move into the side lane. But for the laning phase, it really does allow you to stay that much healthier when playing in the 1v1.
Yeah, and I think, you know, talking to players about this, it's kind of the trade-off of basically you're saying, yeah, I'm losing damage by not going electrocute, but I'm gaining damage by being able to stay in lane longer and having fleet and kind of having more itemization. So that's kind of the argument I've heard from some players. Whether or not that does actually remain true or whether it does pay off.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of Fleet Footwork Akali. I feel like it's so hard to find lethal ranges.
But it wouldn't matter because no one is in range, and FBI taking a very bad end of it.
Finding lethal ranges
Both
is...
are low, and because Durant is weak-sided, he's the one that's going to have to
My chair is so bad, guys. I'm like leaning forward, you know?
All right, we still don't have any crazy.
So I moved the camera down.
With this split map situation, like you were talking about, and remember, we mentioned it a little bit in the draft. But this is
very
truly
nice.
the final heist. For
FBI actually lost strong side lane matchup versus
Galio.
Galio.
Is out of the competition. It is the end of the organization in League of Legends. They already confirmed back at the start of
I
this
think it's a
year
horror
that
draft
they
for
would
100
be
Thieves again,
exiting
guys.
League of Legends after the 2025 season was complete. They've gone on an incredible run so far throughout the summer split to even make it to this point.
Oh shit!
And now up against T1.
I don't know why that shit fucking shows
away
up.
from eliminating them, 100 Thieves will be put to the test.
And by all means, they have been tested at this World Championship. What a last hurrah for the organization is they've not had an easy schedule by any means. They have only played so many difficult opponents.
Yeah, I'm not taking print screens anymore. Fuck off.
And to round out their tournament,
yeah.
potentially they can still win out this series, but to go up against DT1 in the event that they do lose today, I mean, I couldn't really think of a better opponent to lose to, considering how storied this organization truly is. But 100 Thieves still in a very even state so far in this game. They are definitely by no means down and out just yet.
Sorry,
we
guys.
saw how resilient they were in their first game. They came so close to winning that first game even. As Carrier has snuck his way in.
Yeah, Carrier, the extra cannon minion, but he misses the
sneaky
tangle
beaky.
barbs.
Well, I saw sneaky beaky on
That's
the
almost certainly first blood.
Quid though.
Either way, he just
Got chunked. Either way, bro. That's really bad. Pantheon spotted on vision. I don't think they can find anything here. They don't know Java in position as well, so they can't like burger flip or walk. Rel is coming though. But look at these double pink wall placements to make sure that Faker can play the matchup.
Choice here from T1, recognizing again in game number 1, struggles for Faker in the laning phase. Quid getting the solo kill. Remember back around like
why is World's Battle so stale for this in the past 2 years?
And now they are shutting that down.
Bro, we have played majority BO1s. Any BO1 meta is going to be stale.
Quid taking that E to last hit that minion really was a big mistake. Carrier was waiting for
We'll
it.
be fine when BO5 starts because of Fearless.
Quid was planning, and he punished him by forcing him to go back to base. And now this is an easy dragon secure for T1. Very little to think about. When there's no enemy mid laner to contest, when you know that your Orianna is level 6, should be an easy objective secure.
Yeah, Dokla's still holding onto his TP though, and Guma is top, so there is a potential for a 5v4 if they want to try to go for it, but of course, they are too
late. Stolen away with a crash down coming in from Ayla. 100 Thieves are thinking about a fight, but Faker's already level 6. River stepping forward here with a shield, but a heroic entrance forces another flash, this time from River.
Hell nah.
Thieves, yes, they overstay. Yes, it costs their summoners, but a heroic
Hell
comet spear
nah.
from River steals the objective right in front of T1.
They call them the Thieves for a reason. 4 HP on
Jesus.
the dragon, and the spear is enough to secure it.
Bro, this was some Achilles shit, bro. There was 4 HP, no? 4 HP, 1 HP.
From Owner down to 4 HP, and River
I think it went to 4 HP. Yeah.
It's normally Guma pulling these off, but Guma's not here. The true smiter on 100 Thieves is on the other side. Auto, smite, 4 HP.
9.
That's 4 too many, as River's going to be able to grab it.
I love the guy in the audience who's literally doing Pepe hands as his reaction.
Pepe hands.
T1 are going to be a little bit disappointed with that.
Right.
Now River shows
VKS flash. Doesn't use it. Dry death. The 100 Thieves. The 100 Thieves. They be stealing. They be stealing. They got those raccoon hands. Have you seen those raccoon hands? Like when you eat a burger and shit?
I agree, because the R2 would have still been there to follow and finish him off. So that is a great aggressive play here. Does cost them the flash and double ulti, but well worth it. They take down Faker. He has no TP. So they
I swear, if Genji don't win Worlds this year, bro, like, it's just FF. FF it, bro.
They really are pushing.
Maybe the best thing that can happen, though, for League of Legends to make sure that it survives is that a Chinese team wins. Even though it looks so unlikely.
Greater kill threat later on in the laning phase. So I very much agree with you, Azale. Wise choice by Faker not to commit to that. The gold, though,
those wise choices a lot.
Yeah, I remind every people of Avatar the Airbender, Magneto, fucking Vegeta, every favorite franchise you have. Yamato is in One Piece and in Naruto as well. I remind you of your favorite franchise. I look like that fucking guy from Bulgaria in Harry Potter.
Should uncontested secure these grubs.
Exactly.
Only cost is going to be a few minions in bot lane, but 3 grubs.
You don't think AL can beat Genji? I think it's very unlikely.
Really happy about that, especially because, like you said, it's
Canyon looks good.
Against the duo lane.
Canyon's playing good. Isn't it just over?
Mid lane has been getting pushed in, so T1 is going to get access to these towers, and they're going to be starting to shred.
They look like Mike from Breaking Bad.
A big problem here. I mean, Dokla, like, what are you supposed to do in this 1v2? There's not a lot, right? Like, all he can do is just try to survive.
Yeah, I like my headline, bro. I'm proud of my headline.
Pretty even.
I mean, when
I
you're
was
looking
going
at
back with
AD
nice.
farm,
I have like a helmet.
Biggest individual gold lead in the game is Gumayushi over FBI.
Some
farm compared to
light
68.
thinning here, maybe.
3 entire waves.
It's not a big deal.
AD carry. Now more than that, as he's continuing to just farm at an incredible rate.
Yeah, I mean, he's just free farming, right? Like, he's been in, 2v1s, he's been laning against this Rumble that can't do anything against him, and you're playing Nico Zaya against Rumble Rel to start the game. That's free farm, and then he's in a 2v1 a lot of time against the Rumble thereafter. So Guma doing a great job just hoovering up all the farm possible.
Doran is almost a full level ahead.
Zaya. You called it out last game.
Half a level, I guess.
Guma was just positioning so well.
Yushi is also just dry farming better. I don't know, FBI was like under pressure. Look how much CS Ayla has. 26, bro.
It's going to be very difficult to dive and take down. Faker's going to go a super defensive build. He's probably just going Archangel's Roa. We're going to have Zaya that's very tough to take down. You're going to have counter engage from Carrier. Galio.
You look naturally immune to telepathy.
These are easy carries to get onto and kill.
But that's also why we talked about 100 Thieves really needing to find advantages early.
Nice.
That was a really nice ultimate mid lane from River. We need to keep seeing these.
Drake on a 1 minute.
Trying to accelerate the game.
No, we need Zion Essence Reaver, I think.
Get that first item just ahead of your opposition.
Kraken's also big. Alien of Flash.
Spikes ahead of T1 and then
Both supers going to reach 6 with the Drake fight.
Before those defensive items come through, that's where
Let's see if Fountain's going to seal it again.
Right down here in bottom lane.
Alternator.
Now finally it's
Q doing a lot of damage.
AD carry, support versus
Get it,
support.
take some XP for the love of God. Alright, there you got it.
Lead for Gumayushi is present. Owner creeping through the lane now, looking for potentially the opportunity at a lane gank, but he's not going to see that come to fruition, so instead just channels the recall.
Yeah, I think more so he's just looking to cover because they know that River's ult is going to be back up. So he's just saying, hey, if we're going to push in this lane, look to put some pressure on there. I need to be there to cover. If Pantheon ults in, that's an easy one fight in the 3v3. So, just smart stuff here from T1, continually moving that advantage forward. Essence Reaver now completed.
FBI has makes me nervous, yeah.
I mean, Carrier is just kind of making everyone's life a nightmare everywhere he goes. He is causing problems for 100 Thieves. Nice little shuriken flip there from Quid to dodge a shockwave.
Yeah, that shockwave, not quite what Faker was hoping.
Didn't find them all.
No, we've seen some impressive shockwaves from Faker in the past. That one,
not one of the top 10s.
Yeah, that one's not going to make the highlight reel anytime soon, I don't think. But I also don't think 100 Thieves is too, or I don't think T1 or 100 Thieves is too super worried about that one right now.
They might need to be though, Flowers. With the Dragon started off, Quid has his ulti, and River is in the river.
Okay, but T1 has total
River doesn't
control
try.
of the area. They already
Fool me once type shit.
the first Drake, but they started it up.
Fool me once type shit.
Second Drake of the game, down before 12 minutes, 1-1 in Drake
Fool me
count,
once,
thanks to the earlier
shame on
100
you.
Thieves steal.
I don't think that ward is in
Fool me twice, shame on me.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, but
I need to rewatch the Saw movies.
missed the brush. In any case,
Any Saw fans in the chat?
The AD carry had gone back to base. Definitely would have been a challenging fight. 100 Thieves
I
trying
would.
to force that in a 3 versus 4, even without Faker.
But I'm with you. 100 Thieves is just
You've been
so
stealing
good.
dragons
They should have 3v4
your
that.
entire
That's an
life.
easy win.
Yeah, I mean, Akali with that ulti, very
Fool
scary.
me twice, you can't get fooled again. And Dodge Bush.
Absolutely. I mean, he did solo kill Faker in the previous game.
The Thriller movies,
Started off
yeah.
strong, and I imagine he has to be riding that high with the level of confidence he's playing with.
I think they have a really cool like storyline and how they connected all of them.
All right, Owner trying to come in here, make a move on to Quid.
All right, we just healed like that. I don't know. T1's so
It
desperate.
means that Quid can make enough distance that Owner cannot try to engage after him with the Cataclysm without committing a flash.
FBI, yeah, I'm worried about his Kaiser because he might just cash Fatality, you know.
Get away defensively just with that. Comet Spear and the
Okay,
rest
that's a
of the
flash. Nico is gonna get one tapped here, guys.
Sets it up. Carry is knocked down.
Oh, this Nico looked like hung or on.
And now that's a 2-0
T1 is so desperate,
in
bro.
their favor. The shockwave from Faker at the very end of the fight doesn't do anything.
I mean, it's a beautiful play, not only because they
Yeah,
kept
some
the kill on
movies
the
were
Carrier,
trash,
but because
for
Faker
sure.
had to flash to avoid it being him that
I
goes
don't
down.
know, bros.
So Faker flashes out, and Carrier just kind of has to take
No,
that
T1
one
is,
for him.
bro, you remove
It's a get down,
nameplates.
Mr. President moment, but you still
I
got
would
to pay
have
that
never
price,
guessed this
and
is
100
T1.
Thieves happy to take the blood
Never.
goal.
Like they're playing so European, you know? Very European.
They would have loved to have funneled a little bit more gold into their Akali, but at the end of the day, as you highlighted, Azael, advantages gained for 100 Thieves. A small gold lead in their favor. Herald are going to be spawning in about a minute, 20 seconds, and so T1 want to try and get that last plate before it wears off, and they're going to grab it. So T1 immediately
T1 objectives are carrying the game so far. Imagine if they didn't have this Drake stolen from them.
I think T1 do
Maybe they can Banco Mushi summoners here. I don't know why Ayla didn't rush with W and E.
And that's going to start stacking up for Faker in the mid lane.
And they get the third
No, the Somogies have a lot of depth. Like, especially the early ones. There's like a lot of signs that you could notice about where the story goes and how they play with the timelines. I think they do such a good job. It went downhill after Saw 3D. Like, what the hell was that, bro? But Saw 1 through 5 were really good movies, I think.
With the Pantheon ultimate could be enough to set up for a kill, but ideally they want to try and swap those when they can, because look at Faker right now. He's just bullying Dokler in the side lane.
Yeah, I mean, Dokla has been set behind.
Yeah, anything from Nolan was low-key kind of goated. I need to rewatch Tenet.
Quite close to where those mid laners are, and Squid
Alright, we'll have Grub in 20.
You know, definitely shouldn't be getting
Doran has so much value on the Galio this game.
Get whittled down by Doran here and lose pressure, and I agree. They really want to be playing around this Akali, so they need to try to fix those lanes.
Dogs his item.
And you guys
Took a look for Orianna ult too.
But it is so true. I want to reiterate it again. The taunt hard counters Akali smokes so well, and Ayla gets caught by Tangle Barbs, but only loses a small chunk of HP. River jumps in after Keria.
What is Keria doing this?
Pop Blossom defensively and immediately
it's crazy, no?
over the wall to get to safety. Owner wanted to
Keria, this world. Is he okay?
But he couldn't have the damage to get it done. Now 100 Thieves and River have control.
Why are we not connecting with the Jarvan? We're not playing same screen, or why are we not tethering better? The Pantheon.
But Keria has no ulti and no flash. This Nico is not very useful.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be really difficult. Ayla's trying to wrap around here on Owner, make sure that he can't actually walk up for any chance at a steal. But T1 can just play mid. They're just going to actually knock down this tower here. So yes, they will lose the Herald, but here comes River.
Nice root time there from Keria, but oh, Gumayushi was terrible, but it might not matter. That's the turn.
And T1 takes the first turret. They take a kill. And
oh, Quid got cancelled on R1. EQ out. Owner R2. Quid. That's the taunt. Quid finds a shuriken on Gumayusuf.
Done. Nicely played there from 100 Thieves to respond to the nice play that
Orianna should be winning the 1v1 against the Rumble top.
It's a 1-for-1 trade, but T1 taking the turret.
Nice magic shoot.
Come out on top.
You're absolutely right, Flowers. A nice sequence
TP
from
bot
both
with Galio
sides.
walking.
T1 acknowledge that they cannot contest the Herald, so they invest their resources into mid. But now TP top lane.
Faker
in a little bit of danger
here. Equalizer to slow him down as he
they
tries
don't
to
kill
escape.
ever, no?
Doku's got to be careful chasing after this. Quid has no
Dodge the shuriken, Faker.
Faker trying to make his way all the way out. A beautiful shockwave. Doku's down to make it a 1-for-1.
Yeah, it's at least 1-for-1.
Still get him.
All right, you know, they really wanted to force it. I thought they were just going to let him walk out because he was very far back, but instead they decided to force it. It does make it a 1-for-1. They will deny a few minions from Faker, so honestly not bad. But the
we have to activate the Gumayushi late game protocol in this game, guys.
Really means it is not worthwhile. And Doran is going to knock down your tier 1 on
Quid
the other side.
Quid is getting busy.
Tower going to be going the way of T1.
T1 is just getting so much gold every time a play happens because they manage waves better, but
very slightly in the favor.
Maybe eventually 100 Thieves older plays are just going to add up and they will get like the right objectives.
Strength, but unlike last time, 100 Thieves are not in a position to contest this dragon. They will concede it. T1 will secure the upgraded boots.
Yeah, I don't like all these Drakes. 100 Thieves are giving up. That's the price for that TP play that Quid did.
It's a very close game with no
Kuma never builds early boots. I hate that. I kind of like it. Not gonna lie. I think it just. I think you look so much more powerful sitting on this rather than components and shoes. I think. I feel like finishing 80 items is so OP in my opinion.
Like a close game at this point.
I think like this means you're just Draven pilled, you know.
Really play into this competition.
Anyone that plays Draven,
the more time you give Faker without him being super behind, it's like
you are Draven pilled. You realize you don't need shoes.
It's gonna be a Zonians after that.
Didn't Reki started Boot Rush?
Easy target at all.
Boot Rush was common, but Reki really liked doing it. Yeah.
Pay, I think, at this next dragon fight and try to blow the game open with something like a wipe into a dragon into an Otacon, or I feel like T1 is just going to slowly scale until their carries can't be killed in a dive.
And the thing I immediately pay attention to when we have late feats of strength like this, the initial boot
That's because
upgrade,
Draven has
it really
inbuilt
doesn't
move
add
speed.
a whole lot of power, but it's the ability to
It's a
upgrade
percentage
the
move
boot
speed
an additional
boost, you
time
know.
after the first two big items are completed. Killer Instinct from FBI.
But,
Pop Blossom to follow it up here. Carry on the defense as Ayla wanted
Alright.
to use the Magnet Storm, and they do secure the
I thought
kill
that
on
was
Carrier,
fake
but now
force,
Doran
bro.
jumps into the middle of everybody. He gets one back on
Doran.
Ayla. Support for
Galio ult.
support. As the
Ooh, nice
Galio
from
goes up
nice
into
from
the air and
Doran.
gets away. Faker wants to throw the ball
There's only one
forward.
CC on enemy team and Reynolds dead.
Another 1-for-1.
That was a double DP from T1, so honestly, a 1-for-1 there does favor 100 Thieves. It is just the supports going down, but we'll see if they can find something more. Owner and Faker trying to make their way back towards top. I love that 100 Thieves is playing around this. They have Herald, so they're going to try to zone Faker away from
As
getting
like
back to this
finishing
tower,
recipes for crit items is very, very strong, guys. Like compare Navori strength in comparison to the
now going to be spawning in 50 seconds. I don't expect this objective to be
the small
immediately
components, because the small components are very weak, like Zeal and daggers. Like
I thought that he was setting up a trap. Looks like not going to be anything too significant. Squid going to push out this wave, and I imagine a reset will come through for him as well.
Honestly, I'm really surprised that River actually based there. Knowing that the Galio ult is down, I don't think there's much of a response that T1 can have to that sort of aggressive play, but didn't want to risk it, and as a result, they might be looking for Doran if he overstays as well.
I feel like they want to save Herald for mid. I guess they are worried about their siege.
So I think it makes sense.
They are a very
Skipping shoes. Also, shoes got nerfed.
Against an Orianna, maybe they want to use this Herald to guarantee this mid tower. Doran, though, doesn't have his flash.
Nice. They stun him up with a Shattering Strike, and then they try to block the
I think
exit
Doran
here
misused
for
his phase rush here, but probably wouldn't have mattered. I don't know, they're so proactive, guys. I would have never, these are words I never thought I would say in my life, but Ayla is gapping Keria, bro. And River is gapping Owner.
On Doran once he respawns. He will have the hero's entrance if he needs it. The Herald is summoned up here in the bottom lane. A Herald charge alone will not kill the tier 1 turret, and Quid is still making his way over to the battlefield. T1 stabilizing for now as the Herald is
Thing is that, bro,
down.
T1 don't have any. T1 doesn't have any time, you know. Like bro, if they win today, they have to win tomorrow as well, bro. Well, this thing is moving on, man.
Objective too scary to start, especially with 2 seconds until
This shit's
Doran
moving
returns
on,
to the
bro.
rift. So 100 Thieves won't convert it into anything. They get some damage onto the bot tier 1, but nothing really garnered off the back of that pick.
Yeah, definitely worried.
Tomorrow's versus who? We don't know yet. There's gonna be a draw after this. A draw show.
Probably a game ender, a series ender. But I mean, they knew Faker is back in base, has no TP, and Doran is dead and has no TP. So I thought that might have been an angle they would.
Or all best of threes tomorrow, yeah.
But definitely is going to be a scary proposition. Quid now has the Storm Surge completed, so he's on 2 items.
What makes this world so sloppy is it just fearless, and low boot camp time. But fearless is the big one.
To get that 3rd dragon for free, move to Soul Point.
All right, Doran's about to take the tier 1 turret here in the top lane, put T1 at a very, very slight gold lead. 56 seconds until that potential soul point for T1 does spawn.
Draw also tomorrow. I'm not so sure for quarterfinals.
Faker as well. He has the Seraph's Embrace all the way involved. Quid going after Doran here, going to allow the taunt to expire. River ready to join up. Yes, Doran is very tanky against Magio damage, and he failed the flash of the wall. The Galio now with the heroes hit to get away to a nearby ally, but Quid tries to follow here with a Shuriken flip. He goes in for the perfect execution. He's trying to still find the kill. Doran dies, and Quid's got the fancy feet to guarantee it. Oh no, wants to get away, but a flash 5-point strike hits all 5. Quid dies with a shockwave in retaliation, but it's a 2-for-1 100 Thieves, and one of the 2 is the enemy jungle. Ayla crashing down over the wall.
No way.
Yushi forces his retreat. T1, they're a 3v4 on the map for now.
Bros.
I cannot believe that Quid made that work. It was such a risky follow on the E, but he says, screw it, I'm gonna go in. He finds the outplay, he gets the kill on the door, and the Rumble ultimate from Douglas with the assist onto getting the kill onto Owner as well. If it wasn't for Faker, he would have been 2 for 0.
But our 100 Thieves
oh my lord, bro.
I mean, you killed the jungler, you killed the top laner, they're not even moving down there
Jesus
whatsoever.
Christ,
one more
bro.
Time. It's all about the chase, and Doran,
that is
you are not going to get one shot. You can walk all the way, I promise. He just flashes early and flashes on the wall. And the E to follow. We're going on a wild ride, Eddie.
I mean, this was so risky. A nice interrupt comes through from Ona, but it also stops the... Oh no, the taunt does still connect, but the ultimate is still available for Quid. He still connects the E as well. That
it connects E again. I don't know, bro.
Because of how much damage it does to Ona. it ends up being
I don't know.
but we're back to live. The Dragon
He played that as disgusting as possible. All right, here we go. T1 have a good spot. Doran ease into the wall. Okay. 100 Thieves having a really hard time accessing this fight, bro. Like when T1 is like in a good position, just Atakan, guys, Atakan. Quid is gonna turn. Nice flag there. Ult. Quid looking to put Keria. He's trying to get somebody at least. Keria is running, but in the wrong direction. He should run to his bro.
Keria dies, but it's so many dead on 100 Thieves in trade.
Owner wasn't like Oriana wasn't even not even participating.
As Quid tries to escape into the enemy jungle, Owner's got an eye on him here with the sweeper. Quid still trying to get out, but Faker's shockwave will seal his fate.
Quid is just the best Western laner, guys. It's not even close. Quid is actually playing so well.
Kills. 100 Thieves positioning.
Bro, Team Liquid is so happy, bro.
The possibility of
I don't know if is Team Liquid happy or unhappy. They're like, we have to pay Quid more now.
This game is quickly slipping away.
We have to pay Quid more. Fuck.
The straw that broke the camel's back. And watch it one more time. The Dragon was already down.
Guys, he's Western.
So River has
guys, if a player has played in North America for fucking, this is his third year. He's Western.
Start the fight very early. Owner then just locks FBI into the Cataclysm, and look at this from Guma. The R, the E flash, pulls the feathers through, knocks down FBI, and then all of a sudden it just doesn't matter.
Bro, for me, that's like you assimilate, you know? You're part of the organization, bro. It's not like he played in LCK and made a career there.
Faker in an awkward position here.
Yep, tagged by the first Electro Harpoon. Exhausted now as he tries to fight
There's
back.
Archangel Shield. Valley Ultimate. The Oaks is a little bit lonely. Owner has no TP. What is this team fighting from T1? Guma?
A massive outplay from Gumayushi defensively with the feathers to buy a little bit more time. But
Wow.
he's shut down by River. It's still 3 for 1.
Guma played it pretty well.
As Quid and River
Guma played it pretty well. They don't have Nash.
Pushes the tier 2
They don't have Nash.
That pick onto Faker could have opened up a Baron, but he is just so tanky.
But I like how 100 Thieves just, it just seems like when someone says, yeah, you want to fight? Let's fight. And then everyone just fucking goes, you know? Yeah, Faker's a tank. I'm surprised that Faker didn't buy any MR, bro.
And 2 towers will fall off the back of that.
Is Keria sick? Like, he doesn't look like he's well, no?
I kind of want to see that one more time because it felt to me at first like maybe Dokla was just trying to hold on to the equalizer, not commit it.
Well, that's a long-ass CP, bro.
Go back in. Can they actually stop the recalls in time?
Dokla looking for it. He has no equalizer to try to stop this, but they don't need it.
Owner blocked it. Owner blocked it. Oriana's flash. Oriana's flash.
He's very low on HP, but River's on the
Holy moly, they did what Doran couldn't. Quid gets Faker. Quid lives. Oh! No way!
Shut down credit. Over to River. It's 2 kills for 100 Thieves.
Yo!
They force it. They find the angle. Quid is back to base, but he has no TP. River is low. Owner is dead. They can't start the Baron, though, because the rest of the T1 members are very strong, and the health bars are too low for River and Quid.
The problem for 100 Thieves this game is that while they find kills, they cannot convert it into any objectives.
What are you
Could be
doing?
important, but the flash of the wall keeps Doran safe for now. 100 Thieves yet again looking for any chance they can.
All 3 outer towers are still alive for T1. 100 Thieves know that they have the numbers advantage. The Baron with the Kaiser,
Bro, Gumushi is so
quick, but it's a risky force.
Gumushi is insanely
It. 100
ill.
Thieves need to be converting these kills into something to turn this game around.
100 Thieves have not claimed a single turret this entire game,
Keria.
like you say, Vedius. Keria has been spotted out. Important to note, T1 also ahead, 29 flower petals as Owner goes in for the Cataclysm. They're ready to back it up with Faker and Gumayushi. It's 2 kills for free, 1 for each of the T1 carries. And now with the top laner and jungler down on the 100 Thieves side, T1 are feeling
What are we doing?
Doran just distracting everybody here in the mid lane as the rest of T1 begins the Baron.
The positioning was scattered for 100 Thieves, and T1 are so quick to pounce. They take out the jungler,
let Quid have the game of his life.
They convert it into
The
a
Thieves.
Baron, and now they've got firm grasp
The
over
Thieves.
game 2.
Ooh, Varius with the firm grasp. Someone make that into a soundbite. No, I'm kidding, guys.
Just from the flower petals. This is one of the most one-sided flower petal counts we've seen in a game so far at Worlds. That added on top of the 5,000 gold lead, added on top of the soul that's about to
I don't know.
spawn here in
T1
2
win this.
seconds.
They steal this game the same way as the previous one. They're just gonna have soul. They're just gonna get soul, guys. They're just gonna get soul and Nash because of a dumb mistake. Oh my lord, River, fly, fly, River, fly.
T1 will claim the Infernal Soul back.
I don't know. It's exactly the same in the first game. On teams like lying and fighting and winning, and then suddenly just one mistake. Like it was the same way, man.
For T1.
The MasterCard priceless moment will cement another soul for T1. 13 kills to 12.
That's
100 Thieves
crazy,
have
bro.
fought valiantly, but now they have to keep their base alive as T1 set the siege. This bot lane, though, not much of a minion wave to work with for now. Doran is going to escort a wave in the middle lane, but that's going to be caught by Quid.
Damn.
The wave clear isn't the strongest from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, they have basically no wave clear to speak of at all. River's trying to see, is there an angle? Will Doran overextend? But he doesn't need to. He knows it's just a matter of time before the T1 members on that bottom side.
Nash is going to be tough to break, guys. 100 Thieves don't have wave clear. This is 3. Oh, those. Oh, there's a Pantheon ultimate. Insta snap. Gali ultimate. Keria's angry. Keria's angry. He's angry.
River dies in the back line of T1. It's 4 dead already, and with only Quid alive, T1 is ready to end this game. The shockwave will not find the Akali. Quid will waste as much time as he can, but it will not matter. 100 Thieves left it all on the Rift in their final series of League of Legends, but the winningest team in the history of the game will not be stopped here. T1.
Respect to 100 Thieves, bro. Respect to 100 Thieves, bro. Did they lose the game exactly the same way?
Damage to get through the shit.
That's unbelievable, no?
Cataclysm. They're ready to.
That's unbelievable, bro. What on earth, bro? In the first game, did they lose the same, exactly the same, the first game?
Game. 100 Thieves looking to peel away now as Ayla charges in for the headbutt pull, but it's not. Fight! Quid into the back! Faker staying alive, trying to kite him out!
And that's crazy, bro. 420 blaze it. Damn. Damn. That's crazy, brothers. Wow.
Here today with the run
Respect
and the
on
team
the Thieves, though.
face off against that Worlds. It can only be frustrating now.
There's no better
That's
way
crazy.
to go out than that. It was an absolute banger of a series. One of those times where if you just look at the
Holy
scoreboard, if you
moly.
look at the nameplates, it's just not going to do it justice. This was a back and forth. This was an extremely, extremely hard-fought victory here for T1. And I think there'll be a lot of question marks for them.
That is nuts, bro.
Even despite the blood armor going into the series tomorrow.
Guys, this is the biggest draw of all time.
If you're an average fan, I think it was 100 Thieves. They might not have stolen the win, but it did steal a lot of
I need to do a thumbnail.
series.
Yeah, I was really surprised actually to see, because obviously everywhere T1 go, they're always the home crowd, right? Even here in China a lot of times.
Wait, I need to do thumbnail
there were
first.
so many people standing here cheering, maybe for Dokla, again, our latest Doyen star, gaining a lot of fans. But the thing about 100 Thieves that I love about them so much is that they went out playing their style of game, right? So for as many times as I disagreed with Grayson's draft, you know, locking in the Akali, the Silas for Quid, really playing to their strengths, which is creating these skirmishes all around the map. Good job, guys.
Good job, guys. Good job bringing the vibe, saving your season the way they did as well. I have only admiration for these players, for the way they fought. Inspirational thoughts here on your side, Emily. And
I won't sing it. It's a thing from my way. I won't sing it because I will actually get emotional, unfortunately. And
yeah, don't do that.
Emotions are bad, guys. Don't have them. But I love this 100 Thieves team so much.
Emotions are bad. Don't have them. That's toxic masculinity, Emily.
Of course, we're gonna hear more about them.
Yeah, thank you very much for gifting sub more. I appreciate that. Thank you for too kind. Arigatou gozaimasu.
They advanced to the next round, as I was saying. They always find a way. They did it again today, and it came off the back of Owner once again.
Yeah.
Yeah, and for me, there's a very clear number one, which obviously is Owner. I think Guma had a solid series as well, but, you know, being an AD carry in T1, we all know that you don't...
It's the two junglers of T1, as I call them.
It really is the two junglers of T1, because Keria has just been absent this Worlds, unfortunately. That was for me the biggest.
He's been absent.
Doran, unfortunately.
PUBG, Emily.
Again, seeing those shades of international Doran, that flash in particular is going to feel very reminiscent of some
PUBG, Emily.
And then Faker.
I'm sorry, that's pretty funny. That's pretty fucking funny.
To get you, unfortunately, in the deficit because his laning phase really hasn't been up to par. As to actually win you the game, because
nah, guys, the thumbnail's gonna go hard. Are you kidding me, bro?
Plays on the Oriana as well, the top side catch, for example, where they weren't able to burn him down. But T1 don't look that good, right? They looked way worse than they did domestically in the LCK playoffs. Let's not forget, this team brought Gen G the distance, the 5, Gen G.
Okay, Chronicler is coping.
Ultimately, right now.
He's coping about T1.
You know, I think with a lot of the drafts we've seen, there were one or two where you could just specifically point to meta read or draft. But for me, it's just the gameplay, right? Like Keria.
Bro, settle my damn bullet.
Had one of the weakest tournaments, maybe.
Why are they not settling my damn bullet?
I think he's really struggled to have an impact. And for all of Keria's, you know, extreme highs and sometimes experimentation that doesn't work out.
It's kind of good. It's very good for me as a beginner. Like
that combined with the fact that both solo lanes are certainly not having the best of times right now. I think if you're a T1
I pay for pro and I'm very happy.
Tomorrow, and I think even Owner, we're starting to see him kind of buckle. The smite steals, it might be a River specialty, but Owner normally is a guy that you can trust with these, right? So that to me is pretty telling to the state T1 is in right now.
And it's funny because at the beginning of Worlds, he came in an interview saying that, guys, I took you guys there. I want to chill now. I want to be the one relaxing. I want you to do the dirty work. But so far, it has been Owner's Rift and him finding the opportunities for T1 to win game. And he is the Oppo player of the series once again for T1 today.
Yeah, and I thought so many of the crucial team fights that they had, starting with this one, we already covered it after game one. He's always just at the center of it, right? He does so much to set up these fights for the rest of his team. I thought his response to, I doubt it's in the highlight reel because people probably find it kind of boring, but his response to River's invade was really smart. Like, he's just constantly aware of what the opponent wants to do, keeping track of it, and then again, his team fighting with this team just sets up so much.
For me, Owner is, when it comes to the LCK, the jungler that does skirmishing the best. His sense for where he needs to be in engagement. You can see it if you slow down some of his Jarvan fights. It feels like he's fighting on multiple fronts at a time.
He will revisit the Mako Support Gold combo. Bro,
and again, shout out to
Keria's had a way better year than Mako. Like, Mako didn't do shit to remove the needle. And if anything, his gameplay made it worse for his argument. Keria's been amazing this year.
If they want to find solutions, they're gonna find them now. And now we see, it was pretty close, honestly, but again, it was close until it wasn't. It comes to this clutch moments, these team fights that T1 knows to play around so well. But again, Emily, the solutions they have to come up with tomorrow, they're not gonna have a lot of time to do it.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing, I do think they looked way better than BLG, by the way, so as we're drawing that comparison, please keep that in mind. But like you already alluded to, Chronicler, this is not the T1 that we saw
some teams have looked like serious ass.
Is a little concerning, as much as I love that they just won, and I really
T1 didn't win anything though.
Stage, right?
Yeah, you know, I know that's fucking dumbass people like you. They need to, like, if they are looking at something through a certain lens, then everybody else needs to look at it through the other lens. You know, I can judge a player, you know, based off of gameplay. I don't judge them only off of results.
Thank you very very
And
much
that's because
for
I'm
River.
better than you.
Congratulations on the end for 100 Thieves here at Worlds. How do you look back, let's say, on this series,
right.
but also on Worlds in general?
River's
Today
ASMR
we
voice.
have chance to win against T1, so it was really close. And it was my first game against T1 in my Worlds and MSI, so it was good experience too.
I have better win ratio against T1 than he
I would
does.
say thank you to Dokla because he joined 100 Tips during the season. So yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I can see him right there. He's listening to you right now. Is there anything more you'd like to say to him?
Nothing. Just thank you.
Nothing, maybe off air. Okay.
All right.
You've had such an illustrious career from the LGL to PSG to your history in the LCS. How do you look back on that journey, on the memories, on the achievements, you know, as we approach this final chapter since you'll be heading into retirement?
Playing in LCS and LTA was a really good experience. And then
He'll keep going, by the way.
It was my last game. So yeah, feeling is weird, but yeah.
He'll keep playing, guys. He'll keep playing. He's baiting. He's baiting.
It's been an honor for us as well.
He's gonna keep playing. He's baiting. He's keeping. Bro, bro, Steve is gonna make it happen, bro.
Say thank you for fans.
Green card, green card.
And then
American wife.
I hope you got. I hope we
American
can
wife.
again, in future.
We will, River. We will.
Thank
Next
you
year.
so much, River, and we'll head back to the desk.
Come on, River.
Oh my gosh.
Man,
River, I know. I love River so much. I've loved watching
Legendary.
him since he was on PSG.
He ain't retiring, bro. He ain't retiring.
Jungler.
Nah.
Every team he joins really benefits
Bro,
from
he's not retiring.
the way he plays the game. I remember even when he was on bottom LCS teams, he made them look so much better just because of how well he played, dropping camps to always get his lanes ahead. He has such a good attitude about the game. I'm really gonna miss him so much.
Yeah, and you don't know if
blame
it's
myself.
players.
I started
crying and then I start crying. It's your fault.
It's my bad. Apologies, everyone. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
But
I hate you.
You don't often see players being able to find success in multiple
I hate you
regions.
so much.
Yeah, but it was a beautiful goodbye.
All right.
The draw show to go through.
The draw show, ladies and gentlemen.
Right now, of course, with Candice being on stage.
All right, let's go. Lila. Lila.
What is the expectations, guys? Do you have any?
Lila. All right, guys.
Well, I mean, I know what the funniest would
Guys.
be given the
Guys.
tumultuous, even though the results were the way that we
I want
expected
CFO
today.
versus Fly, Billy versus T1, and then I want MKOI versus Top Esports. That's my dream draw right there. That's my dream draw.
VKS as well as
That's my dream draw.
Thieves really rise to the occasion. That matchup to me would be crazy because I think neither team would really trust them, or rather trust their fans, or their fans wouldn't trust them.
Yeah, there's no trust.
All right.
Speaking of no trust, you also
Bro,
have
I just don't want the Koi Fly draw. That's the only draw I don't want. Koi versus Fly.
I love you, but
I mean, that's the thing. When you're the 2-2 teams in this situation, there's not a lot of faith.
Yeah.
Usually
Bro, Emil, you're done.
Except, weirdly enough, CFO.
Yeah, no, I'm.
Where is he? I can't find him. Where is Emil? All right, Emil, you're done.
Oh my god.
You're done, Emil. You're done. Done.
That would be crazy.
All right. Bro, what is he wearing, by the way? What is he wearing, blood? What is this jacket? I want it. Top Esports.
Okay.
Oh.
Again.
Ooh. All right, MKOI, draw it. MKOI.
Are they cheering T1?
They're cheering T1. Oh no!
Well,
it's the worst draw possible.
An LPL team is gonna join AL.
No way!
But you don't want to have this one. Worlds are held in China.
That's not the
Chia,
start
what
you
have you
want.
done?
CFO. Oh. Guys, CFO played T1 already, so they can't. And CFO. Yeah, CFO played T1 already.
Oh, no,
They can't play. They can't play. They can't play. CFO T1 can't play.
It looks like a little bear.
CFO T1 can't play.
Yeah, it's a little
They can't play. They can't play.
The rematch. No, they can't. They can't. So
draw
they
each
will be
other.
moved to the next matchup. There you go.
They can't play. They can't play. They can't play. They can't play. They can't play.
Upside down when they're right side up, and then
So the next draw, guys. The next draw.
Trust yourself, man.
Okay, okay. Who gets T1? Who gets next ball gets T1? Actually, next ball gets CFO. Oi! MKOI versus CFO. FlyQuest.
CFO, yeah, that is correct. They haven't played
Wait.
yet, no? No, they haven't.
Wait. T1 versus Fly played
Yeah, I don't
already.
know how I feel about this.
T1 versus Fly played already. It's done.
I mean, MKOI has
Oh,
been through
shit.
one of the. Again, they've been having a breakout year, right?
All
So that
right.
is
Fly
definitely
versus
a
CFO.
T1 as-
All right.
FlyQuest T1.
Oh boy.
All right.
Chia, please.
Yeah, the double LTA kill. 31. Nah, they will do it. They will do it.
Oh yeah. The casting that skates it. The casting that skates it.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Oh, it's because
that's a
no, it's
historic
because
one.
it's because Fly already faced T1 too.
Oh, there you go.
True.
Yeah.
希望大家都能晒出风采，然后打好自己。
Okay.
我相信大家都可以做到。
Well.
Well, that's great.
Want to go for your emotions, Laura?
Yeah.
I have no. Again, I have a lot of thoughts. None of them are broadcastable right now. So
what kind of matchup is that TES BLG match gonna be with both teams playing the way they are right now?
I'm gonna be, to quote a great man, a great top laner. As long as there's delusion, there's hope.
True.
So we're gonna hold on to that hope.
True.
We're gonna hug that hope.
Nice.
And we're gonna hope that hope is what's gonna carry us tomorrow in the last day of Swiss stage.
I do like the thematic consistency of the
All right.
Flying Oysters facing off against FlyQuest.
Yeah.
I like that.
Fly versus CFO. Bro, FlyQuest didn't play against a single Korean or Chinese team. And they might make quarters again. And then you have T1 versus MKOI. Billy Billy versus Top Esports is so sad. That's so boring, bro.
The first one, it's like surely it's.
What are we
TES,
doing, bro?
right? But like.
What are we doing?
I'm looking at those numbers.
I mean,
I think Billy Billy is gonna fist Top Esports for some reason.
Play like they did domestically in playoff. It's BLG.
Yes.
If they play like they've been playing at this tournament, I actually do think it's TES.
I would agree, but that would require me to have faith
That
in
would
TES.
also require
And
TES, not to trip over themselves at the finish line.
By both you and Ox, that it is something
True.
I should never do.
Where is Ox right
I'm
now? He needs to
surely-
be here with me.
I know mentally he is.
He is. He's with me in spirit.
I cannot wait to take my phone and just see the reaction on his face once we're done with this. Guys, tomorrow the show is going to start 3 hours earlier. That's going to be 7 a.m. CST and 10 p.m. Pacific. But before we wrap up this day, I would like to call Dokla to join us to the desk.
Okay.
One last time this year. And man, nothing but
Clap up.
respect for you, for your here, for coming, for saving the day, for giving us incredible League of Legends, incredible vibes as well. Emilie, I know how much you enjoyed watching this team. Any closing thoughts for yourself, for the tournament, and maybe for
Bro,
your
Dokla
Western
just
brothers
increased their value big time, bro.
No thoughts on them. But final thoughts for just 100 Thieves, I guess. Me personally, you know, I wasn't even on a team at the start of the year, so just to be here and play at Worlds is amazing. And you know, I'm just proud that we were able to come together and make it so far from like 8 to here. And obviously we got, you know, a bit unlucky on the draw, but a little bit. But I think we did the best that we could. I think, you know, we showed that we can beat T1, which I think is a very strong team. And yeah, it's a shame that it has to end here, but yeah, I'm just proud of our year, and I'm gonna miss River especially. This is the most talented team I've played on, so I'm gonna miss all my teams.
Fucking IG, bro. No, I'm kidding.
Thank you so much.
Joking, of course.
For this year.
Also, yeah, thank you for everything. You guys have been amazing.
For this last ever run for 100 Thieves, it is not going to be your last run. I'm expecting to see you again, of course. Thank you for, again, this incredible League of Legends that you gave us and for the emotions with this roster.
Stop it!
Yeah, thank you, Riot, for the draw.
Thank you, Riot, for the draw. And, chin up. Cannot wait to see you again, Dokla. And that's all for us here on this day for this stage. Thank you for joining us again.
I apologize.
I hate you so
my
much.
bad.
I'm not crying. You're
cry
crying
until you start crying.
See you tomorrow.
If FlyQuest lose, they have to swim home. They have to swim home. They have to.
Trippy continuing to get away as Miru.
Based, by the way, based. Banger day tomorrow. Oy.
Bro, should we go get food across the street, or is it gonna be closed?
Yeah, I just wanted to do a little prediction on the series. I need like 15 minutes.
Let's see. I want to see.
Yeah. All right, homies. That was the penultimate. Is that what you say? Penultimate? Like not the last, but the second to last group day? Nah, who cares? We don't need to use complicated words. I'm Mario Cannon, and I'm here to break down, of course, the final round, which is round 5 of the playoffs. Guys, I have to say, some of the draws we've had have been absolutely atrocious, all things considered. I think that we've never had such bad draws. We started off with a top esports Biddy, and then followed up with a FlyQuest versus CFO because T1 played against Fly and CFO, right? So that's were games that occurred and happened. And then MKOI versus, of course, T1. So there's that, there's that. In regards to today's games, it's like Billy, I don't know what they were doing today. Like the dive on Ambessa was so disgusting. At least they bounced back in this one. Good game from Knight. I don't know what their head is not in the game at all. Like Bin is not looking like himself. All these Nico players, even Keria today on Nico looked like atrocious in terms of the angles. Besides like one fight today, Keria got like a good combo in. Like both T1 and Billy, these are 2-0s. We all expected 2-0s, but we expected 2-0s like in 28 minutes type shit. Especially with some of the drafts they had. Like this blue side draft should be all Billy classes against VKS that have, a hard time like entering spaces. But this game was rather easy for Billy, I would say, because but still they just gave Ambessa kills and it was very, very ugly. The second one was even uglier because Billy was super far ahead in the early game. LeBlanc was like 7-0 with Mejais, and then they just gave like a dry ace into top side. And this team, of course, on blue side is very, very scaling. And then Billy found some catches left and right, but some of the play from On, some of the play from Shadow, some of the play from even Bin as well, it was just downright ugly. Like watching Knight play on this team at this world, like it basically looks like an unranked to world finals run, and he's like here doing it for YouTube, Like Billy is a team that has no damn soul at all. I would say though, like if I'm looking at Billy against the matchup against Top Esports, I wouldn't be surprised at all if they just win. There's something about those regional matchups that just function very differently, and Billy has got Top Esports number. Like they just seem to have their number, but more on that later. T1 vs 100 Thieves 2. Like I made this tweet that kind of summarized everything in a neat way. Where I do think that the drafts of 100 Thieves were very difficult to play. I thought that they had the weaker drafts. They managed to throw away the majority of the game in the same spot. In game 2, it was a lot more egregious with the Pantheon and the Rumble over the wall when Akali was not ready to fight. MVP, like Quid played better than anyone in the series, which is incredible to say when you have like T1 players in the lobby, Like this was absolutely a tremendous performance from Quid. He just made sure that his price tag just went up, bro. His price tag just went up. which is Giga base, because teams want mid laners, you know. KC Quid would be a sick one. Team Liquid Quid, or it's an obvious one. I think the Quid just increases price tag and did it in a stylistic fashion. I have to say, 100 Thieves, I really, really respect them for the run here. I think that you can even make the argument that these guys were the best performing Western team. I understand, you know, G2 made it through and FlyQuest have won games, but keep in mind, it's like 100 Thieves had a horror draw. They beat Bilibili, you know, when nobody else thought that they could. Obviously, it was the opening game. You can view that game however you want, but you need to be in a very specific state of mind to break a team that is on paper better than you, that is underperforming. You need to be in a very specific state of mind. They lost against Top Esports after, and then they lost against Hanwha Life, and then they played against T1, which is an atrocious draw. Like, that is basically all teams that are top 5 ranked outside of Genji, of course, at this tournament. Like, they had the worst draw possible. Like Top Esports, Bilibili, Hanwha Life, T1. This is like everyone's top 5. Some people put AL higher, whatever. I get that. CFO higher, whatever. I'm just saying, at the beginning of the tournament, you would look at this and you think that this is one of the worst draws in history, you know. And I'm pretty sure if 100 Thieves beat T1 somehow, they would play against CFO. That would be the toughest draw, and then they would play Genji in quarters if they made it through. Like, I think like Riot really they rigged the draw because they wanted 100 Thieves to look bad because they're a guest team, you know. Like, it would be bad if they made damage. But nevertheless, 100 Thieves. Shout out to Quid. Respect to Quid. I think he did amazing. I think River had some good moments, some cool moments, some nationalities from Owner. I think that's something to hang at the Christmas tree. Also played a very busy game. I think there were moments where I was like, is Ayla performing better than Kerry right here? But that's also on T1 side. I do think that in both drafts, that's the thing. That's what's so weird. When a team... Usually if there's an upset or something comes close or the game comes close, it's usually like some draft edge, some draft goofiness. But straight up, I think T1, both drafts are so much better. I think that it's weird because T1 was the team that was carried by their own draft today. I think that this Renekton spot and this Talia spot is absolutely insane against Wukong, Sylas, and Bessa. Shouldn't be playable for blue side in my opinion. Same thing here for red side. The Galio value is insane. The Desire value is crazy. And the Thieves don't have targets, and T1 could just buy one new Magic Mantle and then it's over. This was tough. Like, T1 had insane drafts and still the games were close, which of course makes us worried for what's to come for T1. But nevertheless, coming into the matchups tomorrow, Top Esports versus Bilibili. Top Esports at this tournament have played much better than Bilibili. Plain and simple. They played much better than Bilibili. Like, much better than Bilibili. Top Esports versus Bilibili. I think that, in my mind, it's like Top Esports had good early games. And they were playing very active because Bilibili just looks like one of the weakest teams left in the tournament. You know, like Bilibili went from being a top dog to like a favorable draw. Like, if Bilibili played against FlyQuest tomorrow, I'm like, yeah, FlyQuest should win that in the state that Bilibili is in. Obviously, there's the magic of Bilibili can just turn it up, but it's like right now it's just all night. It's all night. It's like Bilibili was one of the better draws someone could have hoped for in the final, which is crazy to even think about. Top Esports might look better at this, but the regional matchups are always different. These are teams that scrimmed. These are teams that scrimmed each other, played each other. I do feel like if I'm predicting right now, I think that Bilibili should win because the regional matchup is just a little bit different. And I think that they have so much data on each other, and I think that psychologically it's just a different matchup. It's like they're playing this matchup in China. I think it just causes for a unique circumstance. And regardless of how shit Bilibili is, I do think that as a team that has their back against the wall, which has happened many times, by the way, many times their backs is against the wall. I do think that they just manage pressure better. Like, looking at their players, they just manage pressure better. And even in their, like, if you look at Bilibili's playoff run, they look disgusting. Like, they had to reverse sweep JDG. Like, it was not a clean playoff run for them to win, And in the end, they ramped up and did good. But I do think that Bilibili should be better into Top Esports on the day. I think that Bilibili, like, they thrive under pressure. I do think so, I do think that they thrive under pressure. Then we have FlyQuest versus CFO. I do think that FlyQuest, I think their individual form is quite bad. I think Quad, Whipple, you can even go so far to say Masu. I think that their individual form doesn't look that great. And I think that's a very, very big disqualifier, because I think 100 Thieves, for example, team fought better than FlyQuest did at this event so far. And I think that FlyQuest right now, while they have good macro, I think they out-macro G2, for example, good lane assignment, and that's something that they can use against CFO. I'm worried that still you have to fight. And CFO mechanically look really, really good. They just play kind of, let's say, dumbed down League of Legends sometimes, where everything is very one-dimensional in terms of their approach, and I think the players don't understand what the roles are. And I do think CFO is hurt by the fact that so deep into the tournament now, everyone else is also figuring out how to draft, which I think is super important. I do think that CFO, they gain so much stock value of having like the Scion game after Scion game after Scion game after Scion game, and then no more Scion into, of course, struggling, where they played a competitive match against How Alive, but How Alive, as expected, the Korean teams are capable of slowing down the game and actually setting the chessboard and putting down the pieces. It's like How Alive, Genji, they're capable of doing this better than anybody, Genji in particular, where they're like, yo, let's take the air out of the game, let's slow down, let's give a Drake, let's stay the foot tower, and then let's break down how we need to fight and approach it. They have very, very high fight IQ, It's like TFO, they can swing, they're punching power, but I do think that their fight selection is quite bad. But I do feel like that fighting power can be enough to break down FlyQuest. I do think that FlyQuest, though, they have a lot of data to work with as a prep team. They do super well. I just worry on that individual mechanical level that they might struggle. Something that was a very big deal when FlyQuest played against G2 was the fact that G2 won bot lane 3 games in a row. They won 3 games in a row. And I say this because if you take a look at the matchups that G2 played versus, of course, FlyQuest, let me find it. G2 versus FlyQuest. Game 1, we had the Caitlyn versus Corki swap. That's normal, right? Caitlyn beats Corki. Very hard matchup for Corki. Good, thank you very much for the tier 1. Here in game 2, we had the Soraka game. Lucian Soraka, they came out of this early game being the Zyra Khan was even. That's not acceptable, by the way, if playing Lucian Soraka, in my opinion. They were ahead early, but then Zyra Khan just recovered beautifully. And then game 3, we had this game where FlyQuest picked Jhin instead of Kai'Sa to be stronger in lane, but then they had 20-30 CS disadvantage. So the lane phase here and the lane phase of mid, I just feel like CFO, Honkyu versus Quad. I favor Honkyu in the individual matchup. Bot lane wise, Dogo versus Maso. I favor Dogo in that matchup. Junjia versus Inspired, I think that they can battle her off, but I think Junjia is very much better at being active. But the main thing is, can FlyQuest suck the air out of the game and have good preparation coming into the series? That one is, of course, the most interesting one, in my opinion. I think it's going to be a very close one. CFO versus Fly, very, very close. If you're a betting man, I would wait until draft, because I think that's where FlyQuest need to find the edge. Bwipo is, of course, someone that can, tangle and be awkward and be strange, which is going to be interesting in terms of how CFO approach it with the top laners. But of course, the other detail is, plain and simple, like CFO is just so strong early game, and they team fight good. Like they mechanically team fights good, but they don't set him up good. And I do think that FlyQuest as a team can deal with that. They can deal with that. Like FlyQuest has skill in terms of lane assignments and being very selective about fights. And I do think that that can be rough against CFO. Like if there's a team that is not Korean, but the most Korean, I would say FlyQuest. In terms of gameplay, So I think it's going to be super close. I don't think this is that one-sided, because I am not that sold on CFO. I'm not as sold as on CFO that other people are. I think this can be a very, very close matchup, by the way. I think FlyQuest can win this. But CFO, the main thing is just play it if, that's the one that's carrying them. I think it's going to be close. I think it's going to be an interesting one, sincerely, I think it's going to be very, very close. Okay. What else we got? What else we got? What else we got? All right. So we have T1 versus MKOI. You want my thesis? It's like obviously T1 is favored. They should win and they should beat them. My main issue is like, I don't know, Super's form is just ass. Alvaro's champion pool is a little bit too limited in my opinion. And I think this is something like Gumayushi is looking good. You know, like I think that's... Someone wrote, cringe one gets through beating 3 Western teams. Don't tell me you don't hate this. The thing is, it's like T1 has higher chances of drawing a Western team because they are a Korean team. So it removes one from the pool. T1 is one of the teams that you don't want to draw. So it's like, that's not like completely crazy that that happens, you know? I think it's okay. I think it's okay. Anyhow, T1... they didn't look good today. They haven't looked good at this tournament. Keria has been kind of missing. Owner has been like good sometimes, bad sometimes. Doran has been looking very inconsistent. Faker has been like good. He's been quite clutch, I would say. But Gumayushi has been very stable. I think very stable, especially like this series, which is crazy that was necessary against 100 Thieves. Like, what are we saying, bro? Nevertheless, I think the main issue, right? What the MKOI fans didn't understand, you know, like I was saying, like they were like, I don't care how they play. All I care about is that they make it through. You're a hater. They were doing this shit, you know, like just, you know, emotional fans. The thing is, their form was really important because now T1's form causes some question marks. But MKOI, in terms of their form and what they show against Team Secret Wales, that provides zero answers. I don't think that MKOI is going to do anything. And I think also, if MKOI is going to do something, it is because, you know, like Jojo Pune is just playing crazy. But I doubt it. I don't like what Mirwin has brought to the table at this tournament outside of Kesante. I don't like how Super's been playing. I think Alvaro is too small of a champion pool. And Elioya and Jojo Pune can do well, but it's like, look who you're playing against. If you struggled against Team Secret Wales, bro, T1 has the strengths of Team Secret Wales on crack and more. So good luck, you know? Good luck is all I say. But pressure's on T1, not on MKOI, you know? I think MKOI could have lost to Team Secret Wales yesterday, and that's what it is. So we'll see. We'll see. Like I'm looking at, you know, how the bookies are saying, bro, damn, the odds already shifted. Bilibili started as the underdog. And while I was talking, they became the favorite. That's crazy, no? That's crazy. Someone says T1 looks shaky as hell. But the thing is, MKOI look even shakier, bro. Bro, Bilibili started as betting favorite, and then it dropped to them being underdog. Sorry, I said it wrong, but you get it. FlyQuest is heavy underdog according to bookies. And not heavy, but like underdog. And then T1 is heavy favorite, of course. That's crazy. Okay. Well, gentlemen, I think that's it for me. I really, really appreciate you guys watching Worlds with me and coming to my breakdowns. I will, of course, live stream everything tomorrow. I'll catch you guys on the next one. And take care of yourselves. Of course, the coverage of Worlds is going to continue as per usual. Only love to all of you. Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate all of you. Cerberan, thank you very much for the MKOI win. Tier 1. Thank